Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Good morning and welcome to Sewing Street on this beautiful morning. What a glorious day it is. The sunrise was fantastic this morning. It's beautiful. Look at this beautiful quilt behind me. Isn't that gorgeous? We have got Janet Clare in the house and I'm so excited. I'm a bit of a super fan, to be honest. I've been working with Janet Clare's fabrics for many years and I absolutely love them. So I have met her once before briefly, but to meet her properly today, and she's in the house. This is her quilt behind me, and we have got kits for the quilt. We've got kits for 4 of her quilts today, but isn't that beautiful? Anyway, I'll be bringing all that to you later, but I'm going to talk to you about them in a minute when we've done the early bird, just to make sure, because everything is on pre-order and it's already selling, so I don't want you to miss out, because Janet will be on air with us at 9 and 11. Anyway, should we start off with the early bird? So the early bird today is fabric stabilizer. I always like it when we have, something that's an early bird that's a really essential part of your sewing kit. So fabric stabilizer is iron on. It's not an interfacing, it's a stabilizer. So what you do is you iron it onto the wrong side of your fabric. And what you use it for is if you're doing hand embroidery or machine embroidery or something like that, and maybe the fabric is stretchy, like you're doing it on a t-shirt, or maybe the fabric is fine, or even if it's just a plain cotton fabric, or if you're doing hand embroidery and you want to make sure that you don't distort the fabric, you press this onto the wrong side, then you do all and it really stiffens the fabric and really gives it weight. Then you do all the embroidery, you've got no issue with puckering the fabric or pulling the fabric. Then when it's finished, you simply, at the back of it, you tear away the outside, the excess, because you need to cut it bigger than you need, than the finished thing. And then you are left with the stitched area has still got the stabilizer in it, so that is still nice and solid and stable, but you don't have anything behind it. So it's a fantastic material. It's the sort of thing, once you've got it in your sewing kit, you'll find lots of uses for it. Maybe you're doing a plique onto a t-shirt and you're going to stitch it on with zigzag stitch around the edge, and you know it's difficult to stop distorting it. This is absolutely perfect, and because it's some stabilizers aren't iron on, so you have to tack them all in place. Now this one is, so it's not an interfacing. You do tear it away afterwards, but it's absolutely perfect for what it says. It will stabilize the fabric while you're stitching it. Now it's 90 by 50 centimeters. The usual price for this is £3.49, which is a really good price because for that size, and you know, when you're doing embroidery or whatever, you're not going to be using lots unless you're doing a massive project, but it's a really good thing to have to keep in your kit to use for loads and loads of different things. I use it lots in my embroidery and it will tear away without distorting your stitches. It won't mess them up at all, but it does make quite a bit of difference. So we are going to reduce that to £2.49. Pound off? Pound off. What a brilliant price. So pound off, £2.49. Yeah, we've got a problem with dropping that at the moment. It will be £2.49. When you put it in your basket and you check out, it will be. It's still staying at £3.49. I don't know why, but it will sort itself out in a minute, and it will be £2.49. But it is a brilliant product. Now, I have used it as well for not what it's supposed to be used for. I've used it for stiffening things. So because it's iron on and it's supposed to be a tearaway stabilizer, I've used it in the base of a bag before where I want to make the bottom a bit stronger, and then maybe worked a few lines of stitching around it or through it and not torn it away, because you don't have to. So it can be used for many, many different things. Even though it is supposed to be torn away and as a stabiliser, it is really good because it's iron-on to use to add extra weight to your fabric. Fantastic. Anyway, that will be £2.49 once. Is it not working? Don't know. It's just not, but it will be £2.49. You will. So please do check out, put it in your basket and check out. If you've not used it before, you do a lot of applique and embroidery or free motion quilting, that kind of thing. If you want to add a bit of stability to have it'll just make your finished result more perfect. Can you be more perfect? Perfecter. Right, anyway, pop it in your basket and there we go. Right, I just want to give you a sneak preview because we've got Clare in and she has got many different kits. She's got 4 different quilt kits with her and her book with all the projects, but we have got these gorgeous little kits. Now, everything for Clare is on pre-order. It's already selling. The Constance Quilt behind me, absolutely gorgeous. This will be on at 9 o'clock. It's available in 2 colourways, this blue and cream colourway, but also in Janet's beautiful botanicals colourway. Janet's going to be talking us through the quilt and how to create the applique on it because it's created by miniature squares and applique as well. It's absolutely stunning, isn't it? We're also going to be showcasing her book, Field Guide. And we've got, look at this, is just it's a little beautiful little book. It gives you lots and lots of ideas. It's like Janet's kind of nature study, and she's got embroidery, applique, she's even got knitting in there. All sorts of different projects. This is just one of them. I love that one. Pieces of Song with a Little Blackbird. That's just one of the projects in this book. And Janet's going to be talking about that later. But these, I had to get these on because I absolutely love these. So Janet sells these little packs of fabric. They're 2.5-inch squares. They're absolutely gorgeous. The sort of thing when you're in a fabric shop, you pop them in your basket, you think, well, I'll just have that, and then never know what to do with them. Well, she's created a set of instructions and a kit that uses one of these little packs. And the best thing about the kits is everything you need is in them. So you've got interfacing in there and poppers, and you've got the little fabric pack and full instructions. Look, so you make this little bag. Oh, there's a picture of it. We've got it in 3 different colourways as well. And then in the little bag, look with the little pop, it's all half square triangles. Aren't they gorgeous? And then inside you have a little scissor case. Then you have a little needle case. It's just so sweet, isn't it? Then a little pin cushion in mini quarter square triangles. Isn't that gorgeous? And that all comes in the little bag. So the kit that we've got now, if you go onto sewingstreet.com, click on watch live, I'll show you in a minute, you can scroll down from there and you can see all of these kits. But this is just beautiful, and it's a real skill learner and skill builder, this, because you're learning miniature patchwork. You're learning half square triangles, quarter square triangles, you're learning quilting. There's all sorts of different skills on here, but it's beautiful, and everything that you need is in the kit. I just love this. Available in 3 different colourways. Now, we will be going through them in detail with Janet at 9 o'clock, but I didn't want you to miss out because her kits, funnily enough, are selling already. I mean, she is amazing, talented designer. She designs fabric as well as designing all the patterns for the quilts and all of these. And she writes books. Amazing. Oh, what else is going really fast on pre-order, Hannah? Well, yes, we have got at 10 o'clock the brand new Kaffe collective fabric collection. And the one, if you're on pre-order, the fabrics that say sateen in the title, they are the extra wide backings. They're gorgeous. I'll be going through them one by one at 10 o'clock, but they are already flying out on pre-order. Now, when we do the extra wide backing, particularly the Kaffe, it always sells really well, and it's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. So please do get ahead. Let me just go through. No, I haven't seen the Kaffe extra wide before. These are it's all brand new. So we've got brand new. I'll just go through the menu so I can tell you how exciting today is. So 8 o'clock now, we've got the brand new Lewis and Irene Celtic fabric collection, which is gorgeous. It's a nature study with a Celtic vibe to it. The whole collection, and we've got bundles, we've got it by the half metre. It is brand new, and I'm lucky enough to have it today. 9 o'clock, Clare's with us with the Constance Quilt kit. There's a picture of it. Well, you've seen it hanging behind me. It comes in 2 colourways, this one and the Botanicals one, which is more a natural one with flowers and prints, absolutely gorgeous, and her lovely little sewing sets as well. So she'll be with us at 9 o'clock doing those. 10 o'clock, the Kaffe Fassett collective, brand new. We've got new extra wides, we've got new fabrics all by the half metre. It's already selling on pre-order, and it is, as always, stunning. Sets of designs, all in different colourways, by Kaffe, Brandon and Philip, which form the trio of the Kaffe Fassett collective, and it's brand new today. That's at 10 o'clock. 11 o'clock, Clare will be back with us. Yeah, and she's got two quilt kits, the square dance. So we've got the square dance quilt kit, which I have here. Look at that. I'm going to hold it up for you. Look, how gorgeous is that? I love that quilt. It's beautiful. And it's formed from half square triangles, but you make them in sets of 8, so it's super quick. And that's what Janet's going to be demonstrating for you. So if you love half square triangles, but you want to know a speedier way, or if you've not done them before and you want to have a little go, that's that kit. And then we've got the pattern for this quilt. This is gorgeous. It's called Thunder and Lightning, and it's foundation paper piecing. Again, it's using fabrics from Janet's range. Now, Janet is obviously extremely well known. Her iconic colour palette is blue and white, but it's always slightly textured and slightly printed. Even the plains have got a texture to them. But every now and then she brings a little bit of another little spot of another colour. But you could do this in all sorts of colours. So we haven't got the kit for this, but we do have the pattern, and it's foundation paper piecing. Yeah, I reckon, Hannah, you could do this. Yeah, I mean, it is beautiful, isn't it? I don't think Janet will give you the quilt. Hannah wants this one. Gorgeous. I think you should make a quilt. It's absolutely lovely, that one is. And also the sewing kit, Janet will be demonstrating at 11 o'clock. No, not at 9, I was confused. She will be demonstrating those at 11, but they are already going. That's if we've got any left, because they are a fantastic price. And then 12 o'clock is all about the sewing machines. And light boxes and the Prim irons, the mini irons, and the friction pen bundle are back in stock, which are 3 very exciting things, actually. It is. We've got so much on today. I don't know. Well, meeting Clare obviously is my favourite. Okay. We're having a few problems with Facebook at the moment. So if you're trying to get onto Facebook, we do apologise. We're sorting it out, but there are a few problems with it at the moment. Anyway, to shop with us, because I really don't want you to miss out, and there are lots and lots of items already flying out. So go onto the website www.sewingstreet.com and then click on Watch Live. That's at the top, sort of in the centre. Then when you scroll down, that's what you can see. There's the early bird. That will be £2.49 when we sort it out. Now, pre-order, there's all the Lewis and Irene Celtic. Look at that one with thistles. Love that one. Absolutely beautiful. I'm excited just to have the Lewis and Irene as well as everything else. It's a gorgeous fabric. I'll be going through it with you in a minute, so to show you each print one by one. We've got it available by the half metre, and we've got it in bundles as well, so you can buy certain colourways. Here are all the Clare items. There's all her fabric. So she's designed all the fabric, she designs all the patterns, she puts together all the kits. Now, the Constance Quilt kits, they are limited edition. Once the ones that we've got have sold, that's it. Because Moda don't reprint these. So once they've gone, they've gone. There's her book of field guide. It is signed by Janet. I'll be showing you that in a bit. There are so many cute projects in it. My favourite's the table runner with ants all over it. But it's gorgeous. It's embroidery, it's applique, it's patchwork, it's knitting. There's all sorts of different things. And it's a really, really, really lovely book. Then we move on to The extra wide backing. Plaid. It's gorgeous, isn't it? We've got loads of them. Look at that one, agate. I love that. That's available in a few different colourways as well. I love the agate one. It's gorgeous, isn't it? I like Kay's regimental tie. I think that's really clever. Spiral shells. Look at that. How gorgeous is that? Just stunning. Well, there's an extra wide. Look at that. Fungi. That's extra wide. And remember, extra wide backing is 2.5 times the fabric width, but it's only £13.99 for half a metre. It's amazing. Extra wide, so it's less than the, it's less than twice the price, but it's 2.5 times. Anyway, don't know how they do that. And it's sateen, so it has a really lovely finish to it, because on the back of your quilt, it's beautifully soft and supple. That's extra wide. So I'm thinking you don't even need to use that to back a quilt. Look at all the fabric that you get there. If you want to make yourself a Kaffe dress, because it is so wide, 274 centimetres wide, you've got so much extra fabric there. It's beautiful, isn't it? Look at them. I like that one, that chrysanthemum one. Now, I like the grey fungi extra wide as well. And because it's sateen, it is beautiful. When you lay it on your bed, it just slips on beautifully. It's a really nice thing to use for quilt backing, but also because it's so wide, you can use it to make duvet covers as well. That's all the Kaffe. And that's extra wide. Normally, you expect the extra wides to just be plains or a slight print, but look at that. I'm thinking duvet cover. When you look at the width of it, you can make yourself a king-size duvet cover from that. Imagine having a Kaffe duvet cover. Gorgeous, wouldn't it? Or we've got Lewis and Irene and Kaffe and Janet Clare. How lucky am I? It is a day, really, to get onto the pre-order. Right, there's Janet Clare's sewing kit pattern. So that's the pattern on its own. These are the kits. So there's Astra, which are all the Astra is all the stars. The botanicals, the blues are obviously all the blues, and the botanical are the sort of the browns and the greens prints. Got the look at the little birds on it. And we've got samples more here, you see. There's the thunder and lightning. That's the one that Hannah's going to make hers in shades of orange. Are you going to do orange squares? Oh yeah, sort of a brownie taupe, big squares and orange squares. It's gorgeous. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's very kind of African wax print. It's beautiful, isn't it? So that is available as pattern only. You have to use your own fabric for that. And there's the square dance quilts pattern. Then we've got the sew machines, friction pen bundles. Don't forget them. They are my staple item in my workbox, I think. Got some a really nice pack of sewing thread. That's one of the things I like the most. And then the 2 light boxes, which are back in stock. And the Prim Mini Steam Iron, because we were out of stock of that, but that's back too. Anyway, what a day of excitement. Don't go anywhere today. How are you going to decide? I don't know. But if when you have gone through that, you thought, I want that, you need to get it now, because a lot of these items, Hannah's just telling me, are flying out, unsurprisingly. So some of the sewing kits, a quarter of the stock has already gone in the blues, and the Astra, the quarter of the stock has already gone. Look at these. They're different colours, but they look similar to this because it's blues. But look, it's just a little pouch. And look, learn half square triangles with these miniature things, and the little fabric pack it comes with is just adorable. I love actually I think the pin cushion's my favourite because it's quarter square triangles. So it's a really good way to practice and try. You get kind of a harlequin effect. So nice, isn't it? A little mini case, but all of that for £19.99. Gorgeous. Gorgeous. All right, we're now connecting to Facebook. So I'm sorry. So if you've just joined me on Facebook, I'm sorry that you've only just come in. We had problems with it this morning. If you've missed the menu, we've got Lewis and Irene now, Janet Clare at 9 and 11, Kaffe Fassett at 10 and Sew Machines at 12. That's a very quick preview. We've got so much for you today. I don't know how you're going to decide, but at the end of the hour, we will go through the menu again for any of you who are watching on Facebook who missed out. I'm sorry, I don't know what happened. That we just didn't connect this morning. Sort of happens. So should we have a look at the Lewis and Irene? I'll move my little sewing kits to one side. Let's start with the panel, which is here. Now, Lewis and Irene fabric, it is beautiful. It's it's quilting weight cotton, 44-inch width, but it's very, very soft. Now, this panel is pre-cut and is not in any of the bundles. So the only way you can get the pre-cut panels are individually. So on this you have got, let me just find a tape measure. Tape measure's not here. I don't know where's the tape measure gone? I have to use a ruler. I just want to let you know because I think these would make perfect cushions. So each of the panels measures 17 inches. So the inner section is just over, will be 16. It's 16 and a half. So it'll give you a 16-inch cushion. But you could use them for anything. You know, they could be cushions, they could be bags. You could use them as centre of quilts. Make this beautiful centre of a medallion quilt, wouldn't it? So they're hexies, and in the centre of one we've got the Highland cow, because obviously this is the Celtic collection, with the thistles. The next one is thistles and bees. I love the colour palette. It's all sort of neutral linen type shades. Then you've got purples, teals and blues. The whole collection goes together lovely. I love the bees in this. And I think it sort of feels, I think with the whole Jubilee in the purple, it feels, but this is the Celtic collection, so it's very British, and I think they picked up on the colour palette from that as well. I love the teasels. We've got teasels and thistles and bees. That's another one. And then we have the Celtic knot design with thistles, what looks like thistles and teasel outlines. So they're all hexagons, so you can use but then set within squares. So you can use the square, or you can use them as hexies. You could applique them onto things. Now this panel is $14.99. That's for all of those. That's for all of those. So it is a pre-cut, and you get all 4 of these. But you could use them for different things. So say like the quilting knot would be brilliant as a quilt centre. I definitely have the cow as a tote bag. And then these 2 as cushions. Because don't they look lovely? I mean they obviously all go together, but you've got 4 of them for $14.99. And they will all work out. I mean, the outer measurement is a 17-inch square, so they're perfect for cushions or bags. But I think they're just gorgeous, aren't they? I love the Highland cow. Now, he's just dying to be quilted, isn't he? If you put him onto something, even if you're going to make him into a bag, I would quilt round the edge of him, or add some extra embroidery. All of these lovely swirly, curving lines of his hair in the different shades. If you could just work lines of running stitch or free motion quilt along it, absolutely gorgeous. We've had a lot of you who have been asking about this collection. When are you going to get it in? Because you've seen that it's coming up. Our Lewis and Irene fabric is always popular. So how lucky am I to be able to launch it today? $14.99. It is my day. It is my day of excitement. I know we've got have Celtic Dreams, Janet, Clare and Kaffe and extra wide backing. It's like the best. Love this. I love this. Right, half of the stock of this panel is now gone. I don't know whether we'll be getting it back, and I doubt it. So $14.99, this is the only way that you can buy this. We haven't put this in the bundle, we've just done it separately. Right, so, oh, Jill said, good morning, what a lovely top you had on. It's my dress, actually. I'm wearing it in celebration because it's my half square, I made it. It's my half square triangle dress. It's all patchworked, and I put pockets in it as well, so it's all batik. It goes all the way down, the whole dress. I've always wanted to make a patchwork dress, and I had no idea how to do it, so I just made 2 big pieces of patchwork and then cut it out as a dress pattern. So it's to celebrate because Janet Clare is known for her blue and white and a half square triangle. So it's my Janet Clare dress. Right, the dark purple bundles. So all of these fabrics are available by the half metre, but we've also collated them into colour bundles. If you wanted to buy several and you wanted to put them together, we've chosen them for you. So this one is called Dark Heather. You get 5 half metres of fabric in here, all in this lovely dark heather colourway. So should we go through the first one? I like this one. Look, it's all mini hexies. So obviously you can use it as it is, as a fabric, or it's EPP, isn't it? Because there's so much space around them. I would wish I had the tape measure. That is right. Let me just measure. The faces of these are, well, the inner part is about 1.5, 1 and 3. Yeah, 1.5 is the outer. So these would be 1 inch hexes, because obviously you've got the seam allowance on there, so you can use them as 1 inch hexes. But can you imagine cutting all of these out? Look, you've got mini Highland cow and big Highland cow. I'll show you all of it on its own. I just want to show you everything that's in this bundle. So you've got the lovely mini hexes. Then you've got this gorgeous one, look, with bees. I love that one. This one is already selling on its own. Oh, thank you, Becky. The tape measure has been found. It must have run away. Look at this one, bees and thistles. Love that. I'll show. There we go. Have a look at this one close up. It's so lovely, isn't it? It's so playful, isn't it? Because look at it, when you look really closely, you can see there's little Celtic knots in amongst the thistles and the bees. It's beautiful. Look at that. And on the selvage, they've put all the colours, but in hexes. So it's a real nod to this sort of British Celtic tradition, as well as sewers, because you've got so many hexy prints on it as well. So that's the bee one. Then exactly the same, this is in this fabric bundle, exactly the same print, but with a beautiful deep purple background. That's nice, isn't it? Love that one. And don't they go well together? Good job they're in the bundle. But the colours really complement each other. So you're getting 5 half meters. We're getting the hexy one, the pale teal, we're getting the purple one. Then we've got a lovely soft pinky purple, which is like an outline print. So it's all the print. It's exactly the same as this fabric, but it's only the outlines that are printed. So you've got the bees and the Celtic knots and the thistles. So it's exactly the same, but just in 2 colour instead. And then finally in this collection, we've got this lovely shade of bluey purple, and it's all Celtic knots. So this is your kind of like a plain go with fabric, and it's hexes, but it's Celtic knot hexes. Half of the stock of this bundle is in baskets already. But isn't it lovely? I like the way that when you have these, the low volume fabrics that go with the larger prints, that when they're not just purely plain, and I think that's so clever because it's a real nod to the hexes that's in the rest of the collection, and it's pulling in that Celtic knot, but all together. So there's the dark purple, 1/2 metre, the pale teal, 1/2 metre, the gorgeous hexes, and then you've got the outline print, which is the same print as the other two, but just the outline. Love that one. And then you've got the purple hexes. So that's the whole bundle, $34.95, 1/2 metre of each of them. And you know that if you get these, right, 1/4 of the stock has already been checked out. Another 1/4 is in basket, so we've got now just under half of this is available, so you need to get checking out on this one. Right, let me show you the next bundle. So this is a cream bundle. This is called light, but it's creams really. So you've got that gorgeous thistle print I just showed you, but in the cream background. Let me open it up, you can see it a bit better. Oh, isn't that lovely? It's so clean and fresh. But I like the background. It's not white, it really is an ivory, so it's got a real warmth and richness to it. Beautiful, beautiful. And wouldn't it, I mean, it's lovely to use as a whole fabric, but again, think about your EPP or your little bits of applique, because you cut out little pieces of it and use it here and there in your work. It's gorgeous. And then we've got, Hannah's telling me about a crochet bucket hat. Are you going to crochet a bucket hat? A bottle bag? Why did I get? Yes, I know toast. Yeah. So Hannah's going to crochet her own bottle bag. Well, I'll be very interested. That'd be very trendy. We'll have a little crochet lesson next. For holidays, yes. But this is the hexie print, but again with that cream background. But if you look closely, it's not a plain cream background. It's all speckled. So you've got real texture in this. So it looks beautiful as a fabric as a whole. It would make really nice borders for a quilt, or use the whole thing. But again, remember, you can use this for your EPP. So if you want to do a bit of EPP scrappy, if you bought half a metre of this, you've got enough here to make, a little bag from it all. And look at what you get in it. You get Highland cows, whole cows, bees, thistles. I love this one with the stag's head. Very resplendent, isn't he? Love that one. So that's with the cream background. Then we have the same thistle one, but in like a pale blue background. So we've got the cream, the pale blue background, and the hexie. Then we've got the outline print, but again in like a natural linen colour. So it's the same print, like I showed you in the last bundle. It's the same print as the blue, as the thistle, but just in 2 colour. And then we've got the hexie one. So again, it's like Celtic knots, but in a hexagon shape. Love that one. Beautiful. It's very wedding, isn't it? If you had a Scottish wedding or any Celtic, whatever. But it's lovely though, isn't it? But because it's those natural colours, it just feels very organic, doesn't it? I mean, it was in Lewis and I were inspired to design this collection. They've got some ancient woodlands near them, and it's inspired by their walks through those. They had a woodland collection before, but the Celtic one, it was all inspired by that. So I'll just go through those so you know what you get in your bundle. You get the hexie one, you get the lovely hexie Celtic knot, you get the 2 colour outline print, and you get these beautiful ones, one with the pale blue background and one with the cream background. So that's the light bundle, Celtic Dreams in the light. Right, and then we've got one more bundle for you. What have you called this one then, Hannah? This one is Heather. So the hexie print in this one has got a lovely blue background, and this blue goes so well with the rest of the collection. It's like a dusty blue, isn't it? Dusky blue, duck egg, could be, it could be duck egg actually. Yeah it is. I think, do ducks have all different colour eggs? I don't know. Every duck egg I've ever seen has been white, but it is that kind of duck egg colour. But again, you've got all of the prints in here on that background. It is a very Lewis and Irene colour actually. Maybe we should just call it Lewis and Irene blue. But it actually goes together beautifully with the rest of the collection, and it's picked up in other prints. So we've also got this Thistly print. It's probably got a name as well. Celtic Dreams. No, it's not. It's just called 608. I wonder if that's a name. It probably does have a name. So you've got that one with this lovely, like a lavender purple. And I've just realised upside down because all my bees are flying upside down. So you've got, that's not very good, is it? So you've got thistles. And look, little Celtic knots, bees everywhere. It is a very real celebration of British flora and a little bit of fauna. I love that one. Right, and then we've got exactly the same print, but in the same colour, but a pale version of it. Same print, but in a pale version. But don't they look different if I put them next to each other? Look how different they look in the 2 prints. but they complement each other really well. So if you get the bundle and you've got half a metre of these, use them together in the same project because they do complement each other so well. When you see, when you see like tote bags in these really expensive shops, they will often pair prints together like this. It just looks gorgeous, doesn't it? Really nice to use one as an outer, one as a lining, or one for the base for something, or the top border, or a sashing, but they do work beautifully together. Loads of you are shopping ahead today. Not surprised, because you know what it's like. We've got so much new today that this is where you miss out. Then we've got the 2-colour print, but again it's in this Lewis and Irene Duck Egg Blue. And then finally in this collection we have the Celtic Knot Hexie, but in the lovely mauvey pink. So let me put them all together so you can see how well they go, because it's just a beautiful fact. I mean, although we've put these into bundles, the whole collection really goes together well. So if you got all 3 bundles, you would have the most stunning beginnings of your own Celtic quilt. If you like this colourway, and I think it's gorgeous, really lovely. It's just a bit different, and it's quite fresh as well. And I think with the Platinum Jubilee year, I think it's really nice that Lewis and Irene have designed something celebrating the British Isles and the flora and fauna within it. But isn't that lovely? So those are the 3 bundles. If you want to if you want to remember or recap on them, you can message me and I'll show them you again. studio@sewingstreet.com or on Facebook, and Hannah will read them out to me. Or just go onto the website, click on Watch Live. In case you missed the beginning because you're on Facebook, because we've got loads on pre-order, so just remind you, if you go onto the website and click on Watch Live and scroll down, then there are 2 columns. Today's show deals, that's everything that I've shown you and already spoken about. So those items. And then pre-order, those are the items that I haven't shown you yet. Now this is where you need to shop ahead, because we are selling fast this morning. I mean, all of this we will be shown today. It's not pre-order as in it will be available in a few weeks. It's pre-order today. We will be going through every one of these items today, but because we often sell out of things, we put everything on pre-order at the beginning of the day so that you don't miss out. Because we often get people who say, well, I logged in at 8, but I can't watch at 10. But you can get on and you can pre-order these things, because we have got a day of newness, a day of Janet Clare and a beautiful Constance Quilt. I love that. And the quilt kits, just to say, are limited edition, because Moda don't reprint those, and so she can't get them again. We've got her book. Remember, that quilt is also available as a pattern on its own. So if you've got your own fabric, you love the quilt, you can buy just the pattern. Love the field guide. You wait till you see inside it. It is so worth the money. And then new Kaffe, and extra wide. I'm thinking dress. But actually, I would absolutely love to have a Kaffe duvet cover, and that sateen is really soft and supple. Not all of them are. I think we've got 5 that are extra wide, and I'll be showing them at 10, but would just make amazing, wouldn't they? That is extra wide. So you'd need maybe 2 meters of that for your duvet cover. Not bad, is it? Look fantastic. They are lovely. That one's not extra wide. That's really stunning, isn't it? Because look at all the colours you get. And it just is. It's just Kaffe, isn't it? He always delivers. Always. And the florals are proving to be the most popular so far. We'll see at the end of the day, but so far the florals are proving to be the most popular. So don't miss out. Please do get ahead. That's extra wide. That's your summer maxi dress sorted, isn't it? Or do you know we did those trousers do you remember those trousers we did the other day? The cropped ones from the Sussex seamstress. Those. Yeah, can you imagine? Kimono, dressing gown. Yes. No, I'm thinking cropped wide leg trousers with a pale green, with an emerald green t-shirt. Gorgeous. And you see, if you want to get ahead, get your pattern, work out what you need, measure it all up, because some of them are extra wide. You don't need as much fabric. Look at the little sewing kits. Don't forget those, because they're only $19.99. You get everything in the pack. And you get the little charm pack. Only 2.5-inch squares. Absolutely gorgeous. So don't want you to miss out, because yes, and Hannah's going, well, we're looking forward to when you make your quilt pattern. We're looking forward to you bringing your quilt in, Hannah. Yeah, you might have to do your homework first, though. And then we've got sewing machines. Don't forget the Elna Excellent 720 Pro. That's the one that I've got my eye on. Absolutely lovely. And back in stock are the friction pens and the Prim iron, the mini steam iron, and also the light boxes. I'm going to be showing you how to use those at 12 o'clock. Anyway, that's pre-order. But because it's new today, the way forward is pre-order. Pre-order it all. Oh, I've lost a sticker. Miss it or miss out. Right, now, some of these are available by the ½ metre as well. Let's do the hexagons, because I love the hexagons. And I would... Half of stock of all of the colours of these is already gone. I would use these for EPP. But as a fabric on its own, it's brilliant. So 2 cushions from ½ metre. Gorgeous. Looks like you've patchworked them yourself, doesn't it? Put a bit of wadding behind and quilt them. Quilt round all the little squares. It's just stunning. But lovely, I think because of the hexes and the Britishness, lovely to make things for your sewing room. Nice sewing machine cover. Again, quilt it. You could even cover a little book with them, like an A5 notebook, would look beautiful. Right, this is about to sell out. So if you want it, there's only 5 metres remaining. You need to get it in your basket very, very quickly. I'm loving the hex. So I'll show you another hex. The next hex here has got a cream background. Only 4 metres remaining of that one. I am thinking little A5 notebook. You could write your little notes or your lists, your to-do lists. Make sure that you centre the hexie that you want on the front of it. Travel bag would be nice. Little passport cover, something to put your tickets. If you go on holiday up to the Highlands, look lovely, wouldn't it? Or, you know, you could keep it really simple. Make yourself a little zip purse or a cover, whatever, in cream, and cut these out and sew them on. You can make loads of them then. Jewellery pouches. If you make things for to sell, or whether you make them for charities, you could get some plain calico, make lots of things with that, and put these on the centre of each of them. Then you get absolutely loads then. About to sell out. Fronts of cards, just sew that onto a card. Lovely. And then the other one is over here, is the blue one with the duck egg blue background. Have we got any of this one left? Only 3 metres. 3 metres left, but 11 people wanting this in got this in their baskets. So if you want this one, be very quick. Just check out. Now look, remember, there's only one P&P a day. It's $3.95. You can check out as many times as you want. It's not, I know with some places when you check out, and then if you check out again, you've got to pay the P&P. What we do is we close the basket at midnight, and at that point the P&P is applied. So if you want something, don't think, oh, I'm going to keep it in my basket and wait to see what else I want. Check it out, then it's yours. If it's only in your basket, someone can come along and take it. Should we do the florals? I'm going to start with the cream. Have these got a name, Hannah? I'm sure, I bet they do. The SKU is CQUL72. Only 1 metre left of this one. But luckily, well, we did have loads of stock of this, but you were listening to the pre-order vibes. Hannah's pre-order vibes. Only a metre of that one left. The pre-order vibes. I really like this. I wonder if I don't think we're going to get this back in. Yes, but it's, what I don't understand is exactly the same as that one. Oh, okay, that's confused me because I'm sure that's exactly the same. So this is the same print, but it has the pale duck egg blue. 10 units, 10 half meters, so for only 5 meters of this one left. So if you want this one, you need to check out beautiful summer dress or just little blouse. Pin tuck blouse would look amazing in this with just a nice little cap sleeve. Gorgeous. Lovely with you know, this sort of weather, little blouse made from that with a pair of jeans. Gorgeous. If anyone would like to make me one, that would be great. I've run out of time now. I'm off on holiday the week after next, and that would look lovely. This one, yes. So same fabric, but with your really beautiful purple. It does. I'm sure they've been inspired by this whole platinum. They've called it blue. It's definitely purple. It is a purple end of blue end of purple. It's very Jubilee, isn't it? I mean, bees feel very British, don't they? And all that purple and the thistle and the heathers and the teasels. Gorgeous. I love that one. Actually, I think of this print, that's my favourite colour because it's so vibrant. Oh, I need a week off to make some clothes. I could do with a week off just to make some clothes. I want a blouse from that one. Same one, but we've got this print now in, yes. This is a sort of a pale lavender mauve. It's pinky. So if I put it next to this one, just so you can see, because we've also got it available in this colourway. I'll show you, I'll put that on the screen, just so you can see the difference. This is your more pale purple, and therefore this is more of a dusk, that's a dusky pink. And then the one I just showed you, that's what it looks like in the dark. So you've got dusky pink, lavender, purple. Okay, the one that I'm showing you now is dusky pink. That's the one that's in the graphics. Isn't that pretty? That's Hannah's favourite one. It's very soft and subtle and pretty. I mean, you know, maybe you just want to sort of, you want to zhuzh up the spare room a bit. So a couple little scatter cushions on a bed would look gorgeous with that, wouldn't it? And then you'd have to put a few drops of lavender oil on it, wouldn't you? Not there's any lavender in it, and I don't know what thistles smell like. That's what it does in Hannah's head. It smells like lavender. I wonder what thistles smell. I've never smelt a thistle. You probably shouldn't really. You would hurt your nose. And then this is the same print, but it is quite a grey purple. So that's why I'm saying kind of lavender colour with all the little bees and thistles. And I love the fact that if you look, where's my hand there? Here and there, look, you've got the little Celtic knots popped in as well. So if you wanted to do patchwork with these and just squares, you know, there are lots of areas that you could cut out as like a 3 or a 4 inch square and centre the prints on them. Will look really lovely. Love that. So, should we do the, these are the mono prints, so it's exactly the same print and design. Yes. Oh, we're doing the blue first, okay. Yes. Yes. But that's because it's exactly the same. Yeah, they're exactly the same, those two. Okay. Oh, should there be another colour? Ah, right. There should be another colour. Have we got a picture of it? Okay, we'll do it with the picture. So there is a blue version of that one. I wonder which colour that one is then. I wonder if it's probably this, it must be this colour. Okay, so that was the blue version. Right, so if you look at this print, you can see all of the different elements on it, of all the thistles. So look at that. This is exactly the same, but it's just in an outline. So this is where if you're buying two fabrics and you want maybe one as a lining or one as the handles or one as the binding, this goes beautifully because it's the same print but just with the single colour outline. So this one is your, actually it goes really nicely with the dusky pink, doesn't it? Goes nice. I buy that with that one. 47. But I mean, it goes beautifully with that one as well. But I think that's its almost exact match. Message. Morning, Rebecca. These are gorgeous designs. I've got two of the Celtic designs from Kaffe 2. Fab start to my day from Collector Most. I totally agree with you. They are gorgeous. Did I make my dress? Love your dress. Is the patchy dress you were making? Yes, it is. I know. I have been going on about it for ages. And that is because it took me ages. So I'm very excited. I just thought, oh, today, Janet Clare's on blue and white, half scale trials. Got to show off a bit as well. Shh, don't tell her. Fangirl. Got to show off. I might just go, oh, yeah. Just knock this up last night. Don't tell her. It's taken me weeks. Don't tell her. Fangirl. Right, then I've got the same in blue, this all over print. Oh, there's only 2 meters of that one left. So if you want 2 meters of that quickly. Actually, maybe I should just make my patchwork dress in every print I find then, because this would look nice, wouldn't it? Then in the neutral, this is like a natural linen. If I was to describe the colour, Hannah likes this one. But you see, don't they all look nice together, these mono prints? When you put all of the colours together in the monos, they work really well because the prints are all the same and the colour palette goes together. So you can either do something like match the print and the pattern together, do it that way, or you can mix the patterns together. Morning, Ian. Oh, 10 to 9. Paul was in at 5 to 8. It's funny, as they all come in, they often come and say hello to us, like clocking in. So those are the all over prints. Right, and then I think, yes, that's all of them. And then I've got the hexy crosses. That's not what they're called, but they're Celtic crosses, but like hexy. So this one is beautiful. Look at that. Yes. So this is like, it's purple, but it's like a periwinkle purple. Now, doesn't it look nice with that one? If you've bought that one already, I think they go together really well. Nice. Again, you can do things like you can match all of the same print together because they go really well. So it looks lovely with the dusky pink, and then it's also available as the neutral. But those three look lovely together, don't they? I think that's the only, those are the only 3 colours in those prints. So that's the purpley one, but it's really vibrant. That's gorgeous. Now look at the price of this. Remember, this is designer fabric. This is £6.99. So we have sort of quite set price bands for different sorts of fabric, but Lewis and Irene always just seems to come under a bit, £6.99, and it is designer fabric. So that's the purple one. Then we've got the pinky one, which is 50. So if you've bought one of the other fabrics, this is ideal to use as a match because these colours, because they're the purples and pinks and blues, they're quite specific colours. You might find them, if you want to match them with colours exactly, you might not find that easy with what you've already got. But with these go together beautifully. I mean, doesn't that look lovely with that one? But that, the dusky pink, this one that was Hannah's favourite, look, don't they go together well? So if you want colourways that go together, they are gorgeous. And it also goes then, oh, there's such a nice fabric. Those 3, look at those 3. Right, so that's that colourway. I think I've got in a right mess now. I did start folding it all up. And then finally in this collection is this lovely like linen, natural linen, but hexes and Celtic crosses all at the same time. Isn't that lovely? And then just around the outside, if we get in close, you can see we've got little spots. We've got little spots all the way around them as well. So that is the neutral colourway. So if you're thinking, I really want to make, because I've noticed, being as I'm a massive Pinterest follower, neutral quilts are really, really popular at the moment, where you get things like, now I must do this, log cabins all made in neutral fabrics. So rather than having your darks and your lights, they just make them all in neutral fabrics. They look absolutely stunning. So if you're thinking, I just want the neutral look, then those two go together really well. And then we've also got the hexie that comes in the neutral background as well. Aren't they lovely? Anyway, so there's loads of different ways that you can mix and match these fabrics together. What I would do is go onto the website and click on Watch Live. If you scroll down, you can see the individual photos. So whether you want to buy all of the same print or all of the same colourway, or you want all of the neutrals, or you want all the Celtic things, have a look there and mix and match. But just be aware that there are a lot of the prints that are now very, very low in numbers. Have we sold out of any of them, Hannah? Yes. When you go through it, refresh, because there are several that have sold out now. So have a look. Please do, well, not get ahead, but you know, as the day goes on and we've got more people will come in at 9 o'clock that weren't with us at 8 o'clock, they will then go in. So do check out, because you won't have to waste your postage, as in you won't have to pay it again. Don't put it in your basket and think, oh, I'll see what else I'm going to get later, because they just go. Right, now Hannah has put together a couple of little solid fabric bundles for you. So if you've bought one of these or two or three of these fabrics and you want some solid fabrics to go with them, we have got a solid purple bundle. So these are, you know, our quilting weight cotton, 44-inch width, same weight as the Lewis and Irene fabrics, will go together beautifully with them. So this is the solid fabric bundle. So now if I pick up, for example, the bundle that we had earlier, that was the purples bundle, and then if I put that with it, see? That goes really well. This is picking up all of the colours in that. So if you've bought some of the other fabrics, or you just like purples and you want the solid one, £11.37, that's a metre and a half, because you've got 3 half metres. And you think, well, I don't want to use these for linings. These are only going on the outsides. Or like I was suggesting, maybe you want to applique parts on, particularly like the hexes, then this pack will go with it. So if you want to pop that in your basket, if you've bought any of the other fabrics, it will mix and match with all of them. So even if you've bought the light bundle from earlier, this one, then those will go again with them, because it picks up all the purples in it. You see, that will go with it. So it's just quite a nice way, is if you want some solid fabrics, that we've put those together, because they do pick up the colours, and it's only £11.37. And it also goes with the bundle that's got the blues in it as well. It's got the blues, because look at that one. That one goes, look at the match there. Beautiful, isn't it? So anyway, if you want those, they are there. We need to talk about the competition. Oh, sorry, there's a green bundle as well, and then I'll talk about the competition. This just will pick up, it will pick up like the greens. So when you look at the greens that you've got maybe in this one, it will just highlight and pick up those. Obviously it doesn't go with all of the fabrics, because not all of them have got green in them. But you know, when you want a bit of a highlight, because it's always interesting when you put one colour, how it changes the colour of the next one. So if I put that colour there, you know, that makes this go dark and that makes it go light. So this is really if you just want to pick up, the greens, maybe you want a little border or a little trim, or maybe you've made something, you want little cornerstones, just something plain. These green ones will go with the greens that are in the bundle. And £7.58 for 2 half metres. Chartreuse and what? Moss. I thought you said nos. Chartreuse and moss. That's what it is. Now all of my bundles are now all very mixed up. I've got really confused. Can we do the competition? Okay. Oh, am I going to be moving over? I can. I need to just move my ruler. So, anyway, if you have been shopping with us already in May, you will know that we have a competition. That every day, you shop every day in May, and there is a new prize every single day. Why is that on low battery? I don't know. So, anyone, doesn't matter what you buy, whether it's a whole quilt kit or a friction pen, you will be entered in the prize draw to win the prize. And there's a new prize every single day. Today's prize, oh wow, this is a fantastic prize. Look at all this thread. We have got 15 reels of thread, and there's 500 meters in every thread. This is absolutely lovely. This is your Cosmo thread. It's Egyptian long staple cotton. Beautiful, beautiful quality. It's Japanese. It's absolutely lovely. It is really your top quality quilting and sewing thread. It's 50 weight, so exactly the same weight as your normal thread, so you can use it for sewing, quilting, hand sewing, piecing, dressmaking, whatever. The colours that we've got, should I lay them? No, I'm trying to just work out the best way to see it. Like that. Let me show them all in a little row. So you've got lots of neutrals, and then you've got a really sort of nice gentle colour palette. So you've got neutrals and golds and blues, but it's fantastic, and you only have to do is shop 15 reels, 500 meters, top quality Egyptian long staple cotton thread. It's Cosmo. If you've heard of Cosmo thread, you will know it's gorgeous. So one person will win all of that. Right, now of all the many, many lovely new things today that you may want to shop for, I'm just going to give you a little sneak preview. These will be coming up at 10 o'clock. These are your Kaffe brand new extra wide backings, already on pre-order and already going. It's another hour before I'm going to be showing them, and I don't want you to miss them. Just wanted to give you a little sneak preview. Oh, look at that one. Look at that. Big flowers. Love that one. Gorgeous. Oh, I do need to actually open that one up a little bit because you need to see the beauty. Look at that. Extra wide. When it comes to 10 o'clock, if there's any left, I'll show you them. I'll get Hannah, my glamorous assistant, out, and we will show you them all. And look at that one. I'll show them what they look like, but they're sateen, so they're 100% cotton, but it's the finish, absolutely soft and beautiful. So coming up is Janet Clare in a couple of minutes' time. So excited. She is going to be demonstrating how to make the beautiful Constance Quilt, inspired by Constance Spry, the renowned florist, flower arranger. There are two different colourways. They are limited edition. We won't be getting these. She won't be getting these back. So she will be with us a couple of minutes' time. She's going to show us how to do that, and we're also going to be looking at her beautiful field study book. Don't go anywhere. Spend the break to get ahead and pre-order so that you on the pre-order so that you don't miss out. And I'll see you back here with Janet in a couple of minutes' time.
Hello, I'm Kerry from Living in Loveliness, and I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street team. I'm based in Wolverhampton, and I absolutely love working with fabulous fabrics. In particular, I love working with fat quarters and showing you how to get the most from your scraps. I love bringing communities of sewists together and encouraging people to sew for greater causes. Most recently, we have been sewing for our NHS and key workers. I look forward to bringing you hints, tips and techniques. I'll see you soon.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day. In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 73 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in to our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 till 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So, you never have to spend a minute without us. Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Morning, welcome welcome back to Sewing Street. Who's excited? Janet Clare's here. Morning, Janet.
Good morning.
Lovely to see you.
And you.
No, we've had a lot of people asking about this quilt.
It's really lovely to hear that people are excited about it.
Well, it's gorgeous, isn't it?
Thank
Absolutely
you.
gorgeous.
It's a really nice little project, actually. It's complicated enough so you've got something really lovely to motivate you. There's just enough sort of challenge in so you feel a real sense of achievement
when you've done it. So those are the graphics here on this in the screen, £124.99. That's the blue one. It is available in two colourways. There's the blue and the cream, and there's the botanicals. Because we've just had a lot of you asking, that's the one that's on the screen at the moment. So, Janet, how did you get into quilt? How did you get into all of this then? So I met you a few years ago in the long immigration queue at Houston.
5-6 years ago, probably.
Yes.
Must have been. Well, I've always been artistic, and I went to art school. And my mum's a quilter, and everyone was knitting and crocheting and painting. Quite a creative household growing up. And I used to be a knitwear designer.
Did you? No, I didn't know that. You see, I know all about the fabric because I love the fabric. But I didn't know that you were a knitwear designer.
Yeah, I used to do, well, I say knitwear, but it's really, I used to design the cloth and the stitches and the ferrules and intarsias and cables and things like that. I worked with an agent in London. Yeah. And that was very sort of fashion deadlines, very, very fast moving. And you had to keep up with all the colour. Oh yeah, it was great. You had to keep up with all the colour trends and all the predictions. And anyway, I was gradually teaching myself to quilt as a hobby.
Oh, okay, so the knitwear in the day, quilt by night.
Because I don't like doing nothing.
I
like to be doing something all the time.
Well, I fall asleep. Do you find that?
It's so frustrating. I sit down and think, right, I really want to watch this, and if I'm not doing something...
Yeah, no, I fall asleep. I've missed so many dramas, so I have to crochet at the same time so I don't miss it.
It's not just me. So then I had the boys, and I was at home, so I was doing more of my hobby. And then I'm just such a designer. I just really like to create something that doesn't exist. But you have such a distinctive style
that is just yours.
That's a real compliment, thank you. But that's something that you really have to work on as a designer, that you have to trust, your own opinion.
So do you have to rein it in to stay in that, or is that just you?
For the things with the Moda fabric, there's definitely a groove that I designed to.
Right, okay.
So I'm thinking of the customer for that. But for my own things, and we're going to talk about the book later, for my own things, then I can do whatever I like. So I've got the best of both, really, I think.
So when did you start working with Moda? How did that relationship happen? Because that's a big deal, isn't it?
About 10 years ago.
Okay.
So I actually sent them real drawings in the post. I just sent them cold. Yeah.
Like an author, like sending in a first book to a publisher.
Yes.
A manuscript.
Yes, and they, of course, didn't get a reply. And then my husband said I had to phone them, so I was like, no, just exactly that. I was just
Did you go, big girl pants, big girl pants?
Yeah, it was terrifying. But of course, she was flabbergasted to hear from me. And then she went back and looked at my drawings again, and then she luckily said that there was something there that she could work on. And so here we go. I do 2 collections a year. Usually they don't give me any sort of colour trends or predictions. I can do what I like, which is a real luxury. And then every now and again they do say we are looking for somebody to do whatever, and then I get that. So that's how the botanicals came about.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's interesting. So they, yes, because this moves away from the blue, doesn't it?
It does, but they do have all of my books, and I think they were looking for somebody who would be drawing and doing watercolour type sketches.
Yes, okay.
And the idea, the brief that they set me was as if a field, like a field guide, a field notebook. Somebody has gone out and they're doing little doodles when they're out and about. So that was the feel that they wanted, and they wanted a soft, grey, neutral sort of charcoal colour palette.
Okay, and then that is the brief.
That is the brief. And then from there, I can do whatever I like.
And when you submit a collection, how many do you have to submit? How many designs?
There's 6 or 7 in a collection usually. But they can't all be really big, exciting,
so they
bold
have to
ones.
be,
You have to do like a spot and a stripe.
But do you have to give them a few to choose from?
No.
Oh, that's good.
I just turn in.
So there's your 7.
There's your 7. And they can say yes or no. Usually they'll say no, but yes if you do X, Y, Z.
Okay, right.
They're pretty, you know, they're amazing really
And what's
to
your
work with.
favourite collection?
I don't know. I mean, I've got to have a soft spot for the first one, haven't I? Heart of Good Wishes. That was the first one I did, and I do revisit that seaside theme.
I love that
coastal
one.
theme.
More Hearty
Thank
Good
you.
Wishes was my first, the
Thank
first one
you.
that I used,
Thank
which is similar, but absolutely lovely.
Yes, they're all supposed to be exactly the same but completely different. That's the brief. And it's true, if you go into your favourite clothes shop,
Yes.
you know, you want the, I mean,
There's a style that
there's
you're
a
after.
style that you're after.
And if it's not, and sometimes they change.
Yeah,
and
you
then
get
it's
very-
really upsetting, isn't it?
Yes,
It happened to Jigsaw. I used to shop in them, other shops are available, all the time. And then they suddenly changed.
I know, and
I'm
it's-
wearing the
it-
little cardigans
I know,
that I
you
used
go
to
in
buy.
there for that one thing to replace, and it's like a TV show. You know, you want, when you're
Yeah.
tuning in, you want
There's a
Sewing
point.
Street, you
Yeah.
want to see sewing. You
Yes.
don't expect them to suddenly go off and do something
No, I know,
else.
and it's disappointing, isn't it, when you think,
So-
well, they've changed, they've
Yeah.
changed.
So there you go. My fabric needs to look like me, and that's the trick of it.
But what is lovely is it only belongs to you. So you know, and that's really nice, isn't it?
That's-
Because it is so distinctive.
Thank you. I work hard at that, and it's very encouraging to hear that
It's
people
beautiful, it's
recognise
beautiful. And
it.
I like the fact that even your plain fabrics aren't plain.
No, because I turn in a sheet of watercolour paper that I've painted.
Oh, I wondered how you did that.
And so they make multiple
'Cause
screens
the fabrics
to build
that
up
are
the
in this
texture.
kit-
Yeah, they're very textured.
Yeah, if we take the,
Let's have a rummage through.
yeah,
have a
open that
look.
one out because you've got the nice overhead.
I've got the overhead.
So if you haven't seen Janet's fabrics before, even if you look at her plain fabric, so if you look at the blue one, well, and then we'll
Go
go
on
through
then.
the kit. There we go.
Yeah, just
Can we
get
get a
it out, have a
close up
good
on
look.
that one, Charlie? Actually, I might even
Yeah,
open
open it up a bit more.
because then you can see. Well, it makes me think of denim.
Yes, it is indigo. So I do
Like
use
so-
indigo ink, but it's quite subtle.
It is, but it's plain, but it's not plain. But
Plain,
it
but
looks
it's
like
not plain.
it's like sort of a pair of denim jeans where you've got some bits that
Yeah.
are slightly lighter than others.
And you can use the reverse side as well, which is
Oh,
even
wow.
softer. It looks blotchier when it's in yardage. When
Right.
it's cut up, it's just very subtle.
It is very no, it's beautiful.
Thank you. So I use the reverse of my fabrics a lot.
So if you've bought any of Janet's range, like say the Astrid range that we've had, or the blue, or we've had the blues, these will all go together. That's the joy of it, isn't
They
it?
all do. They really do. And because I keep the colour palette quite consistent, and then I'll pop in another one to sort of liven it up.
Yeah, okay.
And all it is, the difference will be a different dye lot, because obviously they're made at different times. And then the cream is textured as well.
So in this kit, you get
You get all the yardage to make the full top, so the binding as well.
Right.
You get the full colour pattern.
right. Okay,
There's the pattern.
Pattern.
And you get lots and lots of bond web.
lots of bond web.
Lots and lots
Well,
of
it's
bond
really
web.
nice that you get everything, isn't it? So what?
Yes.
So you don't get the wadding and the backing.
No, because that's such a
Yeah,
personal.
that's fine.
Yeah, that's a personal choice. So you have got 2¼ yards of indigo fabric here, and then 3 yards of the cream. And then
Okay.
you can make the whole top. And we always do our maths with a good 10% extra, so you've got plenty.
Fantastic.
You've got
Right.
plenty. And
So
then
that's the blue. I'll show.
this is the blue and the cream.
That's the blue and the cream. I'll show you the botanicals one over here, only because I've got it as well.
This is the one that I made first, the blue and the
So
cream.
this is the botanicals. It's just the centre of it. It's exactly the same as the blue and cream one.
But that one's my favourite, actually.
I love this.
I think it's just really
I've got
pretty.
it. Upside down.
That's all right. It
There we
doesn't
go.
actually
Oh, well,
matter
only because I
that
can
much.
see
you
through
can see
it.
where the
I can see the way the
are.
flowers are grown. So that's the botanicals. So you can see how the background is all like an ivory, and then you've got these gorgeous. I love the squares in it. They're like a really mottled, gentle charcoal.
I was marbling to get that, and I wanted it to be like the feathers on a bird or some
Okay, yes, yeah.
very soft sort of textures.
Yeah, it does look feathery, doesn't it?
And there's a little text print.
And there's a
that you
text
were
print. I'll show
liking.
you the kit. Let me just put that gently to one side. So the kit also comes in a gorgeous bag. These things are very important.
They are, and not everyone has their own dedicated space. And when
No.
you're making something, you can put it all the way in the bag, or you
Exactly.
can give it as a present in a bag, or you can just walk around the shops carrying your
Yes,
new
pretending that
lovely
you are
tote
Janet
bag.
Clare.
Yes.
Go, yes, that's me. I am Janet Clare. Did you not know that? Because it says on my bag. So in the botanicals, you get all of these fabrics. So these are all from the range. You get this gorgeous text print, which is exactly the same quilt. It's just the different colourway. This is Janet's handwriting.
It is.
It's like a greeny charcoal, isn't it? Has that got a name?
No.
That's quite cool.
Well, I probably did name it because I get to name the colours when I'm doing it, but I would be mixing paint.
Right. It's sort of a greeny grey, isn't
yes,
it?
Yes, it's a really warm. Yes,
Yeah.
there would have been yellow in there. I start with the Payne's grey, so there's quite a lot of yellow in the grey, and it's quite warm. And there's not a real black, it is charcoal.
Yeah, it's beautiful, isn't it? And then you get a lovely spot.
Oh yeah, that's a little speckle. So
Just
the colours
speckles.
change all the time through that as well.
You've
it's
got
not
like
all
blues.
just one tone.
No, there's blues and greys. I love that one.
These little ditsies are my favourite thing to design. They're called ditsies. They're the little blenders, and because I do lots of applique, they're the ones that I sort of reach for quite a lot. So they're my favourite to design.
I love these. Who is it? Jason Yenter calls them his go-withs.
Oh, he's Go-With.
Go
That's
Withs.
a good name.
I love that. I was watching a video of a YouTuber of him, and he goes, and these are the go-withs. I thought, I love that.
Go-Withs.
It's a
right,
go-with.
there you go.
Yeah.
We're adopting that.
My go-withs. And I thought, yeah, because they go with.
They go with. It's obvious. There's
So the same. This
little
is
leaves.
the same quilt as the blue and white one, but with the blue and white cream one, you get blue and cream. With this one, you
This
get
one
the
you
other
get
one.
much
so
more
you
variety.
get another ditzy, but in a paler version.
Much more variety of where you put the prints.
You've got the plain that isn't plain. Plain that isn't plain. In this, I love this colour.
Thank you. Again, that's all mottled as well, so it's quite subtle, comes in and out. Yeah, I think
Gorgeous.
because I hand paint, I want the fabric to have that sort of feeling. See, the background to the leaves, that's not a solid colour either.
No,
that
not at
comes
all.
in and
No,
out.
it's very organic, isn't it?
Like, that's the marble. Yes, yes.
Really
thank you.
is.
Yeah,
Look,
that's the
it
marble.
does look like feathers.
That's what I was going for. I
Yeah.
was dropping ink on shaving foam in a cat litter tray.
Obviously.
I work so hard.
Yes, cat litter tray, shaving foam. Maybe you should have called it that.
Yes, catchy name.
It makes exactly the same size as the one that's on the wall. It's just the sample I was showing was just part of it. It does make it, and
Just
then
the centre,
you've got
yeah.
obviously all the background is this beautiful botanic print. Oh, just my flowers
All
are
the
falling
little
down.
wild flowers.
All the little and all hand drawn. These are all hand illustrated. In this kit as well, obviously, are full instructions for making the design. It's all in there, and the bonder web as well. So everything that you need is in there. It comes beautifully packaged. The bag that has the blue one. Yes. Oh, what, this the one that we've just shown? Okay, so I'm just going to quickly go through the blue and the cream one for you. So again, you get it in Janet's bag. And in this you get, so it's exactly the same as the other one, but you just get two fabrics. So you get the beautiful, what's the name for this then when it changes colour like that?
I just call it texture.
Textured
yeah.
ocean navy.
Yeah, it's indigo ink,
Indigo.
and I painted a watercolour sheet with it, so it comes in and out.
So there's lots of this, isn't
and
there?
the cream, yes, there's lots and lots and
There's
lots of
lots.
it, and it's really, really
Loads
nice
of it.
quality fabric.
It is beautiful.
So that one is the one that's on the wall. That's the sample that I've completely finished. Is indigo and cream, and it's actually really striking.
And it is really nice to sew
Really
with.
striking and bold. It's beautiful to sew with.
And then the cream one,
The cream
it's the same. It obviously you won't be able to see on the screen as the real texture, as the blue shows up better. When you get it home, you will see it. So you get there's loads of it, and then obviously you get all the bonder web that you need, which is very important. All the bonder web and full instructions as well. So everything you need is in there. All comes beautifully packaged in this bag. There's a picture of the finished quilt in situ. Is that on your bed?
Yes, it's actually it's more like a bed topper. It looks lovely
Okay.
on the back of the sofa.
So it's a
or-
61-inch square finish.
Yes. It's a nice size to make, because if you make a lot
Yes.
of quilts, you're thinking, well, there's only so many bed quilts I want to make. That is a really lovely size because you can snuggle under it. It looks lovely on the bed. It looks lovely on the back
Well,
of
it's
the
manageable
sofa.
to hand quilt, but also,
Yeah.
yes, it will just sit on top of the bed,
Sit
which is
on
quite
top.
nice. And it looks
Layer
beautiful
up.
there, doesn't it?
Thank you.
So both kits makes exactly the same quilt, same size, same everything. It's just you have different colourways, and obviously in the botanics you get more prints, but in the cream and the blue, and you just get more fabric.
More varieties.
More varieties.
More varieties.
We do also have the pattern on its own, just the pattern. So if you've got your own fabric stash, on the back of the pattern it tells you everything that you need.
It would look pretty in floral colours, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would. And you can do
piece.
2 colours,
Yeah,
or
so
like
you
with the
could-
botanic, you can do several.
Yeah, rainbow out, or do that in different
Red and
quadrants,
white.
red and white. You can do whatever you like. And
Mm.
of course, with all these patterns, they don't have to stay on the quilt. So if you want to use some of the florals to make some
that's
cushions
true.
and things, you can.
Yeah, it's all there,
because
isn't
you've got
it?
the templates there. To use again, and this piecing, they're 1-inch finish, so they're just really nice. Concentrate, practice your skills, and get that really beautiful, intricate finish,
lovely.
which offsets the loose
Yes.
spray of the floral.
Yeah, no, it's a really nice composition, isn't it? I love that.
Thank you.
Yes. Oh, sorry. So before we come to the demo, I just want to mention the book, because I want you to get ahead and pre-order. There's loads and loads of you checking out with that, but I don't want you to miss out on it. So a field guide, we will have a flick through in a minute. They're all signed. All signed. Let me just check.
That might not be signed.
Maybe
that
this is the only
'cause I
one that's
brought it
not
with
signed.
me.
They will all be signed. We will have a look through this with Janet in a minute, and she's bought all the projects from it. Loads have gone on pre-order, but I just wanted you to see that to get ahead. I'll just give you a little sneak peek. I'm going to show you the ones that I really like. Just quick. I like, this is the bird one that I've got on my desk. Look. Just a quick sneak peek. Quick sneak peek. I'm just going to, let me...
The books are great fun.
Another bird one. Bird cushions. And there's quilts in here. Lots and lots of different things. Loads and loads and loads. Loads and loads. But I will share all the templates as well. We'll have a proper look at it in a minute, but please do check out. I don't want you to miss out. Right. So, Janet, where do we start with the quilt?
Right, so you would actually start with the piecing in the
Okay.
centre here. And then you've got that, that's all done. And then what you're going to do is you're going to cut these 4 long borders, which is where your flowers will sit. So I'm ignoring the piecing for now. I'm going to demonstrate the applique and talk about how you do the positive and negative space, how
But I
you
like
work
all
out
the
how to
diagram,
lay
how
it.
you've broken it down so you can see how it
It's
all
all
joins together. No,
exploded out.
beautiful instructions.
Thank you. Yeah, so my husband writes the patterns from
Oh,
my notes.
does he?
Because if they make sense to him, then they make sense.
Right, okay.
And also, he says, well, why did you do that then? And it makes you think, well, why did I do
Right.
that in that order?
Okay.
But you could just cut these long borders and do the applique. But the applique feeds off that centre, and actually, even though it's all straight lines, it looks like a circle, doesn't it? You can see on the TV.
Yeah,
you
yeah,
can see
no, definitely
it
looks
gets
like a
that circular
circle.
effect.
Yeah.
So what you want to do is you're going to dip into these corner squares with some of your florals just to break it up.
Okay.
So that's why you piece that first. But the pattern has got really, really detailed
Oh yes, it's really broken.
pictures, instructions. It's gone through the graphic designer. So it's all professionally printed. So you've got everything you need.
Yeah, you can tell you're a quilt maker as well as a fabric designer because it all makes sense,
It
doesn't
makes
it?
sense. I don't actually do that much sewing anymore. You'd think for somebody whose job it was, I'd do a lot more, but I get to do a big variety of things.
But you've got your background there, so it's fine.
I've got the
you know what you're
background
doing.
is there. I've got the basics. I'm not very
Well-
technical actually. My seams. My last step in all the patterns is don't point out your mistakes. And I did not make that sample. I made the grey one. I made the
Okay.
botanicals one. My piecing is not spot on accurate, and I've taught so many people over the years, and they get so worried about the piecing has
Botanicals.
to be completely accurate, and actually it doesn't. It doesn't. The effect is there. I'm not going to point out my mistakes.
No, but I don't
you know,
think.
the
I think
effect
you're
is
the only
there.
person who notices. And
Oh, my-
also, once it's quilted,
It only matters when it's under your needle on
Yes.
the machine. Once it's off your machine. So what I always say is you do the best you can, but you don't let that get in the result in the way of you enjoying
And
it.
also, I think once you quilted it and washed it and it shrinks slightly, you don't notice it anymore.
It will quilt out, and it's never that flat again. You're not going to hang if you hang yours on your wall, it's probably on your landing, and you're not going to be up close. And if you're snuggled under it, then you're just worried about it's warm and it's comfortable.
I always think you should try and get them to match.
Try.
So there's an attempt, and that's about as good as it gets.
And it's very satisfying when they do.
Yes, and then when they don't, hey ho.
They don't. But with the 1 inch seam, so it helps if you starch your fabric, because then the fabric is really settled.
What do you use?
I just use a spray starch.
Okay.
And my council recycled the spray can, so it's not actually as bad as you think it might be to use. And what you do is, we use a 1/4 inch seam allowance if you do a scant 1/4 inch seam allowance. So you sew within the seam allowance. So you less than a 1/4 inch seam allowance.
Right.
Then when the fabric is pressed, folded, then you've got that little bit extra to hit the 1/4
Okay,
inch
and that's for the small piecing.
for the small piecing.
Right.
But honestly, doesn't matter.
So if you go
Doesn't
just
matter.
a couple of fabric threads less
And
than the
just,
quarter.
yes, that's it, exactly. They call it a scant 1/4 inch. There'll be loads of demos on it, but I really genuinely don't worry that much.
Okay.
Just enjoy your
Well, I
sewing.
suppose it just takes that, because you lose a little bit, don't you, when you press it? So that's...
Yes, and I always press my seams open, and my long armour likes that, because the quilting is then as flat as it can be, rather than bulky.
I know there's always a big discussion, open to one side, open to one side.
Up to one side, and then you do one row one way and one the other, and you spin all your seams, and I haven't got the brain bandwidth for that. I just press open.
Yeah, so just do it how you want to do it.
Do it how you
I
open.
think it
It's
looks
really, really flat.
beautifully neat. Beautifully
Thank you.
neat.
Thank you. Right, so you've got this centre built, and what you're going to do is you're going to start building up all of these little bits. That's that's the square there around that centre block. So there's the centre block. So with these panels here, what you're going to try and do is actually soften and cover that whole area. Okay, so first of all, shall I carry on?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay,
No, I'm just listening. You carry
You're
on.
listening intently.
I'm listening intently.
I'm
in my head, I've made the circle. I'm on to the next one.
You're on the next one. So here are your templates. Now you can do however many sort of tulips and flowers and things as you like. I would spend quite a lot of time tracing them and iron them onto fabric, so you've got plenty to start scattering around and playing with.
Or just copy exactly what you did.
Or just copy exactly what I did.
That's what I would do.
All you're going to do is you're going to take your bond web. Mine's a bit that's been in the bottom of my sewing bag. Yours will be crisp and beautiful. And you're literally just going to trace. You can use a biro, a pencil, anything you like, and you can be as careful as you want to be. So trace, 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 and if you're doing them all in the same fabric, you can get them really close together. You don't have to leave seam allowances around it or anything like that, because of course you're ironing it all to a piece of fabric. So just draw whatever you can. What I find I do is, you know, when you've got the quilt patterns, and mine are exactly the same, because you're cutting list, like cut 3 billion cream squares. I always get really bored. I just want to cut enough so that I can get going. And I'm a bit like this with the applique as well. So all you're going to do is, I've traced loads and loads and loads, and then you're going to cut it out just roughly around. So you've got lots of flowers and leaves and bits. Just cut them roughly around. Don't cut into it like I've just done. And then you iron that to the reverse of your fabric. So the charcoal grey, you're going to iron it to the reverse. Okay, so you've done all that, and then as by magic, I have a lot here. Now mine's the indigo and cream.
Okay.
Right.
So if you're doing the botanicals, you just choose which prints you fancy.
Flowers, yes, and you have to be careful how you're cutting that border strips with the botanicals fabric, because you want the wildflowers, they're directional. But it's in the pattern, it tells you what dimensions to cut.
So in the botanical bundle, you get the instructions, the bonder web, and then you get all of these botanical friends.
Fabrics. It tells you how to cut so that you can cut those side panels. It's even got a little warning triangle on it, and it tells you so that you've got the dimensions right, so that you can make sure that those wildflowers are still staying directional.
But when you're doing the applique, you can choose what you do with which.
Yes, you've got all those charcoal greys, and you can choose a variety. So we've got lots of bits here to play with, and you really are going to play. Now, if you've got a design wall, or you can somewhere where you can step back, it will help you a lot. But you can definitely do it on your ironing board or your ordinary work table, and just take a photo every now and again, because that gives you that sort of separation.
Yeah, it's easier to see when things are not in the right place.
Yes, also is that named after Constance Quilt? So it's supposed to be like a loose, informal arrangement. So there you go. So you just start laying out, and there is no wrong here. There's no wrong. If it looks nice to you, it is.
I guess as long
nice.
as it fits onto the piece of fabric.
Yeah, there's no wrong at all. It's up to you what you do. As you said, there is enough photographs in the pattern for you to see. But what you want to do actually is make the pieces so that they have the negative space around them is as nice to your eye as the actual applique itself.
Yes.
So you can, just by changing the direction of these leaves, you can think, well, do I want it to flow like that? Do I want one to...
Okay.
You can really, really change it. You can make them go up. So you can spend hours playing, and I did. And it was a very, very nice afternoon at work. And then you just start, well, I'm going to have a tulip at the end of that maybe. So maybe I'll match it and have a tulip there. And then you start thinking, well, what can I fill in? You see, if you put them there, it all starts looking a bit crowded.
Right, so it's nice to separate them.
So
Don't
just
forget
separate
this kit.
them in.
This kit is available on split pay as well. So the full cost for the kit is £124.99. But if you want to spread the payments interest-free, you can pay two payments of £62.49. That's one now. Your kit will be sent to you straight away, and then another one in a month's time. It won't cost you any extra. And when you get to the checkout, you can choose which you do. But just to make you aware, if you want to buy the kit and spread the payments a bit for either of them, it's two equal payments of £62.49.
Okay, there you go. So I'm just happily moving things about. And dotting these little dots are really nice because they'll just break up any little spaces you've got.
Okay.
So you can see how easy it is. All your shapes with the fusible web on the back, the bond web, they're very, very stable and able for you to move about.
Okay.
Okay, then what you've got to do, in an ideal world, you will have done this without needing to move it too much. So I do a lot of this on the ironing board itself. All you're going to do is you're going to start from a centre point, and you're going to fold it over your finger. You're going to scratch the paper away, and then you can take that paper away, because that's where the glue is. That's where the glue, because it's double-sided sticky tape for fabric, this fusible web. And then when you're ironing, I'm not going to put the iron on. There you go. You just put it where you want it, and then you press that piece in place. Okay, and then you sort of creep out.
Okay.
So you don't lose your space. So then you've got everything fused in place, and it will not lift. Once it's on, it's on. Okay? So when you've done that, you can then decide how you're going to sew. So I need to go to get my sewing machine ready. So there you go. That's all nice, straightforward.
Okay.
Very, very simple.
So you've got them all pressed into place.
You've got them all pressed into place, which will take you a little bit of time.
Yeah.
But it will be quite nice.
It's interesting because all these panel seams have disappeared.
Yes, you can't see them,
No,
can you?
I was like, where are we?
Where are they?
Where are we working? Because they've gone.
So I would have done that spray first.
Yeah.
And then you go across and do the other. You know, just work it out like that. But there is a big, I can't even see it now. There's a big square there.
Oh, yes. But it's disappeared.
It does
I think because
disappear.
the fabric is so sort of textured,
It disappears.
you don't really see it. You see it less than if it was a plain fabric, strangely.
So here you go. So here's one that I was preparing earlier. It's very satisfying having all these samples around, isn't it? It's just like, and if by magic.
Oh, here it is.
Here it is. So this again is indigo and cream. So I really like to do free motion sewing.
Okay.
It's my favourite technique to do, and it makes this fusible applique so quick because the free motion is fast. And also you haven't got meticulous control over it, so you've still got a bit of life and energy in your sewing, and I think it really shows up. But if you like other stitches on your machine, there's no reason why you couldn't do a tiny little satin stitch or that invisible applique stitch where it just drops in and, you know, just catches the end, doesn't it? Stitches along, catches him. Or you can do hand sewing, so
now,
you can
just
applique over it.
Sorry, Jack, a quick stock update. There are more people in there are more people who have the blue and cream kit in baskets than we've actually got in stock.
Oh dear.
So those of you who have it in your baskets, if you want it, you need to check out quickly. Remember, it won't affect your post and package. You can still order as many times as you want, but the one that's hanging behind Janet that she's demonstrating with the blue and the cream, indigo and cream, sorry, more in baskets. So you need to check out or you're going to miss out.
Well, it's lovely that people like it.
Of course they do.
Right,
it's
so
beautiful.
Thank you. So I'm going to show you a quick sort of buttonhole idea for the applique. For those of you who like sitting and sewing, just like we said, keep your weight when you're watching the telly.
I know it's so much easier, although subtitles are tricky.
You can't watch anything with the subtitles.
No.
So I've just come up from the back and I'm going to do a buttonhole. So I'm going to keep the thread across and I'm going to go in, keep the thread underneath that needle. I'm sure you all know how to do a buttonhole. But the thing is that I do free motion, it's in the instructions, but there's no reason for you to do that. If you're not going to enjoy it, then you do the method that you like. And actually, if you do very heavy machine quilting on top, there's an argument to say you don't even need to secure the applique, because as long as it's caught in enough places, it won't
come off.
It depends how much it's going to be used, how much it's going to be washed, all the rest of it.
I guess also if you do free motion, then it will fray slightly and that gives it a really nice look, doesn't it, when you wash it?
It does fray slightly.
So we run single figures for this quilt kit, single figures, and loads of you with it in your baskets. We have got a little bit more stock of the botanicals, but not a lot. Right, let's see if I set the machine up properly, shall we? User error. So here we go. I have my machine. So we've got about 10 minutes left on this one before we move on to the book, Janet. Just to give you an update.
Where does it go?
I don't know. Just disappears.
The time just vanishes. So same applies. So I've got a bit of bond wadding behind here. You wouldn't. You will have yours. I've done that just to give it a bit of stability for demo purposes because it's flimsy. But you will be sewing straight through like that. You will need to do some practicing just to make sure that your tension is set up right. Okay, I'm going to put my wadding behind just because it keeps it nice and firmer. You can see what I'm doing a bit better. I've got my feed dogs down, I've got my darning foot on, and I have got I think it's dark grey thread, but you would have a navy thread through, or you could be brave and have a contrasting thread.
You could.
You could win the prize today and keep switching your thread colours.
In fact, that prize today would be ideal for this, wouldn't it? It's nice.
It would be good fun. Right, let me do a practice actually first. She said, let's follow my own advice, shall I, and do a practice first.
So do you always stitch within the shape as well?
I stitch, what I do is when I'm drawing that, I'm going to draw a leaf, but when I draw or a tulip, I will draw a tulip on the tulip.
Okay.
That's how I sort of think of it. So I'm not worried about doing a seam allowance, and I'm not worried about really catching the edges down. I'm trying to add something to it.
Yes, that makes sense. You're embellishing it.
I'm embellishing it, and you can put as much detail in as you like. Okay, let's just check this sewing machine, and this will be user error if it doesn't work. Because I saw this machine for the first time at 7 o'clock this morning, and it's playing very nicely.
It's a very, very user-friendly machine, and machine embroiders really well.
Yep, there you go. So I'm just going to write my name, just playing with it. So this is always a really good idea, just to have a little play on some sample cloth, because that's where you want the mistakes to happen. You don't want them to, and it even cuts my thread for me. There you go. Right, so let's draw a tulip on a tulip, shall we? So what you're just really going to think about is adding some character to it. So it's got two purposes. You're actually securing the applique to the background, but also you're going to just try and add something to your sewing.
So could you do this when you're quilting it rather than when you're putting it together?
Or
do you need to do it when you're assembling?
You would have to have a plan.
Right, you'd need a plan though.
You would have to have a plan, and when you're machine quilting you would go over the background as well, because you're adding texture.
Oh yes, that's true.
So then you would have to decide, you would have to decide whether you're going to have the navy thread showing on the cream background, or cream thread on the navy
so it's
flowers,
probably better to do it this way.
Or something completely different, like variegated thread might work, so it was coming in and out. Or you would do lots of swapping thread, which is quite boring, isn't it?
That's true. So
it's
probably
quite
not
boring.
then.
I probably wouldn't.
No.
So you're just going to, I'm not too worried, actually I've got the machine going on a bit fast for while I'm talking. You're not really worried about catching the exact end. What I'm trying to do, as I say, is stitch a tulip on the tulip, and you can put as much detail in as you like. You can keep it coming and going and start thinking about adding some texture. You can have good fun, and don't worry too much about your stitch length either. It will come and go, and as I say, it's not machine quilting. You're trying to just add a bit of life to everything. And I usually start by putting the needle down manually so I know where it's going to go. But again here, you know, there's nothing to stop you thinking I'm just going to put a texture up that leaf.
That's true. Well, I guess you can make it up as you go along, so there's no great plan.
I'm just arranging, I'm being a flower arranger.
I am Constance Spry.
So you can be as free, or as, you can keep it really subtle. This one here, it's literally just got navy thread just around the outside.
Well, I had to look really close up to see where you'd sewn it, because it's so neat.
I suppose it's the effect. If you want that really graphic effect, then you would keep your stitching to a minimum and just make it about that impact. Or you could go the other way and add lots of hand embroidery and do French knots around the flowers, and you know, you could really just
entirely up
go
to you.
for it. I think what I do when I'm designing and trying to do things is give people enough information so they can get the exact result. Like when I'm baking, I mean, I don't want to guess how much bicarbonate soda you want in it, or flour. I want to do that, and if I've decided I'm making lemon and poppy seed cake, then that's what I'm going to make.
Yes.
Whereas if you're using up your scraps before food shop to make a casserole, you just think, oh, a bit of that and a bit of that. So I think it's whatever sort of mood you're in and what your approach is. But the main thing for me is that you should just enjoy your sewing time.
Yeah, absolutely.
So do what you're going to enjoy the most.
Absolutely.
And what you're going to like. And there is no wrong. It's your quilt, and it's going to be lovely.
It is. And yeah, nobody will be checking and saying, oh, that's wrong.
Oh, no. And I'm not going to come by and
Janet
say,
will not
send
be
me
coming
photographs in, please, to sewingstreet.com.
Yes, and I will give it marks out of 10.
Marks out of 10. There you go.
So if you want the pattern on its own, we do have the pattern on its own. If you want to use it on, over half of these have gone. That's the whole pattern. The blue, the blue and cream, or the indigo and cream. Right, it is still oversubscribed with baskets. So you need to check out, because we've got single figures. There's only 7 of them left, and there are loads and loads of you with them in baskets. If you don't check out, somebody else will, and then you'll lose it, and then that would be a shame. And then that would be really
such
sad.
a shame. And the thing about the fabric is that it genuinely goes. I mean, I can't order more.
No, it's gone,
the
isn't
fabric.
it? So remember, in
this
this kit, you get the Janet Clare bag. you get, so how much of this fabric do you get?
Right, so you need 2 1/4 yards of indigo and 3 yards
right,
of
so you've got
the cream.
a lot of fabric.
And then
of
you've
this
got enough for the binding
beautiful,
as well.
and there's enough for the binding. Beautiful textured indigo and the cream. And remember, you get loads of bonder web too, so it's all in there. You'll need the wadding and the backing and some thread, but you know, you've got the main elements here.
Ready to go.
All ready to go, yes.
To be Constance Spry and informal
I
flower
know,
arranging.
do channel your inner Constance Spry. So if you want to make the same quilt, but just different fabrics, but exactly the same. This is called botanicals. Now this is just the centre of it. Obviously, will go exactly the same as the indigo and cream one behind.
You can build it out, or you can leave it that size. To be honest,
You
you can
could.
do whatever you like.
Yes, so you could make it this size, or you know, there's all the fabric to put all the borders in, the same as the indigo
Yes, and
and
there's
cream.
more variety of prints in the botanicals one, which I think is why it's my favourite actually. Because
Well, you get all of these prints. So you get the
you get to
botanical
play.
background, but then you get this whole choice of prints, including the text one. All of these prints, so that you can use these for using for the leaves and the petals and the flowers and everything. Absolutely gorgeous. And then there is the pattern on its own. So should we have a quick look at the book?
oh, preview the book. Just have a tidy up. Shall I show it here?
Yes, that's a good idea. Let's have a look through it, and then we'll find the projects, because we've got most of them here.
I've got lots of them with me. I will have a rummage on my little trolley by the side of me.
Okay.
So,
what inspired? Why did you write this then?
because the boys, you know what little ones
Hang
are
on,
like when
that
they
way. There we go.
this way. When they discover what a pocket is, and they've put lots and lots of treasures. They come home from every walk with little treasures. So we had this cupboard at home. It's called the Curiosity Cabinet.
Oh wow!
And they are 20 and 18 now, so they're not bringing home snail shells and things anymore.
Okay.
But when that is genuinely our cupboard. All we did when we took that photograph was we sort of room set it up a bit and we removed the margarine sort of tubs. We made it look aesthetically pleasing. But that is our actual cupboard. And these are the boys, but they are 20 and
Right.
nearly 18. So it was about, and lots of my work is about this, paying attention to what's around you.
Okay.
So it's lovely to go on holiday, to be stood in the queue to get into Houston.
Yes.
It's all very, very exciting, but actually that happens, once every 5 years or something. So you need to find little high points in the day and every day.
Yes,
And we
yeah.
walk the dog every day. And it's just nice that some days you found a feather or some days that the bluebells are out. So it's just paying
Okay.
attention to everything that's around you and then really using that as a way of connecting with that mindfulness and everything. So that's what the idea for the book is. And then I went
Right.
through the seasons. So it starts with spring. So we've got little wildflower quilt. This little girl is, she's probably 15 now as well. The pieces
the
on
piece
the
of song.
blackbird.
Yes, and I've
Yes,
got.
that's here. Let me dig out some other
Yeah,
things
so
that we've
I've got
with us.
There's the cushion.
There's the
There's the wildflower quilt. Oh, let me hold that one up.
I
Look
did
at
bring
this.
as much
So
as
all
I
the
could with
instructions
me.
for all of these projects
All the
are in
instructions
this
are in
book.
there.
And templates.
And all the templates. And my templates are always full size.
Look. No, you can't have that, Hannah. Janet says you can make your own, Hannah.
You can make your own.
Look at how beautiful.
Thank you. So really simple. So the fusible applique is exactly what I've just done with the Constance quilt, and then these are just rectangles of your fabrics left over, and you can make anything as big as you like. I mean, it's just down to how much fabric
It'd be a
you've
lovely
got.
like christening gift or something,
It
wouldn't it?
would be really pretty.
Absolutely. So all the instructions are in, and this
All
is
the
an
instructions
amazing.
are in here.
So that's 2 projects.
There is so I tried.
Right.
Oh look, I've got little bunnies now. I did bring bunnies with me.
Bunnies, applique.
What I was saying about making things really versatile, they are the exact same bunnies, but I've embroidered them.
Oh, okay.
And here the little bunnies on a little tray cloth, which would be lovely for a little birthday tea or something.
That's so lovely, isn't it?
And here are the
Oh, there they
bunnies
are.
on a little piece
On
background.
patchwork.
But they're not the
Look.
original. I thought I had
That
the originals
actually
with
looks
me
like
as well.
that's like a piece of artwork,
Yes,
isn't it?
and there's the originals, which if you put them on a frame, can we see that? If we put
Yes.
them on a frame, you see?
Oh.
So the patterns are they're just a line drawing, and you can do whatever you like with them, and there's no reason that you have to have 3 bunnies. And what I do when I'm laying these out is I tell myself a little story. So that's Daddy, that's Mummy, and look, and they're looking at him wondering, where are you off to?
Yeah.
I haven't put them all in a straight, even line. As I was talking about the negative space, you know, it's quite important that they have an interest about them, rather than you thinking, right, that's a third, so I'll put one there.
Yeah, you
put
just
one there
place
and put
them.
one there. Just really think about how you're putting them.
Hannah's in love with this book. I mean, I am
Thank you.
only 3 projects in. I just love that, and I think the fact where you've done the lines of quilting.
That's free motion, and then that
Just-
is hand quilted, and that again just gives so much texture to everything.
And we've all got these fabrics in our stash.
We've got tiny
we?
little scraps like that, and you just can you see how many of them are the reverse of the print as well, because it makes it much more subtle.
Lovely
That's the
yeah.
front of the print, and that's the reverse, and I do that, and it
Or
makes
if
it
you've
softer.
or if you've made a quilt, put some little bunnies just in a
Just
corner.
make some little bunnies.
Just, why
in the
not?
corner. Just make it your own. Just really think. Well, that's
Yeah,
what
but this
I like.
book is harnessing your talent and your skill to enable other people
Thank
to do
you.
that.
Yes,
you
I
know.
like to encourage, and I think sometimes you need permission.
Yes, to
Like
say
you think, oh,
put
that's
random
how it's
bunnies
got to
on.
be, but
No.
it isn't. It can be however you want it to be. Right, so there's bunnies. You've
I
got lots
love-
of little bunnies.
I love the bunnies.
That would have been good for Easter. You'll have to make it, and then it'll be ready for next Easter.
Bunnies are available all year
Here
round.
we go. Then this is. I was reading up about nettles.
Oh,
and
we've got,
apparently you used to
we've
keep
even
nettles.
got a recipe.
I've
Have
got-
you tried? Have you made it?
Yes, I make nettle
And what's
soup.
it like?
It's like a spinach. It's
Is
good
it?
for
But
you.
is the soup nice? Is
Yeah.
it bitter?
Yeah, no, it's really nice, and it's very satisfying because it's free.
Oh, wow.
Free.
So you do need a pair of rubber gloves. I'm glad you put
do
that
need
in.
a pair of rubber gloves, and you just boil them up. They're absolutely fine. But apparently, if you carry nettles in your pocket, you won't get struck by lightning. And I've never been struck by lightning wearing that cardigan. So there you go.
That's
Draw your own
amazing.
conclusions.
Yeah, that must be it then.
Your insurance.
Yes.
What do you say? Advisory note there. Just like, yeah, don't take our word for it. So these are the flowers from the quilt.
From the quilt.
Which I have arranged in a little spray and put them on a
There,
cushion.
okay.
And I couldn't find that cushion. I don't know where it is. Might be at home.
No, so the flowers, if I put
Exactly
this, so
the
these
same flowers, the templates, and all I've done is arrange them in a different way.
That's
to make
amazing
the
value
front
for
of the
money.
cushion.
I mean, over half the stock has gone unsurprisingly. But
Thank you.
for the number of
got that.
projects you're getting in
And
the
I've
book.
got that. It's here. Do you know those old tray cloths?
Yes.
They've got all the blue ink. And so I just embroidered some of them on and then patched some vintage fabric around it. It's on a bit of blanket.
wow.
I just play.
Yes.
And
But that's
hand
lovely,
quilt
isn't it?
and stitch and embroider and play with my colours and my textures. And this serves no purpose whatsoever. All it's done is it's given me a couple of happy hours sewing it.
But then you could cut that out and that could be a quilt block. That
It
could be
could
the
be-
centre of a cushion. You
Yeah.
know, that could become something
Or
else.
it can just be
Can just be.
2 hours of entertainment.
Yes, just
I just enjoyed
enjoyment.
it.
And you have to be sitting in the garden in the sun.
You have to be sitting outside having a lovely time, and it's all very tactile and lovely. Okay, so we're getting on to summer now, so there's little stories about everything.
There's so
and then
much.
This one I have got with me.
Yeah, you could sell all of these individually as patterns for $9.99.
well,
Then
I
$16.99.
could, but I've made a book.
You've made a book,
I've
and
made
it's a
book.
beautiful
Now
book.
this one is good fun. Should
I'm
we
gonna
just
hold-
it up?
Yes, I'm just getting the.
So this one is on all the vintage tablecloths that everyone has got and doesn't know what to do
I
with.
have several.
So all that embroidery was already there.
Wow.
So all I did was add butterflies to it. Oh, and I've got another project.
ants.
And.
Ants.
Yes, well, because I have boys, I've got other projects I want to show you. Because I have boys, I did all the butterflies and it was all flowers and it's on white and it's quite small, so it's quite cute. They said it was too cute, so I had to toughen it up a bit. So there are ants and spiders and bugs hiding in
I
it
love.
as well.
Look there. Yeah,
The little
it's
ants.
fun. It's really fun now, isn't
But
it?
what it's done is it's used up, and that is beautiful quality. That linen
It is,
that
yeah.
has been
I've got. I
washed
mean,
and
I
washed and
remember.
washed.
I've got a few that I've inherited from my great aunt that exactly like
Yeah,
this.
and you don't do anything with
No,
them.
they
don't
sit in
fit
a drawer.
tables. They're
No.
too posh. So fusible applique, and I've done free motion on there, but you could hand embroider it. You could do whatever
You've got
you
little
like.
moths.
Little moths and bees and all sorts.
Oh wow!
And then
And that's all in there.
And the butterfly templates I've made, put onto little hair slides. You can put them in your hair. So it's a line drawing. So anything you can do with a line drawing, just go for it.
Beautiful.
So there you go. So that's that.
Love that one.
I'm throwing
And that is
things
lovely.
all
And look at
over
that
the
little
place.
girl on it. I mean, that's a lovely, lovely thing to make for a
It's a
child,
cute little
isn't
thing.
it?
That would make a nice birthday present, or a new
Yes.
baby gift, or a christening gift. Particularly if that was a someone in your family had stitched.
Yes, it would,
the
wouldn't it?
embroidery. Lots and lots of ideas. Oh, you wanted to see
Yeah,
that,
this is my
didn't
favourite
you?
one, and I'm now going to stitch ants on everything. This just so appeals to me.
It's fun when you put it on the
Look.
garden table.
It's just great.
I mean, I couldn't claim to do this all the time, obviously,
I
but
know.
every now and again, when you've got people coming round, just lay the table and have that up, and I swear everybody comes along and goes,
Well, it's because you've appliqued the centre, so they're quite solid, aren't they?
and they're little hand-stitched little legs. But it's all this linen, and I buy them at charity shops and car booties, and I've got a stack of them. And you think, I'm not using them. They're too nice just to be left in the cupboard. How can I make them so that they are...
And you could put butterflies on this one.
Yes, and I get that sometimes you just want things to look really, really pretty, but actually sometimes I want to have a bit of fun with it. They're not precious, they're not unique. There's hundreds of them around, and it's better, I think, to have a bit of fun and have ants on one and actually use it than for it to be starched in the drawer.
And I love the way you've done it, that there's some little
just look
grooves,
much.
and then there's one here, he's off on his own
off on
path.
his own.
He's just off on the, look at this one.
So again, it's the little story, isn't it? And thinking about that negative space, how to make them. I haven't put them in the middle on a straight line. I've let them
So are
weave
these
in
just
and out.
bonder-webbed bodies?
They're little bonder-web bodies, and I've done a bit of hand stitching. You could get them under the machine.
No,
but
it just...
honestly, no.
But that's lovely, isn't it? Just
good fun.
absolutely adorable.
It's just good fun.
Really, really want one of those.
So there you go. There are your ants. You said to me first thing this morning.
Picnic bag. Yes, I know. I saw that one.
I've got my snacks with me in that, and I've left it in the green room.
That's lovely. So we've, normally you'd pay £9.99 for a bag thing.
Honestly, right, the book's gone up now, so it's
we
£9.99 a page.
Yes. So it's actually...
It's now £300.
It's actually £840.
Bargain. That's my little Henry,
Oh.
who is nearly 18, and here's the quilt he's snuggled under. So again, lots of these quilts are quite small because I just made them big enough to get the idea out.
Yes.
There's no reason why you couldn't keep extending them while you
But
couldn't
this is your stash buster quilt, isn't it?
This is, yeah. And just pick up, so I'm in autumn now, so I just picked up all my autumnal shades and just very easy stripes. And then I spent all my attention on my applique trees, hand embroidered names. If I could have done a lot more if I was making this again, I probably would do a lot more hand quilting on it. But that's life, isn't it? You go back and you look again, you think, I'd have done that slightly differently maybe. But again, really nice little snuggly quilt.
Absolutely love these ideas. I've got a bag of these belonging to my grandmother, sewing watching ladies from Neve in County Clare. Well, there you go. Get them out.
There you go.
Put ants on them. I mean, but that as a gift, you know, when it's another birthday, particularly when you've got like 3 or 4 nephews or nieces. Make them one of these, you know.
Just do them something, a tree. The tree they used to climb, or and there's also lots of little illustrations like this which you can trace as well. They can be little appliques, and there's mushrooms and all sorts. So you've got foxes.
Old poems.
Every leaf speaks bliss to me, fluttering from the
It's just
autumn tree.
This is just even like the beginnings of ideas, isn't it? Like, oh yes, and I could make that fall.
Could do that. What I really like to do, because I self-publish, so I don't have a publisher telling me what I can or can't put in. It is lovely. So what I'm trying to do is create a book that's worth looking at, even if you don't sew.
Yeah. And I love the way it's set out, and it's like old typewriters as well.
That is Hayley, my graphic designer. Every time she goes to lay out a project for me, she ends up conning me into buying her a new font.
Right.
Graphic designers collect fonts.
They're
we
obsessed
collect
with them.
chocolate bars or something of fabric. They just have to have a new font all the time.
She's right though.
Hayley is right.
It's worked.
So they
Oh yeah, and I did promise you there was knitting in this. As well.
That's the little clip I've got in my hair, which is a leaf template. Put it on one of those. What are they called? I don't even know what they're called.
I don't know. Clip.
But that looks really nice, and I've got that.
We actually we sell these for quilting clips.
Well, there you go.
Because you use them for.
I have that with me. Because I used to be a knitwear designer, you see.
So of course, we're back to the beginning.
Yes, I have to do knitting. So this is the shawl that I'm wearing.
And it's just Aran weight yarn, just saying you need 200 grams of Aran weight yarn.
And I was looking at the Yarn Lane website. There is nice yarn that is self-striping.
Oh, okay.
So you've got yarn there that looks quite changes colour quickly. If you get a yarn that changes colour quickly, it will look like mottled, like tweedy.
Yeah, so that's quite nice.
So you want it that the ball of yarn looks quite stripy, distinct colours, and then it's self-striping. And all you do is you're going to cast on a couple of stitches, and you're just going to increase at one end.
And then it's got a nice...
Do a yarn over, and then you've got a really nice little end. And then what you do is when you're decreasing, of course, to continue that yarn over eyelet, you have to make a yarn over and then knit three together.
What a nice gift for somebody as well.
Yeah, and it's really, really warm and cosy.
Oh, that's
lovely. And if you want more drape, just knit it on bigger needles. And if you've got finer yarn, knit it on smaller needles.
Perfect.
So there you go. Really practical.
It's a bit knitting.
I don't always want to be challenged. I don't always want to be working at the end of my skill set. You know, I want to sometimes just have a really nice
well in your comfort zone.
Yeah. This quilt I haven't got anymore because
quilt.
I gave it to an auction for charity, so I haven't actually got him anymore.
I love that. But the templates are all in here, so it's
Templates
9
are all in
blocks
there.
and robins.
Really, really easy. And then you'll recognise the next page because last month we had a really quick and easy way of making that robin embroidery. And I have him on my apron.
Oh, lovely.
He's on my apron.
He's on, that's gorgeous.
So we had special printed stickers for doing that embroidery really quick and easily, but it's just a line drawing in here.
Oh, that's lovely. But it's all in there again, the instructions. Mistletoe. So again, that's for those table runners that you have many of.
I think they call it tablescaping now, but every now and again...
That's a new word. Tablescaping.
Tablescaping.
Oh,
every now and again, I do like to spend some time and lay the table.
Tablescaping.
Tablescaping.
I'm going to use that.
It's very rare. Normally, it's like, there's your dinner.
Yes, I'd say tablescaping only happens at Christmas. Loads of messages say how much they love this.
Valentine's.
Oh, now I've got that one. I've got that one.
He's here. So this is the beauty of driving, you see. You can bring almost everything with you.
Yes, look at that.
So
That's stunning, isn't it?
Very simple owl template. This I've made by, I've got a demo to do this, but just drop a bit of bleach on some black fabric and see what happens.
Okay.
And a lovely bit of tweed.
Nice
and
bit of
hand
tweed.
quilting.
Beautiful.
And I've got a bit of a sparkle going through it.
Yeah,
every
no,
now
I've
and
seen that, a
again.
little bit of sparkle.
There you go.
That's
Hand quilting.
gorgeous.
But again, the owl can go on anything you like.
Oh, and I've seen those.
These are here.
Yes.
These are here. Little hand warmers, so they're filled with rice, so you can pop them in the microwave.
And fingerless gloves, we've got a bit more knitting.
Yeah, they're very simple and they're seamed, so don't worry about anything. You can, there's no awkward sort of saving stitches or anything like that. You just
double knit.
Don't sew the bit
100
up.
grams.
There you go. And these are filled with rice, so you can actually just put them in the microwave for a couple of seconds till they're nice and warm. Cuddle them.
What a lovely thing.
And they're quite satisfying, aren't they?
It's just lovely. This book is full of loveliness.
Oh, that's Norman. I've got Norman with me. Norman because he's very wise.
There's Norman.
Norman. I've got a rotten job, haven't I?
You have. I mean, how many projects are in here? I mean, this is mad.
I just keep going, and I could probably keep going even more.
What's that one?
Slow down. That was on my dressing table for a while, actually. Just to remind myself not to go 300 miles. Because my brain, you could do this, or you could do that. So slow down.
Slow down. I love that. You could put the ants
Slow
underneath
down.
that.
You could
Just
put the ants.
slow down.
Yeah, don't be an ant. Don't
Right, we've
rush
got
around.
5 minutes left.
Is that all?
Yes.
And now that cloth I wanted to show you.
Okay.
Here you go. This is what I think of as the main project for here, because what my real passion is when I'm teaching is to encourage people to do their own thing. So like take the designs that I've got as a starting point and then really just play and experiment, because then you make something that's completely unique in the world.
Ants.
So the ants are there. That's the mistletoe, which instead of
Yes.
embroidering, I have done as a plique. One little bunny on his own.
Yeah. The
There's
owl.
the owl again. These are some of the words that I've used, embroidered on a bit of ribbon. They're oak leaf from the autumn quilt.
And then the flower.
The flowers, of the butterfly, the spider. The little fox is tiny, so you'll have to do lots of reducing for that. Then precious bits of lace and crochet
And then you make
buttons
yourself
and
this
things,
beautiful-
and you can really just make it build up. This is bleach
Okay.
on some cloth, and that, do you know how to make that?
No.
That is rusted fabric.
Oh,
It's
wow.
rust. So all I did is I got, this is calico, and I stapled it together, really cheap staples. And then you soak it in sort of vinegary water and keep oxidising it or never. And it's a bit of a hit and miss.
Is that in the book?
Yes,
Wow.
rust dyeing.
I'd like to have a go at that.
And this one,
And then you just create this beautiful,
the thing, and it's
which
unique.
is in here.
And it's unique, and you let it build. So I didn't know what this was going to look like until it was almost finished, because I was making things and saving them, gathering bits up and saving them. And then, only then, when you've got a bit, you think, oh, I could use the hexagons again from my English paper piecing, a bit smaller, but then I can make one of those there. And you see this, the trees, free motion trees, and I dropped a bit of tea to make like the little sun.
Oh,
It looks like a little
gorgeous.
sun.
And all of that, this is this section
the
of the book.
ideas are all in there
It keeps going.
to help you and
Yes,
encourage
so
you
it
to
does,
have
and
a
it
go.
does give you all of that information
It's
in here.
What it's like a recipe, so it's
Yes.
not this is how, you know, full detail, but everything is there. Lots of instructions, full size templates.
It's all there. It's all there.
I love making the books. I mean, it is such. See, look, there's the dragonfly, there's the mushrooms.
So you've got all of that, and look,
you've
and then when we go to the
writing,
templates,
it's
you
all
know,
there.
it isn't just an inspiration book; it really is a do-it book.
You can make all of the projects you can make. The only
Yeah.
thing that is going to look different, even if you copy mine, is this, because
Yes.
there's vintage fabric in it and just little bits of quirks that I've built up. You're obsessed with the ants,
I know.
honestly. If
I
I'd
love
known,
it.
I'd made you something with that.
I know. Well, I'm not. It's just charming. I think it's the humour that I love.
I mean, it's
And
very
these
gentle
are
and
all
playful.
these are all the correct
That's the hand
sizes as well.
quilting yeah, everything's full size.
Even Norman's body.
Even Norman, there's your little rabbits.
Oh yeah.
And of course, with the fusible applique, they're all reversed. But if you were embroidering them, they'd be
Yes.
that way round. So you can really
And
play
you can
with
change them
them.
around, and there's the
your
little
fox.
fox.
There's your owl,
It's gorgeous.
and it's all colour coded.
You must be so proud of this.
Thank you. I do love my books. I do.
I
I don't
would
like
be.
them when I first make them because.
2/3
you
have gone.
just sort of-
2/3 of the
thank
stock's
you.
gone.
You just think about what you could have put in and what you could have done differently. But now
But
there's
that'll
been
be
a
the
bit
next
of a
book.
now there's been a bit of separation. I'm very proud of
It
them.
is gorgeous. 2/3 of the stock has been checked out of that. So if you want this book, you do need to get it in your basket. The quilt kit, have we got any left of the... Yeah, just a couple left. 5. So we have 5 remaining, but there are loads in baskets. So you need to check out on this one, the
navy and
indigo and cream, because there are only 5 left and loads of you have them in baskets.
Thank you,
Absolutely
everyone.
stunning. So, right, we have run. I'll
We've
move
run
over.
out of time.
We've run out of time.
Where
We've
did the
really, I
hour
know,
go?
how did that go on? We've actually overrun quite a lot. Anyway, we had to spend a bit longer, didn't we? We had a lot to talk about. Janet will be back at 11 o'clock with the sewing kit and the square dance quilt kit and the Thunder and Lightning quilt pattern, that one there. But don't forget the book, because we have sold 2/3 of the stock has now gone. Remember, it is unbelievable value for money. Unbelievable.
Well, it's £300 now.
Yes, well, we've decided that. And that's cheap, because we decided it was £10 a page, didn't we? Janet, it's very inspiring, but the chatter between her and Rebecca is a bit overwhelming.
In a good way, hopefully.
Thank you, Bronwyn. Is that in a good way?
Well, we've had a nice hour.
Yeah, we have.
I hope everyone else has enjoyed it
Okay, well, we will see you. I'll see you back here with Janet at 11 o'clock. Anyway, coming up in a couple of minutes' time is brand new Kaffe Fassett Collective fabrics. Extra wide backing, brand new today. I'll see you back here. Don't go anywhere.
Right, guys, great news. Monday is going to be a big day because I'm going to be in the studios all day and I'm taking over. I'm taking over literally every channel. So from 8 o'clock I'll be on Sewing Street, 10 o'clock I'm going to be on Jewellery Maker, 1 o'clock I'm going to be on Hobby Maker for a full-on Crafters Companion takeover. Now, we don't do these very often, and when we do, they are a big deal. So we've got free gifts galore. We've got some amazing special offers, literally time-limited special offers that you will not want to miss. We've got the most incredible lineup of products. I've got some fantastic demonstrations, and I'm just telling you now, hold on to your seats, because it is going to be a fast and furious day from the second I arrive in that building to when they wheel me out at the end of the day. So I'm looking forward to seeing you all on Monday for a full-on takeover on all of our channels. I'll see you there.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 73 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in to our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 till 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So, you never have to spend a minute without us.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. Now, if you've got your field guide book from the last hour, well done. There is still a few left, but not many, and loads of you got it in baskets. So wasn't that a lovely hour? So enjoyed chatting to Janet. She is an absolute design inspiration. She'll be back with me at 11 with these two. Kit for this one, kit for this one, pattern for this one, already on pre-order. So... And yes, Hannah's going to make them. What I do love the fact that she makes the kits, but also the patterns as well, because we all have fabric stashes. Sometimes you want to make it identical, sometimes you want to use your own fabric, and you have a choice. But anyway, if you've got the kits in your basket from the last hour, please do check out. Just saying, we've only got a very, very few left of them and loads in baskets. So just get that completed and then it's done. Anyway, let's Kaffe. Complete opposite end of the spectrum. Totally different. Loving the new Kaffe. The Kaffe Fassett Collective, if you don't know what it is a combination of Kaffe, Brandon Mabley and Philip Jacobs, and together they have very, very different design styles, but somehow, strangely, they really complement each other's. Kaffe's designs are very big and opulent. Brandon's designs are much more graphic, and Philip Jacobs are much more detailed. But they put them together, they combine the colour palette and they combine the designs, and then they work as a whole collective. And every year, or twice a year, Kaffe will bring out a new collection from the collective of the three of them, and this is the brand newest one. Now, some of them, 5 of them, are available as extra wide. And I am going to start with these because they have been going absolutely crazy on pre-order. Now, these are sateen. So sateen is just the finish. It is 100% cotton, but it is a sateen finish, which means it's very, very soft. So it makes it ideal for a quilt backing because it's very soft and lays on the bed really nicely. But it's also very good for bed linen, so duvet covers, because it's so wide. Brilliant for dressmaking and home sewing. Now, Hannah, my glamorous assistant, is there are only 10 metres left. I thought she was like, it's only 10 metres. There's only 10 metres left. It's coming to hold the other end.
I want this as a jumpsuit.
I'm glad you've got your positive energy pink sweatshirt on today. Look at that. In fact, you match the fabric. Yeah. Look at that. Look at that. That's just half a metre of it.
Some are
curtains. Wow. Can you imagine? Yeah, just summer curtains.
Don't have to line them with lightweight.
Yeah, exactly. Just as when you want window dressing rather than window warmth.
Yeah.
Beautiful. And all the sun comes through the curtains. Dress, loads of cushions. Didn't we work out 6 cushions from half a metre?
Oh my God.
But for cushion fronts, and then use plain for the back. That's just half a metre, 13. So it's over 2.5 times a normal fabric width. Have you got to go? Oh, sorry. If you could just stand there, all hour and hold the ends of the fabric, that would be lovely. Yeah, she was enjoying that as well, but she has to check to see if we've got any left. It's just right. There's only 3 metres of this one left. Hannah suddenly remembered that she actually has a job to do. So that's the first of the extra wide. So that's your super big, bright, bold flowers. Let's go completely different next. I love this one. This is this one called, is it like fungi? Okay, tree fungi. So I can hold up a bit of it for you. Oh, she's going to come back. So if you want the blues and the greys and the greens, absolutely gorgeous. Hannah, my glamorous assistant. No, you don't match this one. Could you go and change? I match it better. There we go. Can we go all the way along? I love this one. Yeah, I mean, it is a lovely quilt back, but I think it's lovely cushions. If you make for fates, charities, selling on it, Etsy, eBay, or anywhere else.
I want it as borders with solids.
Yes.
With blocks.
Lovely for borders because you don't have to join.
Yeah. And I just use solid colours with the block.
Yeah, that's all you need. Yeah. Well, the thing is with Kave's quilts, he always just does squares, doesn't he, or triangles. There's never anything fancy. Yeah. But he doesn't do fancy because he always says the fabrics need to speak for themselves. So you could just cut like 6-inch squares and join them together. Maybe use another fabric with it, perhaps. But his philosophy is all in the fabric should speak for itself. So that's the fungi. Let's go green. Oh, now this is half of the stock of this one has gone on pre-order. Look at that. So we're talking green, lime, apple, orange, fuchsia, blue. She's on her way. Just think of all the steps you've got in. That'll be 10,000 already. She's had to run down the corridor, up the stairs, round the corner. She runs ever so fast. So this one is called Enchanted Green. That's beautiful, isn't it?
How much would you need for like a quilt of this?
One of these, a couple of
I know
meters.
you wouldn't back this one, but for example,
A couple of metres, most tops. I always think if you buy 2.5 metres, that covers you for any size quilt, and you've got a bit left over.
matching cushions.
Yeah, matching cushions.
Also, I like satin, even if you're just doing tote bags.
Yeah, it just feels soft, doesn't it? It's still cotton, but it just feels very soft.
Ruby Star Society.
Yes.
Horner back.
And I've used that for a quilt, and it's beautiful to quilt with as well.
I just think dressmaking as well, it's going to work really
I mean, it's gorgeous, isn't it? Maxi dress.
Jumpsuit.
See you floating on the beach with flip-flops.
Purple earrings.
In the maxi dress, cocktail in hand,
Crochet bottle holder.
with your crocheted bottle holder.
Show you them, 'cause
Oh, you're going to have to come back in a minute. Right, I'm going to go a bit lines. That's not what this one's called. But this is blue. Mad for plaid. Not made for plaid. Mad for plaid. Mad plaid. Not mad for plaid. Mad plaid. Mad plaid. So you've got, you've got Kave's palette here, haven't you? So you've got the blue stripes, looks very underwater. And then you've got that beautiful... Right, the first one has sold out. This one, that has sold out. Right, this is Mad for plaid. Here she comes back again.
if you've got one of our quilt kits in the past, they don't come with backing.
Yeah, so if you've bought our quilt kits in the past, the quilts never come with backing, so get it now. And even if you haven't got a quilt made, but you've got one in mind, get the backing now.
I'd like trousers out of this.
Trousers would look lovely. I told you those Sussex seamstress.
Black soap.
Those, no, the ones that were short that had they had elastic in the back, And then they had a faux fly at the front. Do you remember them?
With Adele?
No, she did palazzo.
Oh, that's what I'm
Yeah, no, I think Adam might have done them, but they'd look lovely in this anyway. Sussex seamstress ones. Can't remember what they were called, but they were fab. Gorgeous. Pyjama bottoms for the whole family.
Anything to go with my jumper.
Yeah, it does go with your positive energy jumper, doesn't it? Right, so that's the blue one. Right, she's now got to run back to her desk. See if we've got any left. Should carry on checking out for that one. Should we do the pink flowers next? Is this the actually I thought they were flowers, but I think this is the fungi as well. Is it fungi or fungi? Fungi or fungi? Fungi. I love that one. Can you imagine walking through the wood and seeing fungi this colour? You'd be like, oh, have I died? Yeah. Because have I died? That's fab, isn't it? But this is just, you know, it's not coming out. It's not coming out anymore. I think I've exhausted my glamorous assistant has just resigned. There's so many of you with this in your baskets. But look at the colours in here as well. But you know, just at half a metre of this, if you love pinks and you want lots of different colourways, absolutely lovely. Work out what you need. Remember, it's 274 centimetres wide, which is 108 inches. So that's more than double your 44, more, it's two, I think 2.5, or more than 2.5, your normal fabric width, but not at 2.5 times the price. So it's a really, really economical way of buying fabric. So that's the pink tree fungi. And then the final extra wide is this plaid again, but this one's got a grey background. Oh, do you like this one, Hannah? Look. It's beautiful, isn't it? Again, you know, that's such an easy way of making some really cool cushions. Start, you know, thinking about gifts for people. Very, very on trend, this, with your mixture between the monotone charcoals in the background and then this almost like, it looks like it's been painted on with a roller. Beautiful. Lovely for curtains. Curtains for your shed. It makes me think of a fence. You know, those crisscross fences you get. But, you know, if you wanted, even if you've done quite a neutral quilt top, because you've got the neutral backing to this, but that little splash of colour, that's gorgeous. £13.99 for half a metre. It is quilting weight cotton. It's not satin. It is cotton, but it has a sateen finish, which just means it's very smooth and very soft. Beautiful to sew with, but it is the same weight as normal quilting cotton. It's just a little bit softer. So those are all the extra wide Kaffe fabrics. So I'm just going to, I'll move them there. So should we go through all of them? Anywhere you want me to start, Hannah? The rainbows, there they are. I've got 2 rainbows. Blue. I've not seen this. Yeah, I've never seen rainbows by Kaffe. I feel that has a right way up. Look at that. It looks like your sort of clamshell design, but in rainbows. Isn't that delicious? £7.49 for half a metre. Should we have a look at it on the overhead? The right way up. Look at the colours. We've got lime and purple and mauve and cerise and apple and kiwi and lipstick, everything. It's so lovely though, isn't it? Let me move that over. It's just lovely, isn't it? But remember, you know, this fabric is not just for quilting, it's for homewares, it's for dressmaking, all sorts. Have a think about what you want to make. Half a metre, cool tote bag, lovely. You can make yourself a gorgeous beach bag from this. Or use it, maybe you're going to, even if you're going to do something like make a denim beach bag and you want something fun for the lining, absolutely perfect. £7.49 for half a metre for the rainbows in blue. Now we also have the rainbows in pink. So so there we go. So there's more reds going on in here, more reds and pinks. Let me just show you them next to each other. So if you're thinking, I can't decide between them, or I want both. I prefer the blue one. That's good, because I want the blue and Hannah wants the red, so that's fine. I'll put one in each pocket. They're lovely, nice together though, aren't they? So that's the rainbows. What one should we do next? This one. Right. Okay. I've got to find them now. Ending it. Oh, there we go. Oh. Right, I'm going to hold it up so you can see what it looks like, and then we'll have a little look close up. So this one is called Japanese chrysanthemums. Now, we have had, well, Kaffe has had other prints using Japanese chrysanthemums in the past in his collective, but not in this colourway. Let's just have a closer look. There we go. And these are great. Now, the good thing about these is they are very, very large scale prints. So have a think about what you're going to do with them. They work really well if you're using large scale design. So if you've got any of Kaffe's pattern quilt books, you'll know that a lot of the quilts that he does, he always says the fabric needs to speak for itself. He uses large blocks, and you can fussy cut them in the middle of the large blocks. But equally, what works is if you cut a cross between them. So if you had a strip of fabric between those two, then you've got a bit of green and a bit of pink. Or if you're doing smaller squares in a ½ metre, you know, you've got greens, you've got pinks, you've got fuchsias, you've got purples. So it's really multi-use, this fabric. You can pick out the whole feature. Or you can do something amazing with these. If you take this flower and you press bondweb on the back of it, cut round all the petals, press that onto the centre of another piece of fabric, even a plain calico or a bright blue, you can then free motion stitch it on top, and you've got the most beautiful applique flower. I mean, can you imagine putting that like on the back of a jacket? That would look amazing, just sort of on the shoulder of a denim jacket. But that's why this fabric is so multi-use, because it's got so many colours and prints that you can use the whole flower as it is, or you can use it for the colours that are in it. So that's that one. Is there? Oh, there is another. Yes, there is another chrysanthemum one. Which, let me just check with Hannah. 35. Now this looks so different. I'm gonna hold it up for you to see. Yeah, it could be Christmassy, couldn't it? Because you've got your reds and greens with the black background. Okay, let's have a close up. I'm upside down. I keep going upside down on these. And just have a look at the selvage. Aren't the selvages lovely? Keep that. It says Fassett Collective, Japanese chrysanthemum, all the colours. Really nice selvage. Just saying. But they're lovely, aren't they? They look so different on this background because you've got reds and greens and pinks and quite minty spearmint greens, and then really strong pinks there. So again, very multi-use fabric. You're getting lots of different colours here, as well as prints. You've got such a mixture. It's beautiful, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful. But doesn't it look so different? Yeah, see, look at the difference. Although these are the same prints, exactly the same prints, the different colourways, you get a really different feel to it. The quality of the print and the print detail is amazing if we get in really close. But when you get in this close, you can see how this fabric just will work. If you cut like a 2-inch square out of that, how well it works. So, you know, but if you're wanting to make your own pre-cuts and you want to create different colours and textures, so just in that one colour, look at all the different textures you've got, greys and whites. I mean, there's such detail. This is quality designer fabric where you get that level of print, and it's beautifully soft. But you know, it's Kaffe Fabrics, Free Spirit, £7.49 for half a metre, and brand new today. Brand new. This is the day of brand new. Lovely, isn't it? I absolutely love that one. I haven't decided yet which is my favourite. Let me know which ones you've bought and what you're going to do with them. Beautiful. Well, I quite like this one. It looks like shells. This one comes in 2 colourways. I don't know whether it is shells. I'm going to hold it up so you can see it as a whole. It's probably not called. I can see snail shells. Oh, hang on. It's called spiral shells. There we are. Let me try and hold it up the right way as well this time. I keep doing it upside down. Right. So this is what it looks like as a half metre. It's so soft, this fabric. Isn't that lovely? Again, works beautifully as an all-over print because you've got loads of colours. It's a very different colour palette, isn't it? It feels a bit more masculine. But then if you want different colourways, you've got greens, blues, reds, you've got the spirals. If you cut sort of sections of it, if you cut a section here, you've got a spiral. If you cut it here, you've still got curves. So it works beautifully. It's layered, isn't it? You've got layer upon layer upon layer. So it works really well. And you know that all of the fabrics, if you've got some fabrics from previous Kaffe collectives, they will go together because he does have his colour palette. Okay. Hannah's going to cut me a square. Yes, that would be lovely. She's going to cut me out a square. Okay, so I've got that in another colourway, which I'll show you in a minute. I just want to show you next to them. We'll go through that one, but just so you can see the difference between the 2 colourways. It's just if you're looking on the website and you're seeing there are 2 different ones, that's the bluish one. So this is this gorgeous, this one. It's just so lovely, isn't it? It does feel a bit more. Some of the prints that he does are much more feminine and super bright. This feels, oh, my glamorous assistant's coming back out. Did you cut that square yourself?
Very, very well.
Very, that's beautiful.
Not the best square, no, and it's on the back.
Are we selling these on the website?
But I just thought.
I think it's inspired. So, Hannah has cut me a square. And it's interesting because I was saying earlier about once you isolate the designs and you see what bits you can get. So with my square. So look, if you cut out that's the spiral you get. But if you wanted to do something like this, but you see, if you cut it like that, you then get different parts of them. Now the same thing works. We'll just go back to the amazing chrysanthemums, for example. So I'm loving the square. That's a really, really good idea. So look, if you were cutting out a square, I mean, this is a really good way. If you're doing this yourself, I mean, maybe draw the square on so it's actually square. But it's a really good way of working out where you want to cut it. So maybe from here you're going to cut a load of 3-inch squares. If we go to that one, then that's completely different, isn't it? Suddenly I've got more colours. So I've got a bit of blue, I've got a pink, then I want a bit of pink. So all these, although all of these flowers work beautifully as themselves in isolation, you've also got all of these colours as well. Then it doesn't look like a flower, it just looks like a beautifully textured print. So there is so much going on with this, it's wonderful. Potential. It's potential waiting to be unleashed under your sewing machine. That was a bit profound, wasn't it? End of profound comments. Right. Now, if you like the spiral shells, but you'd rather a different colourway, this would make a nice shirt, wouldn't it? Because you see John in this shirt. Do you think he'd look like this shirt? Just feels like a shirt, doesn't it? Doesn't have to be a shirt. But it's upside down again. There we go. So you've got exactly the same spirals, but we've got ochre, sort of dusky browny, beiges, blues, purples. That's beautiful. Should we try the magic square? Oh, I'm going to be using this square, Hannah, for every single piece of fabric. Now that's nice, isn't it? So if you yes, your square can also be a diamond. That's lovely, isn't it? Yeah, I think Hannah's going to be selling these. It's a new patchwork. It's called Uneven Square. But it is a really good way. You can actually buy template plastic, which is another way to do it. But it's a really good way of working out where you want to cut as well. But also it helps when you want to isolate a print and looking at your fabrics thinking, I haven't got the right colour. Also, it's a really quick way of seeing whether you've got enough fabric and whether it's the right size. So maybe you want 3 inches squares, so rather than measuring it all, you just get your little window and put it on. But then look at that one. That looks like that's a different fabric, doesn't it? So that's what I love about case fabrics, because you get so many colours and prints and shapes and layers. You get a lot of value for money. Well, it's just gorgeous fabric anyway, isn't it? Right, next. I know that one. Regimental tie in blue. I think Kaffe was having his regimental tie moment. But I like this because it's one of your go-withs. So all of the colours in here are in the collection. So it goes with them all. So in some of the previous collections he's had, he's done this, but in spots, big fat spots, or narrow stripes, or small spots. But I haven't seen him doing it as regimental ties. So isn't this just like asking to be pre-made as a patchwork? So if you buy it, you can even then join it together, quilt like round the lines. It looks like you've pieced this all yourself. So you've got like your patchwork quilt ready made. This is a great tool. My art teachers use this technique. Well done, Hannah, from Pat. Yeah, see, Hannah? Thank you, Pat. Thank you for mentioning that. Well, no, but what you can do, you see, this amazing technique, look. So say I wanted to use a few of them. Look. That's nice, isn't it? But it would work really well as binding as well. So say you wanted to bind, let me take a piece of fabric like this. So say I was going to bind this piece here. You can then see, if I do that, look, you've then got a super multi-striped, multi-coloured binding. And if I was going to bind with this, I'd go for a 1/2 inch binding. I think it's well worth it. But alternatively, wouldn't it be great for a very quick quilting? Because it looks like you've done all the patchwork already. And honestly, if you quilted around the edges of these squares, no one would know whether you'd pieced it or not. And I love it because it's his colour palette, isn't it? Or you could cut all of these out and use some of his other fabrics. In fact, you could even make yourself a square the right size, and then you could use some of the other prints, so maybe the florals, and piece those in amongst them, because the colour palettes are the same. So if you used the shell print, this one, the colour palette is the same, so you could alternate squares of the spirals, and then you could alternate that with these squares of the stripes. So very, very multi-use fabric. I think if you've bought any of the other fabrics, this one would come in really handy. That regimental tie is only one colour, isn't it? Oh no, there's another colour. Another one. There's a red. Cushions. So let's have a look at it. So I'll hold it up for you, there we go. There we go. Gorgeous. So, say you wanted to make a cushion from these. I did put my I did have a tape measure and I've put it. Oh, there we go. Let me see how big they are. So these are 4-inch square. 4-inch squares. So if you want a 16-inch cushion in half a metre, you're going to get that. All you need to do is cut out 4x4. You've got immediately a cushion front. Lovely for a beach bag. Or one of those kind of overnight bags. Overnight bags, it'd be really good, wouldn't it? Such fun. And I love the way it looks like you've actually pieced it together, but the lines are slight, they've got slight wiggle to them. They're not perfect. And it just looks, it's that real sort of design element. If I was going to draw this, it'd be perfectly straight lines, but he's done it with all slightly wiggly lines, so it's got a real character to it. I really, really like that. It's lovely. So that's pink, regimental tie in pink. It's on Hannah's shopping list now. So let me just show you in case you can't choose between them. Look, that's what it's like in blue. So actually, if you bought both of them and you wanted to patchwork them, cut up some squares of this one and that, and then join them all together, it'd look even more incredible. Oh, we've got a photo. Thought you'd like to see, from Karen, thought you'd like to see my latest cave dress. It's lovely fabric to dressmake with. Photobombed by the golden one, Bentley. Love from Karen in Wigan. That is gorgeous. Well, I keep saying, don't I, this is great for dressmaking. And Karen, you have done a fantastic job. You look beautiful in that. Isn't that gorgeous? There you go. Make yourself a cave dress like Karen's. Very stunning. Thank you for sending in the photo. Please do send in your photos. It's you guys who are the inspiring ones that give everybody else ideas. Flower shadow next. See, now this is quite a different fabric. So the scale for you to see is important. So the flowers themselves, I'll hold it up in a minute, because they look, on the website, for some reason they look really small. The flowers are 5 inches across. So let me hold it up. Look at these. Very different. Again, aren't they brilliant for Bond Web applique in onto something? Even if you've got something quite plain, it would look really good with one of these appliqued all over. Or you could layer them. Get one of those cream cotton tote bags that you get for free, sent somewhere, and cut these out and layer them all up, because they are beautiful. And obviously it works as the fabric on its own, but it would look beautifully appliqued. Or you could just use them with your magic square. Look, see, then you get that in the centre. You could embroider on it. I mean, what I would do is I would embroider on it, but because around the edges of all of these petals is quite a lime green outline. That would look amazing. Either hand embroidered on it, I would do just a running stitch, or free motion embroider. But if you did a running stitch around all the green lines, it would look stunning. So multi-use. They're really nice. It does feel, I think it feels very water lily. It's quite sort of Japanese, isn't it? It's called Shadow Flower in pink. And the other colourway is blue, I think. Is it called blue? Blue? Oh, it's called teal. Yeah, but I would say it's blue. I would say it's a cobalt blue. Cobalt blue. Let me hold it up. There we go. Now you can see the scale of them, can't you? 1, 2, 3, 4. So you're getting 7 across the width. Nice for table runner, thinking of the summer. Look at that, beautiful. That would look really lovely, wouldn't it, across down the centre of your table. I tell you what, they look a bit like succulents like this, don't they? I've got a crocheted succulent that looks exactly like that, but it's like a succulent from above. But I like the fact it's got the shadows. So if you were going to applique it, you could even cut the shadow out as well and put it onto something. If you want to use it. Or just as it is. It's just a lovely fabric, isn't it? But it would be nice. Would be nice as a table runner. That's the blue one. Can we do some spots? Yes. I like the spots. I love when Kaffe does spots. Because his spots, there's 4 here, are never regular. There are 2 different types here, just showing you this is the spot collection. So these 2 are the same and these 2 are the same. Right, but those are your choice of spots. These are the... Look at that. That is dressmaking, isn't it? Obviously, it doesn't have to be. It's yours. You can do what you like with it. Feels like dressmaking, doesn't it? I love that. I just think they're really sort of pretty. The grey background really makes these stand out. I saw some beautiful dresses yesterday. They were all rainbow polka dots. Gorgeous, you know, black background with rainbow. But I love this because you've got that grey background. And they look like flowers, don't they? They're like mosaic flowers. Well, actually, they're called flower dot. Just realised they are. But they don't. They look like flowers intentionally. That wasn't an accident. So that one's called flower dot retro. And then there's another one called flower dot. What's the colour? And then this one is flower dot teal. So just so you can see them, together. Is it one of these, right? Who sees that as blue and who sees that as red? But they go really well together. So the one that's in the graphics at the moment is the teal, which is this one. Just so you know which is which. But this one's more subtle, isn't it? But you can see the mauvey colour flower, and then there's a purple flower. Yeah, you could applique frogs on this, but not ants. You can't applique ants on that because they don't go in ponds. That's lovely, isn't it? But it is, I think it'd be really nice for outdoor things because it has that kind of mosaic outdoor look. So it would be nice for cushions on your outdoor sofas, wouldn't it? Or something for a picnic. It just feels a bit outdoorsy. So that is flower dot teal. Now, this next dot is the sort of thing that is very staple. I'll go for the red again. Very staple in Kaffe's range. I love them because they're more like pebbles than dots. What is this one called? Jumble. Jumble, but it looks like pebbles, doesn't it? And it's lovely as well. If you look at it closely, it's completely multi-directional. So it wouldn't, you know, and also trying to pattern match this would be impossible. So it would be fab if you needed to, because you would just join it all together. But it is lovely. It's a really nice background fabric with a lot of interest. So if you're doing something amazing with Kaffe's designs and you want to put some borders or sashings, it'd be ideal with this because there's so much texture going on. So that is the jumble blue and orange. It's really nice, isn't it? Beautifully soft as well. And then there's another jumble, so you can start to see there's a pattern now that most of the fabrics are in 2 colourways. So this one is designed by Brandon. I didn't realise the one they were actually on the they're on the selvage. I told you the selvage were good. So this is the flower. No, this isn't flower dot. Oh, okay. Sorry, this is the right fabric, but right, it's just name wrong. But if you order this one, it's this jumble dot that you will get. Okay, we need to get them to rename that. at some point. There we go. That's the jumble dot in blue, even though it's called flower dot on there. But if you go on the website, you'll see a photo, so you'll know that you're ordering the right thing in the photo. If you've got any questions at all, if you want to order via the call centre 0800 001 4433, they will be able to help you. Right, I'm nearly there, but not quite. These, I like these. These are gorgeous. Well, these look like slices of, what is it called, this one? Agate. Slices of gemstones. Look at that. But again, it's a bit like the large chrysanthemums, isn't it? But gemstones. It's interesting, this collection. He's got fungi, and now he's got agate as well. It's become much more naturalistic, but just look at the colours involved in there and the swirls and the spirals. It's beautiful, isn't it? I love the pinks and the purples, and then you've got ochre in the centre and oranges as well. So that is the purple version. Oh, let's have a good look. Look at that. Let me put, and look, when you get a whole circle, it's like a big slice, isn't it? And then the background is all swirled. That's just gorgeous, isn't it? And I love the really vibrant orange that's in the centre of it. You can really see such a 3D quality in this. Right, then we have exactly the same, but in another colour. I like this one. It's got blues and pinks and greens. I'll show you on the... and now this one is designed by Philip Jacobs. Because he's... Oh, now this one has been the most popular on pre-order. I think the colours in this are beautiful because it's such detail. A lot of Philip's designs are extremely detailed and fine. You know, you can imagine it's all hand painted beautifully. But it's like fossils, I don't know. Yeah, Hannah says he collects fossils. Gorgeous, but you can really see that 3D feel to it, can't you? Where he's got the different shades, where it really shades from pale blue all the way through to dark, and then you get that vibrant pink. It gives it such a 3D quality. So that one is the agate in blue. The fans. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, that's nice. Are they called peacocks? Oh, sorry. Hannah called them peacocks. Now, this one was designed by Kaffe. It says on the selvage. I've never realised that. Regal fans. Again, look at those colours. Fuchsia and orange and black. Yeah, they do look a bit like peacocks, but they're not. They're fans. That's lovely, isn't it? Again, the colourways go with all of the other fabrics in the range. If you want something that's very quintessentially Kaffe with his colours and is the detail in it, it's beautiful, isn't it? I love that one. Do you want to have a look? Oh, a little bit closer. I'll do it the right way up since they're supposed to be fans. I don't know where he gets his ideas from. They're just splashes of colours. And it's all beautifully hand-drawn, isn't it? So there's nothing precise. It's just all wiggly lines. So that is the pink one, and then also the fans. Oh, is it? Oh, it's in the green. Gosh, so different, this one. Look at the shades of green in this one. So we've got like a really bright, like appley lime green for the background, for the main fans. You've got an emerald for the background, and then a big splashes of red for the handles of the fans and blue. Again, as you know, now that you've seen all of the fabrics in the range, you can really see how they all blend together and all the colourways work really well together. So that's that fans. That looks really nice with the rainbows, because it picks up the same green tones and the blue that's in the fan as well. It's interesting when you put them together, when you see how they work, you know, you think, gosh, will those colours clash? But they don't, they just all go together. They work so well. I have 4 left. I love this one. Let's do this one. This feels very Kaffe to me. So this one is called Cloisonné. There we go. Beautiful, big, bold, exciting florals where you've got stems and flowers and leaves, all very intertwined. Very, very Kaffe. So it's called the Charlotte Aqua Fabric. That's so lovely, isn't it? I love the background of that. It's a really lovely clear turquoise. Exactly the same print, but in pink. Pinks and oranges. So this is your vibrant pinks, oranges, fuchsias. Oh, get it. I keep getting out the wrong way. Look at that. Loads of this has gone into baskets. Again, it's exactly what you think of. Cloisonné pink. Beautiful, isn't it? You've got, I like the big splashes of leaves, the sort of, well, the leaves are really sort of citrine green, aren't they? But they work so well against all the reds and the oranges and this beautiful fuchsia pink background. It's beautiful. Very summery, isn't it? Makes you feel really warm and summery. I'd love to know what you're going to do with it. There's so many different things. Are you going to make a traditional, well, not a quilt, or some homeware? Because I think some homeware would look really well in it. Bags, amazing. Bucket hat. Right, gosh, I've got to go through these quickly. Last two. Now, this one is called Charlotte. But we had one called Charlotte in the other one. Right, so this one is correct. This one is Charlotte. Oh, okay. Right. Right, so this is Charlotte. So you've got, I like the background, it's lots of daisies all splodged around, and then you've got these large flowers on it as well. So this one is lovely. Okay. But that's really nice, isn't it? Look at the blues. It works really well, doesn't it? It works beautifully, look. With this one. Doesn't that look lovely together? The two of them work really well. Aren't they lovely? So you've got all the sort of the spotty floral background, but they go so well. So if you buy them from this collective, if you want to be sure, if you've bought one already and you want to check whether it goes with another colour, just look on the website. There are photos of all of them, so it's much easier to see what goes together. And then finally is this one, which is Charlotte in red. And this is nice because he's put like a emerald green background in here, which really makes the reds and the pinks pop, doesn't it? With the flowers, the purples and the pinks. But I do like this dark green background. I think this is slightly different, this colour palette, than he's used before. He's used some sort of quite darker ones, a bit like in the regimental stripe fabric. You know, he's got some darker colours, and I think they work really well. These greens, they pick up all of this, the prints really well. So maybe you want to mix together a geometric print with a floral print, and they do work so well. So the one that's on the screen at the moment is Charlotte in red. Absolutely gorgeous. Right, so that's all of them. That's all of them. Please do keep refreshing your page to see what we've got. If you've got it in your basket, please do check out, because it's not yours until you've checked out. Now, right, talking about checking out, from Janet's hour earlier, this gorgeous quilt, we only have a very few of them left, but you've still got a lot of you with them in baskets. There are loads of you with them in baskets, but we just have a couple left. So this is Constance in blue and cream. Everything you need is in the kit except for the backing and the wadding, but you've got all of the bonder web, you've got all of the fabric, you've got the instructions. There are lots of you still with it in baskets. You need to carry on and check out. and then you can have it. So Janet's going to be coming up again in the next hour. And don't forget the little sewing kits. Well done if you've got yours on pre-order. That's what you get in it. There's 3 different colourways. Janet's going to be talking to us about exactly how to make them and how you cut them all up. And they're just beautiful. They're real skill builders and very, very affordable price. Loads of you have checked out them already. So we're going to have a break for a couple of minutes to just move off the cave and get Janet back in. Check out while that's happening. Then you can sit back, enjoy the demo. If you've got any questions for Janet at all, please do message in. We will ask her. But thanks for the last hour, for staying with me for the last hour, and well done to all of you who've bought your new cave fabric. And I'll see you back here in a couple of minutes.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Hello everyone, my name's Cara Ackerman and I'm absolutely delighted to be here at Sewing Street. I actually originated from Hertfordshire, then went down to Hampshire, and then it ended up in the East Midlands. I've been in the East Midlands for about 40 years now, which seems crazy, but 36 of those I actually worked with DMC Creative World, which was wonderful. I really, really enjoyed that. And then I decided to go freelance, and that's how I got introduced to Sewing Street. I love doing anything to do with textiles, so embroidery, cross stitch, patchwork, done a bit of quilting, bag making, toy making. Oh goodness, there's loads and loads of things. What I love doing is just trying something new, and I think one of the tips is don't be frightened of trying something new. You always learn from it, and don't be scared of making mistakes either. We all learn from the mistakes that we make. Little bit about me that you might not know, and that's a bit of a surprise. I once went to the garden party down at Buckingham Palace, the Queen's garden party, for some work that I did with Marie Curie. I was so lucky to go there, and just a wonderful time. So I hope to see more of you on Sewing Street, and I hope to try lots of new crafts with you. So see you again soon. Bye-bye.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 AM to 1 PM every day on Freeview 73 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in to our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 PM every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 till 1 PM. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So, you never have to spend a minute without us.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. head on over to www.yarnlane.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again. Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Welcome back to Sewing Street, and it's another hour of Janet Clare, which is fantastic. Can I just say, if you were with me at Janet and I at 9 o'clock, a field guide, which is her beautiful pattern book with inspiration and templates and ideas of how to create beautiful projects. There are loads of you, over 30 of you, who have this in your basket and haven't checked out. If you don't check out, then somebody else will. So if you want the book, which is absolutely stunning, watch back the last hour later if you want some more information about it. It features so many beautiful projects. Then you need to check out. Just wanted to mention that. But this hour, we're going to cover Janet's sewing kits, which are just gorgeous, and two quilts. The one behind me is the lightning quilt, and that is the pattern only. And then the other one that's behind Janet is the square dance. And that is kit or pattern?
Yes. So we've got fabric for this. You've got a nice selection of fabrics to make that. And the pattern only. Yes, and Thunder and Lightning, we don't have that exact fabric. But of course, it will look stunning no matter what you choose.
In all sorts of colours. So we will go through the quilts later, but we'll do sewing kits first.
Sewing kit first.
Okay, so tell me about the sewing kit, because you were saying how they set you a challenge.
So I was staying with Verona, who used to own So-and-So's in Bungay, little quilt shop.
Right.
And she said, I always buy these little Moda candies, the little 2.5 inch squares.
Is that what they're called, candies?
They're little candies.
So how many squares do you get? 42? 2.5 inch
squares, and they're laser cut, so they've all got little pinked edges. They're really cute.
So just like a charm pack?
Just like a little charm pack. Charm pack's 5 inches.
Yeah,
but the same thing, exactly the same thing. So they are the whole collection as the designer has designed it, and then they'll top them up so you always get 42. So some of the fabric's got repeats in. But anyway, Verona and lots of other quilt shops, they put them by the till.
Right.
And you're standing there as a customer and you're picking them up and thinking, oh, these are rather lovely.
They are in these kits.
I do with them. What do you do with them?
I know, exactly.
Do you buy lots and lots and send them together to make a quilt? Or, she said, somebody needs to come up with something where you just need one.
So did you
take one?
Right, okay.
So I started with a charm pack and an idea, and then literally worked it out, thought you're not getting any more fabric, Janet. You've got fabric for the lining, that's it. You've got a bit of wadding that you can add.
Okay.
And that's it. But all the pretty stuff has to come out of one of these little candies.
So can we have a look at the kits and see what we're going to make? So
do you want to open it up? Open up.
The blues. I've got to open the blues first. Okay. So in the blues, Hang on, I'll come here. In the blues.
And the blues is about jazz, blues music and jazz. So there are
Now
little
there's
musical
press studs,
notes.
so you need to not lose
Oh
that.
yeah, you've got your little poppers.
Okay.
You've got your poppers and you've got all these fabrics. So you've got lots of little blue notes.
Oh, you almost don't want to take them
staves.
apart.
I know, they're so cute.
When you get the little pack.
And there's a cheetah print because Josephine Baker had a pet cheetah. So I thought that was fun. It comes in a couple of different colourways. And this one's called crochet because there's 4 beats in a bar.
Nice.
So it's all music, but it's quite subtle.
Yes,
so that's
it.
That's the blues.
So, but in the sewing kit you get to make, I mean, these aren't the same.
No, I've made 4 and I'm stopping now because
Right,
I could make
okay.
so many of them.
So
you get a little case which you can keep a project in, so like English
Yes.
paper piecing project or some small quilt blocks or your threads or whatever. Or you can keep the rest of the sewing kit in there.
Now you get the press studs, press
You get
fasteners.
the press fasteners.
I'm keeping those safe.
Oh, this one hasn't got all of the bits. This is me. It's how I've packed it.
Okay,
At
have
home.
that one instead
Don't
then.
panic. But you get... Take 2. Yeah, I didn't see that, ladies. There you go. One little pouch.
And you can
Nicely
make
sewn.
all of this?
Yes. Then you get a little scissor keeper. So just for your little thread snips. You could probably get a
So
stitch ripper in there, seam ripper in there as well.
So you have got everything, so it's just thread and a sewing
Little
machine.
pin cushion.
I love that.
Thank you, it's cute, isn't it? And that is filled with, I filled mine with sand. So there's a little
okay.
inner bag to keep the sand safe. But they're quarter square triangles. They are just squares and rectangles sewn together. These are half square triangles. So the idea was not only, obviously the more you cut into the fabric and the more you sew, the more, it's not wasted, but it
you
gets
lose.
small, you lose.
Yes, yes.
So the idea wasn't to lose lots, and then you got a little needlebook.
Oh, I see. So you've got the wadding that's in here. So you get wadding, you get
wadding. So
interfacing.
You've got things to, you can
Calico.
strengthen the pages
Gosh, you
of
have
the
thought of
book, the cover of
everything.
the book with the interfacing.
This is a
the
really
lining.
amazingly
Cute.
good price.
Thank you. I've just put it up. Let's just put it up.
Yeah.
No.
It's a bit like that, but-
the thing is, if you're a beginner or you just want to make something that's a nice, you would have this made this weekend, which would be lovely, wouldn't it?
But
And then
I
you can
think this
make
is
them
a
for
wonderful
gifts.
gift for someone.
It's a lovely gift. It's a really, and also if you are going to start patchwork, if you thought of fancied it, or if you've got someone to teach, this is really the basics of patchwork.
Yes.
You've got the pre-cut squares already, so you're not dealing with yards of fabric and all that wrangling and all the ironing and all the pressing. You know, you're going to get a really nice patchwork result quite quickly, and then they've got something useful at the end of it.
And charming. I mean, it's beautiful as well.
Well,
so,
that's why I've made 4.
Yes, absolutely. So but we have various colourways. So there's the blues.
There's the blues.
Right. Oh, I knew I was going to lose
Don't
them.
worry about the press.
And then botanicals.
And botanicals,
So-
which is what we saw in Constance this morning. So it's all the greys and the marbling and the birds and the wildflowers with the charcoal. And then you have Astra.
So
It's exactly
hang on,
the
we've got to
same.
carry on through botanicals a minute.
There you go.
I knew I'd lost
And
it.
there's another popper somewhere.
I know.
Another popper, don't worry about
Probably
it.
gone through the hole.
So you've got 100% cotton calico to do the lining. But
Yes.
of course, if you've got pretty fabric knocking around, you can always make some posher lining. Although I do like a pale lining in a bag because you can see.
And it really is everything you need, because we always say everything you need except for, but it is everything you need.
It is everything you need this time. Yeah, it really is everything you need.
And
you
you've got
can
the
make.
beautiful botanical fabrics.
And you get 1 half square triangle left over at the end. That's the only wastage there is. And Marilyn, who I know, she came and told me that she'd used her half square triangle. Let's pretend this is a proper half square triangle. She'd put it here, she'd sewn it there, and that's where she keeps her needle threader.
Oh, okay, so she
there's
didn't
no
waste any of hers.
Zero waste.
And the botanical fabrics are gorgeous, these beautiful shades.
Just really
of,
sort of subtle charcoals and greys.
And there's birds on them. Oh, is it? I can't see.
So,
Hang on,
yeah,
I need to
just
move over to the
let's
centre.
move.
There we go, right.
There you go.
So those are the botanical fabrics. You've got charcoals, greys.
Yeah, there's about 3 shades of grey, and then it goes to quite
Creams.
a off-white grey, very, very, very pale, almost
And
white.
I love the fact that you've got quite a lot that have actual birds on them. So you've got writing on some of them. And, you know, these have got birds. Depends where the fabric is
Where
cut.
the fabric cuts.
But you've got little flowers. So it's a really lovely range of greys and blacks and neutrals. I mean, what a beautiful gift to give somebody.
It's nice, isn't
I
it?
tell you what, it'd be nice little thing to take on holiday.
Yes, nice little project. In fact, we have stitched this on one of my
Can you stitch it
stitching
by
holidays.
hand?
We have stitched it by hand. And here's a sample that
Oh,
look
okay.
very wonky running
Wow.
stitch. Because actually, how you're sewing the patchwork, it's not, you don't sew it on the machine because it's the strength of the stitches. You sew it on the machine because it's quick.
Yes. Yeah.
So all you've got to do when you're hand sewing, which the machine is good at, is you've got to fasten the ends. So you've got to make sure you start securely and you end securely, because when you're machine sewing, the stitches are so small. Anyone who's had to unpick knows that they're quite well fastened.
Yes,
and obviously
yeah.
with patchwork, you sew across the seam as well. But that's just not quite so definite with hand sewing. But there's no reason why you are...
Yeah, so you could hand sew if you wanted
and you don't
to.
see the stitches, so you can see how wonky that is in dark thread. You can't see it when it's in the quilt block.
So that's the botanicals one. So that's shades of charcoals and greys, beautiful. And then finally is Astra.
Astra.
Is
And
that one.
Astra, I think you had, because Stuart Hillard was talking about Astra a while ago. So this is the new fabric collection.
Yes, no,
It's
we have
just
got
out.
that, and we have the Astra on the website as well. We have, if you have a look on pre-order, we have it available, what we've got left by the ½ metre. So, a quarter of a stock of this one has already gone. So this is the Astra colourway.
You just, yes, slide out.
Do it very gently.
Very gently.
So you've got everything again. You've got the wadding, you've got the calico, you've got the interfacing, you've got the press fasteners, the instructions, and then this fabric, which is shades of blues.
So this is indigo, and then it goes to a really rich blue.
So you've got that lovely indigo.
And then when I was designing the fabric, I've talked about my indigo ink. When you dropped bleach on the indigo ink, it went orange. So I've put that really sharp orange in there.
Okay.
So some of them, can I find one? Some of them have got orange on. There you go. There's an orange. There's a tiny
Oh
bit of
wow, that
orange.
works really well. I love this where you just get that little figure 7. So
Seven.
depends on where
the
they're
fabric's
cut,
cut.
is what little bits you get. So
But you get
those are the
enough.
tones. Oh look, there's another one with a bit of orange.
A little bit of orange. I
It
quite like
works
that colour.
really
I'll have to
nicely.
bring that back.
Yeah, I like the orange.
Greys and blues and creams. So this is obviously all about the night sky. Again, quite subtle motifs. I try not to do it so
Yes.
it's too large. I like a lot
Well, it
small
works
scale.
well at that scale as well, doesn't
Yeah,
it?
because you do. I tend to use smaller pieces.
No.
So, like if you were using the Fassett fabric, you'd want bigger pieces because it's all about how much colour you
scale,
can get
yeah.
in. But mine, I quite like a small, considered colour palette and quite small little details that repay a good look. I think I like that it's not obvious when you first see it.
But it actually works really well with this kit because the small pieces, you can
pieces you
still
actually
see the
see
little
it.
bits in it.
So then, yes, and obviously the pattern is written for one of the little candy packs. But if you haven't got one, if you just buy the pattern, then or you've used it up, then you just cut yourself some more 2.5-inch squares.
Okay, so the pattern is also available on its own. Let me move that one. I'm being very careful of the press fasteners and the
bits.
cables. So the pattern on its own. Obviously, you will need to supply all your own fabric and press fasteners and everything else that you need. But it does tell you on the back what you actually need to make this. So if you want to have a quick look, if you buy just the pattern only, there we go.
Yes.
That is what you need, what you will need to make it. But if you buy the kit, that's what you get.
Yeah, and it doesn't have to match either. That's the beauty of it, isn't it? You can use up all your little scraps.
Yes,
And see
exactly.
what you've got. You might even have some little orphan quilt blocks knocking around that you can use.
Yes, that's true. But if you want to use Janet's fabrics, which are gorgeous and suit this pattern beautifully because of the scale of the print, then just choose between blues, botanicals and Astra. Right, Janet, so where do we start
Where do you
with
start?
this?
So-
I'll move aside while you sew.
Well, I get myself organised.
Yes, and I'm going to move my kits.
It tells you, here you go. So it tells you the pincushion needle case Sizzle Keeper project case. It tells you how many charm squares you need for each. So for the pincushion, you need 8 and you need to choose 4 pale and 4 dark. So you're just going to think, oh, I think I'm going to have an indigo and cream pincushion for 4. Or you know, you can do whatever you like. So you're just going to subdivide basically, and then all you've got to imagine is, am I going to have? See, now I can't even talk because I'm playing with fabric. Just leave me alone when I play with my fabric.
Yes, I'm sorry, I can't speak.
So you might decide, for the needle case, for example, that indigo square would look really nice if that was that square there.
Oh, yes. So do you
And
decide...
then do I want matching? So
Right,
do I want my
okay.
needlebook to look like that? Or do I want them all to be scrappy? Or whatever. But it tells you, for the project case, you need 22
So you
charm
choose
squares.
them all
so
in
you
advance,
choose
right.
11 pale, 11 dark. So I would spend time and I would think, right, that is my pincushion. And then I might even put a note there on it to say that's your pincushion, and then work it out like that. So that you get, and then you can shuffle things about, and then you know that you're using the fabric as you want to use it. And then it's just making half square triangles and quarter square triangles. It's very simple. So I wouldn't put the same print like that together, for example. The two in the two colourways. I mean, it's not wrong, but as I'm at this decision point, and I don't have to,
Yes,
I would split them up. So if that was that, and then all you're going to do is draw.
So the kit that Janet is working with is the one that's in the graphics. It's the blues, and that's the one that Janet is demonstrating with.
So you're just going to draw that diagonal line, always on the paler square. It can be in water-soluble pen or a biro or pencil or whatever, and then you're just going to put that right sides together, pretty sides together, get it as square as you can, and then you take that to the machine and you sew 1/4 inch either side of that, or you can hand sew it like I did earlier. Get my machine on. Or shall we imagine sewing quarter square triangles?
You can say no, it's up to you. Be nice to see it, because I think that's often something, it might be a new technique to people as well. I like it, the fact it looks like harlequins.
Yeah, yes, good fun. So they are quarter square triangles. I'm just going to sew 1/4 inch away from that drawn line. And then what you would do, if you are new to patchwork and quilting, you would have the next pair prepared. So you would feed that in and have like a bunting. But I'm going to stop there, and then you have to sew the other side. So you would do all of this as a bit of a production line. You can go as slow as you like. You can be really methodical, sew one seam, cut it, take it to the ironing board, all the rest of it. But it's much quicker and actually quite nice just to have half an hour at the sewing machine. Okay. So they're sewn together, and what they will look like, you can double check before you do any cutting, because you think, right, there you go, that's one half square triangle, and they're called that. I don't know why they're called that, because they're actually 2 triangle squares.
I know, I've often wondered that, because it isn't a half.
It's not a half, really.
Yeah, it's a half.
And then you're making a pair.
Half square triangle.
So you're making a pair. So all I've got to do is cut on that drawn line. You can get your rotary cutter out, or you can just zoom up with your scissors. It's entirely up to you.
Nice little project if you wanted to teach somebody sewing as well, wouldn't it?
It is a really nice little project. And then I always press my seams open. And there's small pieces, so there's not hours of sewing and there's not hours of pressing or cutting. And it just grows really nicely.
Do you want the iron?
No.
Okay.
No. Ironing is a bit boring, isn't it? And then all you're going to do is trim these up. So they are 1.5 inches when they're finished. And you're literally just going to trim them up. And that keeps everything really accurate. Actually, I can't get it. No, it's definitely 1.5. Just talking to myself there. And then Trim them up. Now, if you haven't got the means to trim them up, then don't worry, and you want that cut sharper than that as well, really, in an ideal world. Don't worry. All you'll do is you've just got little ears, and maybe things aren't quite straight, but you will still make a lovely pincushion or a needle case or whatever. It won't matter. I'm just showing you the full effect.
Yes.
And then you've got everything square. I think my rotary cutter blade must be a little bit blunt. You've got everything nice and square and even, and that's all you're going to do. That's it. And that will make the little case. And then when you've got 2 of those, that's trimmed down as well. These 4 here, can you see I've used really different fabrics there to make them stand out. You would put those 2 opposite each other.
Okay.
And you draw again on the diagonal line, stitch either side of the diagonal line, cut on the diagonal line, and then when that's all done and pressed, you've made a 1/4 square triangle.
Oh, okay.
So can you see you've got the building blocks there, but they're small. I mean, you're only making 8 or something of them.
So you start off with your half squares and then you turn them into...
Yes. So there you go, and it's very satisfying, particularly when it's your beginner and it's your new start, or if you just want something to be doing, because you don't always want a big challenge, do you?
No, you just want something little, and also I think it's the sort of thing you make think, well, I don't know what I'm going to do with it. You think, then you think, yeah, I know who I'm going to give it to, perhaps.
Yes, make lots. I mean, what a nice sort of secret Santa for a sewing group.
Yes,
or
it is, isn't it?
something, because and everything tucks away. So if you are taking it travelling with you on holidays, remember those. Everything does keep in here. Or if I take it with me, I've often got like English paper piecing or a bit of embroidery with me or something, or the cottons in here, and it all just keeps it nice and tidy.
It's perfect, isn't it? It's really lovely.
Thank you.
So you just need to decide whether you want the blues.
Yes.
Which is this pack. I mean, in the kits you get the 2-inch charm squares, or 2.5 actually, and the wadding, interfacing, calico, and the press fasteners, and the instructions. All you need to do is provide the sewing thread and yourself.
Yes.
So you just need to choose between the blues, which is the one that Janet was just demonstrating with, which is beautiful shades of indigos, paler blues. Now, we have less than 20 of all of these kits left. So if you want one, you do need to check out. That's the blues. The botanicals, again, you have everything that you need, but in this one, you have the botanicals, which is lovely fabrics with birds and flowers, and it's shades of whites and pale greys and charcoals. Absolutely beautiful. So I love the darkest grey on it. I mean, look at that one there. Oh, the charcoal. It's just gorgeous, isn't it? It's kind of a browny charcoal as well,
warm.
isn't it? It's really warm. And flowers, it's gorgeous. So if you want a really neutral shade one, that's Botanicals. And then finally, it's Astra.
Astra.
Which is Janet's latest collection. And the Astra collection, again, you have everything you need in your kit. The Astra collection is in shades of creams and greys and indigos, but then you've got little highlights of oranges in there.
And there's a lovely rich blue in there as well. Might be under
this blue.
Grey. Yeah, that rich blue.
Gorgeous. Look at the shades of rich blue in that one. So that's, and it's all features space type prints. Beautiful. So you're ready, it's all there. You just need a reel of thread. You can hand sew it, you can machine sew it, you can keep it, you can give it away. You can wait for a special rainy day.
Just when you need a nice little project,
just
a little
nice,
comforting little project.
Yes, just something nice to do.
Done.
And there's a purpose to it as well. You will actually use this.
It's actually useful.
But it's also skill building.
Brilliant skill builder. It's very, very flexible. You can use it with all your scraps if you've just got the pattern or you've used up your candies, and just have fun with it.
And the instructions for all of Janet's kits are lovely, really good. So, you know, if I give you an example, you know, she's got beautiful diagrams coloured diagrams of exactly how to do it, how to make, you know, there's how to make the quarter square triangles. Really, really clear and easy to understand. So it's something you could sit down and do with a friend if they want to learn, or if you know, you want somebody to learn how to do patchwork or different types. It's all in here.
Yeah, if you are teaching.
Right. Now, if you want instructions on their own, because you want to use your own fabric stash, we have those as well. Obviously, you don't get any of the fabric or the wadding or anything, but if you want to use your own, the instructions on their own are $9.99. But it's probably better to buy the kit.
I was just going to say, if you are teaching somebody, then please try and refer them back to the pattern.
Yes.
Because when I'm teaching, that's what I do. And somebody said, well, you can just show me. Yes, I can, but I'm not going to be with you next time.
Okay.
So it's really useful to say, this is what I've done, and that's step 3.
Okay, no, that's really useful, isn't it?
Yeah, because you need to...
Otherwise, they'll do it on their own.
Well, she did something, but what did it look like, and where did it look like? So try and teach the pattern, how to read the pattern as well.
Yes.
In an ideal world.
No, that makes absolute sense. Yes, so should we move on to
square dance?
Right, so square dance. So let me go through the kit. So it's hanging behind the actual finished quilt. I mean, in the kit, let me just run through this before we show you the demonstration. So in the kit, you get, well, you start off with, you get the bag.
Another bag.
Another bag. Lovely. I feel like I want to decorate this.
I know, you could embroider it and put badges on it and all sorts.
Yeah, I feel like I want to decorate.
It is a nice quality bag, actually.
It's beautiful. It's a beautiful bag. So you get the bag, which is very important. And then if you make the kit, the quilt for somebody, you give it to them in the bag. Or you can just keep the bag and give them the quilt.
Keep it, yeah.
But, you know, the options are there. Then in the kit, obviously, you get full instructions. And as we've said earlier, Janet's instructions are fantastic, very clear, very easy to understand. The finished quilt is 54 inches square.
So again, a nice little beginner
bed top, picnic blanket.
Yeah, lovely for a picnic, lovely. Just keep it in the car.
Keep it in the boot of the car.
Lovely to put baby on it. Really strong graphic. They'll be able to see it right from when they're tiny.
Oh yes, actually really good baby quilt.
Little baby quilt.
Then you get all the fabric. So the background is in all of this lovely cream textured fabric. So it doesn't show up brilliantly on camera, but when you see it, it's okay. You can see that you've got, it is textured, so it's shades of creams and lines, and that's the background. So I love it when a background fabric isn't totally plain, that you've got a bit of texture. So that's there. Then you get the other indigo fabrics. Oh, this is from the blues range.
From the blues.
Yes. So these are reeds. They look like, it's funny, one way they look like reeds, but that way they look like musical scales.
Yes, musical staves.
Love that one. So these are lovely. Look at this blue, beautiful. So this is from the blues. So these are all lines of music. But it just gives you a texture. That's what I really like about it, because the Janet's prints are always quite small. You just get that kind of textured look, don't you?
Subtle variations.
Yes.
Yeah.
I know, that's why I said your fabrics are really iconic of you. They're yours, aren't they?
And they'll all look striking against that cream. So you've got more, probably slightly more subtle variations in the blues than in that.
Okay. Then this one, that's 4 crotchets.
Yeah, 4 beats in a bar.
4 beats in a bar, obviously. But it looks like musical hashtag.
Yeah, I just, you know when you're doodling when you're on the phone or something? That's what I do. I doodle as much as I can. And when I find that I'm doodling something over and over again, I know there's a print in there somewhere, and I've got to develop it.
Oh, that's really interesting, isn't it? How that process works. This is the cheetah.
Yes, Josephine Baker. She had a pet cheetah. She used to bring it with her. She was here, she'd have had the cheetah in the green room.
Really? Mm-hmm. How strange. Was it very tame, do you think?
I don't think so. I don't know.
You know, I would thought once they're not babies anymore.
Cats aren't very trainable, are they? Let alone
not really,
a cheetah.
let alone a cheetah. What's this? What is this one called?
That's for you know, jazz, and it goes all over the place.
Yes.
It's hard to find like a repeating pattern.
Yeah, okay.
That's what that's supposed to be. That's in my head.
The madness of jazz.
Yeah, just as being surrounded by notes.
Wow. Yeah, no, I get that. It is like completely surrounded by. Yeah, that's love. I love that print. And then this is your 4 beats in a bar, but in indigo. So all of these fabrics are in the kit. There is enough fabric here to make the whole quilt, and obviously you would just need backing and wadding.
Yeah, there's a good 10%. We've done all the maths, so you've got at least 10% extra. There's plenty to do. And
that makes the quilt behind you. That is using a slightly different fabric range.
Slightly different fabric. So this is really super scrappy, so that I just pulled out lots of my indigo scraps.
But it will be very similar. It's blue.
It will be so similar. It will be lovely. The effect is the same, definitely.
So, and then obviously full instructions go in there. Now remember, this quilt is available on split pay. So you either pay $119.99 or you can pay 2 equal payments of $59.99. That's interest free, won't cost you any more. It's just a way of spreading the payments, but it will be sent to you straight away. You don't have to wait to the other. Now, there are single figures of this quilt kit left. Single figures, lots of you have it in baskets. If you want the quilt kit, you need to check out. You won't be charged extra postage. If you're thinking, oh, I'll wait to see whether or not I'm going to need something else, don't. Put it into your basket. You would be charged your postage at the end of the day. Now, if you want the pattern on its own, that's just the pattern. All of the fabric requirements are on the back. You need 2.5 yards of dark blue in total and 2.5 yards of cream. That's what you need. But there's all the pattern itself, $9.99. So if you want to make this quilt, it does mean then if you want to make it bigger, you can just follow the pattern. You can use your own fabric. You can repeat the design.
Do whatever you like. Just go for it.
Lovely. Okay, so what was your inspiration behind this one? Where did you start? Because I'm always fascinated by the design process.
I wanted to make something using half square triangles because they're great fun. And they're the building blocks of so many patchworks, aren't they? But I didn't want it to look immediately obvious that you'd used half square triangles. And I also wanted it to feel like it was twirling somehow.
It has movement in it.
A bit of, and this square, I didn't want to do any sort of Y seams. I didn't want to set blocks on point or anything like that. So it's really, really straightforward to make. So a beginner, you can make that, bless you. You can definitely make that as a beginner, which is nice because often you don't want a quilt that looks like, it's your first quilt.
Yeah, but it looks like complicated.
Looks much more complicated. So what you do is when you're looking at a quilt like this, it's a bit overwhelming, but it's got a border of half square triangles, 2 triangle squares. Can you see that goes all the way up there and all the way along there? Then these are 4 half square triangles. That's what makes the diamond. And that's a half square triangle, half square triangle, half square triangle. And then I've repeated it smaller inside. So that is 1 block. But it's just half square triangles, and how you put them all together will blend. And as with the sewing kit, we were making half square triangles in pairs, which is quick. With these, you can make them in 8s, which is even quicker.
Okay.
You obviously start with bigger squares. All the maths is done for you. This is my original drawing that I found. Wow. That was it. 22nd of June 2018.
Oh, wow.
So there you go.
They were tiny, tiny graph paper.
Yes. I spend so many hours colouring in bits of graph paper.
That's so lovely, isn't it?
It's very satisfying.
I feel that's another new print.
A new
with
print.
the graph paper on the back.
Yeah. Well, maybe. Watch this space.
Yeah, I think it would work. It would work well. I think the fact you've hand coloured it and you've got the graph paper.
Yes, it makes. Yeah. Well, thank you. Right. So half square triangles. We made them before you put the 2 squares, pretty sides together. And then you draw on 1 diagonal line if you're making them in pairs. Okay. With this, you're going to draw on both diagonal lines and have them making a cross. And then all you're going to do is sew 1/4 inch away from each drawn line. So I don't know whether that shows up, but I've actually sewn that side. Oh, right, okay. Got to sew
he can actually... Charlie can get into close to that.
Come on, Charlie. I'll try and slow down so you've got a chance. I could turn it over so it was in the darker fabric. Maybe it shows up better on there you go. So I've sewn either side. So the drawn line is where you will cut. So now I've got to sew either side of the other line.
So you don't cut first, you do all your sewing?
No, you're doing all your sewing.
Right.
You are doing all your sewing.
Oh no, I'm just thinking because when
you're
I've
just
made
making me check now.
No, because
I'm
I've
thinking, oh
not
my
done.
goodness,
I've done
do you?
2, and you cut now, but I've not done 8. Now I'm trusting you. On
8.
This. Yeah.
If we've got a rewind button, I
Yeah,
can
it'd be
redo.
fine.
I'll
And
just
I've done
redo.
4. I've done 4, and that's done completely differently. But I haven't done 8. So
Right, so sewing 1/4 of an inch away. Janet's first and last TV appearance when she demos and it goes wrong. No, this is what you do. 1/4 of
Don't
an
you
inch
worry.
away.
that's what happens on live TV. Makes everyone else feel better.
There. And again, you can do a big production line. You don't have to do one at a time. Okay, so I have drawn and sewn either side. And now what you've got to do is you've got to cut this in half. And you can take, you won't have camera looking at you. So you can just take as much time as you like.
So this is where the
You cut it
rotating
in
cutting
half.
mat comes in really handy.
Yes. And then
We've
you're
got
going to
any of
cut them
those
in
on the
half
website.
again.
Very handy. Like I said 8. The rotating cutting mat is perfect for half. Is when you're doing half square
1,
triangles.
2. I'm feeling a bit like, oh, maybe I'm doing this wrong now.
No. I'd say because with the twos method that you just showed us, you cut and then
Yes,
you
you
sew
do.
and then you cut, but you've sewn and sewn. So this is fascinating.
Yes. So you can obviously cut with scissors. 1, 2. So we're up to 2. We're up to 4.
Brilliant.
Now the squares are bigger, and the beauty of making half square triangles with the squares a bit bigger is means that you can trim them down so they all square up again. But if your quilt is wonky, then it's wonky.
Yeah, like you said, by the time it's on the bed, no one will notice.
No one
Chuck
notices.
it in the
1,
washing
2,
machine.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There you go.
Perfect.
That. All done. And they would be a right fiddle to make in pairs. They take you much, much longer to make. These all need a really, really good press.
Are they the...
And you do press, you know, don't you? You press. You press when they're together. I did have an iron. I can have an iron.
We do have an iron?
Anyway, don't worry about it.
Well, no, it'd be
I
quite
won't
nice
put it on.
to see.
Oh, there it is. You're going to put it on?
Yeah.
I'm just going to put the iron on.
I am. Well,
there
it's
you
just because if you haven't done this before, it's quite nice to see. And also, everyone I find does things slightly different, so they all have their own tips.
Your own little
And
tip.
this is all about the tips.
Right, I'm going to get myself a bit of padding because you wouldn't really...
Here you go. Here's your... No,
thank
we've got
you.
a board. Here you go.
Oh, they've got everything.
We have everything.
It's almost like you've done
I
sewing
know.
on TV
It's
before.
amazing. We have everything, and then that's just heating up. It doesn't actually
Thank
take that
you.
long either.
Okay, so what you'll do
And the prim
is...
iron is back in stock, just saying.
It's quite a cute little...
and
and
it's a
very
steam-
reassuring
But it's
handle.
a steam iron as well, so you can put water in it, which is fab. So a lot of people buy them to take on holiday because, you know, travel irons are usually
Yes,
rubbish.
they are rubbish.
That's proper steam iron.
And it's got a proper reassuring...
Yeah.
You've got a good grip on it. You don't feel like you've got like a little Mickey Mouse
No,
handle.
they are brilliant, and they're back in stock.
Okay, so when you have... You're going to do as much pressing as you do sewing with patchwork. If you sew it, you press it. So and you really are going to press it. So you're going to, before you open that up, you are going to set the stitches. Literally just press it. And then you open them all up. And I press seams open, so I've got to open. Or you press to the dark side. That's traditional, isn't it? And then you press again. You're trying not to sort of stretch things out. You're trying to keep the fabric where you have sewn it together. There you go. That's it. Get them really nice and flat. Long armours, and if you're going to quilt it yourself, the flatter, the better. Because with
Right.
quilting, it's all about keeping all that fabric manageable, isn't it? Without it all lifting off the wadding and
Yeah,
everything.
it's
If you've
difficult,
got
but
it
then a lot of
flat.
people say, oh, press to one side because it's stronger.
I know.
You know, I'm always like,
Have you ever had a seam come undone though? They don't come undone, do they?
no. Sometimes the very edge, but that's usually while I'm putting it together, not afterwards, if I haven't maybe reverse stitched. But
Yes.
not later on.
No.
No.
And also, if it comes undone, you'll just repair it.
Yeah, true.
So there you go. That's how you do. That's how I do it. There's lots and lots of ways, and then I will trim those with my quarter square ruler again. So I've got them really, really square, and I've got those little ears off. And then you're just going to arrange them. Worried about that being on now.
I can put it under here, out of your way.
We'll just turn it off.
If that helps. And I'll turn it off.
Just turn it off.
There you go.
So you're going to refer to. Don't know whether I've got enough half square triangles made to actually do this, but it shows you how to do it. So got bits everywhere. So say we're doing this section here. We're going to put that one there. We're going to put the dark one there. We're going to put another dark one there. Okay, so that's that 3 corner there, and then we've gone to the smaller size. We would start building it up like this. You can see how it builds, just builds very quickly.
The colours look beautiful together.
Thank you. You would have more variety. These are just the half square triangles that I've got made.
But I like that shade of blue as well.
It's very nice.
It's like sort of chambray denim, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah, just a real. This is my spatial awareness. This looks much bigger. That's because you've got so more 1/4 inch seams in here. But you can see how that little section starts building. And then you put the other one in the other way. I hope, what I try to do with all the demos and everything, and I'm always a bit wonky, and it's so quick and all the rest of it, is to try and demystify the process, because it looks so, well,
clever.
You just make it, don't you?
I know, but it looks
just
really
cut it
clever,
and make it.
doesn't it?
But this is all you do, and it always looks like this at this stage. It always looks like a big mass of things with ears and threads and everything, but all you're doing is you're just going to press and straighten and sew as you go, and you can see that's 1/4 of that block there.
Yes, yeah, no, that makes sense, yeah.
So there you go, that's square dance.
And it does have a lot of movement to it as well.
Yeah, be nice in the blues fabric, it all starts to make sense.
Well, yes, because I'll just go through the bundle again, the kit, because because you have got the colours that you've just used, but you've also got the indigos as well.
Yes.
So you've got a real mixture between the two.
I would make lots and lots of the half square triangle. The pattern tells you how many of each size to make, and then start playing with how you want to arrange them.
Oh, okay. So if you make all of them in advance.
Well, you should. I'd get bored. You know,
Yeah,
I'd get
know,
bored.
but
you know, you might think, right, I definitely want the darkest round the border, and do I want mid blues in the centre? You know, you can start playing with it. You've got plenty of fabric to play with. You will use it up. If you make a mistake and you think, oh, if I'd only cut that straight, I could have got another square out of it. Just sew it together again and have the seam in the middle there.
Yeah.
You know, you just sew it together again. It won't notice in the quilt, and it's traditional actually to piece the fabric together.
Oh, is it?
Well, yeah, because they would have used offcuts of clothing or whatever they've got.
I guess so.
And they'd have made it work, whereas we're so spoilt now, we don't have to
Yes,
make
that's
it
true.
work.
We're not having to make things from old things, are we, or put seams in. We just buy it from the bolt.
Yes, we just buy it, and
Yeah,
it's
I see
all
what you
pristine
mean.
and beautiful. So don't throw your scraps away, and if you make a mistake, just sew it back together. Get yourself a nice piece of cloth and then cut a square so that seam, the mistake, is not on the edge. Just put it somewhere sensible.
Okay.
You've got plenty of fabric.
Right, so I'll just go through the kit once more. So in the kit, obviously, it all comes in this beautiful bag. Lovely, lovely calico bag. Full instructions with everything you need to know. Janet's instructions are really good. Very easy to understand and very clear. Then in the kit as well, you get all the fabric you need. So you get this beautiful textured cream fabric. That's all used for the background. And then you get 2 indigo prints, which is the lovely crotchets. And then I love this one. This is the jazz print, because it's just sort of the madness of being surrounded by jazz with no order to it.
Yes. I don't understand jazz, I have to say.
No, I don't
Are
really.
you supposed to understand it?
I don't know.
I
I
think
don't
you're
know.
supposed to feel it.
Yes, maybe. Feel it.
You're supposed to feel it.
My son said the other day, have you heard of jazz rap, Mum? And then he played it to
No.
me. Oh, dear. I don't really like jazz, to be
I
absolutely
won't
honest.
listen to it on the way home then.
Don't. Sorry if you love jazz, but honestly, that's the weirdest thing.
Jazz and rap, okay.
Yeah. Then you've got the cheetah fabric. It appeals to lots of people. He loves it. Just not my thing. Very odd. And then you have the 4 beats in a bar in these lovely, it's like a chambray denim colour, but it's beautiful. And then you have the one that's the lines of music. So that's everything you need to make the kit. £119.99 or 2 equal payments of £59.99. That's what it makes. So it's up to you whether you want to split it. You will have that opportunity at the checkout, but it is interest free. So please do check out, because there are lots of you who have it in baskets and I don't want you to miss out. So also, if you want just the instructions, if you think I've got my own fabric, I love it, but I want to make it in a different colour, £9.99. Obviously you will have to provide your own fabric. £9.99 for that one. Okay, so let's talk about the final quilt.
Let's talk about Thunder and Lightning.
Now, we only have the pattern for this
We've only got the pattern for it, but it is foundation pieced and it's fun. It's really fun to sew. So while we've been sort of measuring fabric and cutting it and squaring it all up, with foundation piecing, you don't have to do any of that because you just stitch on drawn lines. This is the block. That's actually one of those Thunder and Lightning blocks finished. You can always... I've made so many quilts.
Oh wow, so it's not a square and a square and a square.
No, that's the one block.
Do you know, I didn't even see those seams.
Yes, so that's one block.
Oh, that's clever.
So you can play with these corners as much as you'd like. If you can imagine, they were all a different colour. So I could have put red, orange, yellow, green, whatever. Then you've got this secondary design building up.
Yeah, so I imagine they were just squares that were joined like that. Oh,
yeah, it looks like it's on point, but they're not. And then all I've done to get that energy going across is just twist. Think, well, do I want it going that? Do I want the dark ones going that way? Do I want them going down? Do I want them going across? Just really play with it. And every seam can be in a different fabric. It's entirely up to you. But
so you could go full on rainbow with this one, couldn't you?
You could go mad with it and just really use up all your scraps, because you know, you just tiny little shard of fabric, width of fabric here, and you can really play, because they're actually 4 triangles that makes that, so you can really build
and
it
because
up.
Each block, it depends how you twist it, so you've got that one going that way, that one goes that way, so once you've made them, I guess you just arrange them all.
Yeah, and just really play with it. So foundation piecing, everything you will trace. Can you see that? Let me read.
Yeah, no, this is interesting. So you've not done this on paper?
Now, the pattern, you can print it out onto paper, or I actually prefer to trace it onto a thin interfacing.
Ooh, okay.
And the beauty of that is that it doesn't have to come out, it stays in.
Yeah, yes.
It stays in. So this interfacing, the one that I've got at home, I don't know whether it shrinks, but it definitely is affected by heat, and obviously you're going to be pressing. So I will press the interfacing before I trace on it, because then whatever warping or shrinking or whatever that's happened already.
So I presume it's not a fusible?
No, I don't use a fusible. And then I will tape the pattern, should have a pattern around somewhere. I will tape the pattern piece onto the table so it doesn't move. You can see it's got tape on it. Look, airmail stickers on it. Right. So I will have that taped to my table so it doesn't move. Okay. And then I will put the interfacing on top.
I've never done FPP with interfacing. I'm loving this.
There you go. And then all you do is I've put across where I want the darker thunder, lightning to be.
Yes.
Can you see? Right. How much time have we got? Have we got time to do a demo?
10 minutes. Oh, come on. That's loads of time, isn't it?
Oh, in TV land, that's a lifetime.
It is. It's 10 minutes.
It's a lifetime.
Like a whole quilt in 10 minutes.
Right, I've started. You always start from the centre, and you put. So I put this piece down, and then it's a bit flip and sew, upside down, back to front. The drawn lines are for you at the sewing machine. Okay. They're for you at the sewing machine. So this is actually what you're going to be seeing when you're sewing.
Yes.
You can cut, I know that piece there needs to be a triangle and it needs to have a seam allowance around it. I can trace and cut that triangle with seam allowance out if I want, or I can just use a strip of fabric. Okay, it depends how thrifty you want to be. So the next piece I've got to go in is a cream background here. So all I'm going to do, this is so much flipping upside down, sewing backwards, all the rest of it. All you do, this is hard on paper as well. So that's my triangle there. I'm going to fold it. You can see I've got lots more than I actually need of that mustard fabric. You fold it on the line, and then I'm going to cut, because what you want to do is you want to see where your sewing's going to be, where your sewing line is. I'm going to cut. Okay, and then I'm going to take cream, it's going here. You can see what I mean about being thrifty. I'm not being thrifty at all. I'm going to put that right sides together. Okay, is that clear as mud so far?
No, yeah, absolutely. No, I'm with it.
Right sides together, and then I am sewing on that next line there. Okay, so that's what I'm going to do. See, this is why I like the interfacing, because it's very I can really move it and manipulate it. I can fold it out of the way without it tearing.
Yes.
And
can you make mistakes and unpick without it tearing?
You can make mistakes and unpick it. You can, and it doesn't have to come out, and I can see through it. So I can see that I've got lots more fabric there than I need to.
Yes, yeah.
But I can see the mustard fabric coming through and the cream fabric. So I know that it's covering the shape that I need. And then rather than worrying about sewing an exact angle, I've just got to stitch down that line I've drawn. Now you're going to end at the end of that. You're not really going to come off, and I'm sure it goes backwards. I'll make it come backwards a few times. There you go. A lot of this is all getting in the rhythm, getting your head round what you're doing, and then all you're going to do is press that. And now I've got a really, look at the point on that.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Which you need for this quilt.
Just really need it to. There you go. And then we fold back. I'm not being thrifty with my fabric at all, so just watch that when you're doing it at home. This is for quick demo. And then you're going to trim.
So when you're doing
again.
it, do you pre-cut your pieces out?
I've got strips here. What I'll do is I'll keep all of these. So, and then I'll think, do you know what, that's probably is plenty big enough to get in there. But you have to do a bit of manoeuvring, because of course you're not sewing it straight, you're sewing it at an angle. So when it's folded back, you need to make sure that that is actually sufficient to cover, and it is. It's plenty big enough. But if you trim this way, it is so upside down, back to front, flip, flip, flip. And I think the paper, although that's how you do it, you buy papers to do it, can't you? Even though it takes longer to do on the interfacing, I like the interfacing, because I can do all of this. I can see the front and the back.
Yeah,
the
no,
fabric
I see what you mean.
sticks to the interfacing. It's not falling off. You know, it's not slippering off a bit of paper. It's actually there. So that's what I do. And this is what my mum taught me. This is what my mum taught me to do. So there you go.
So yeah, so only the fact of tracing. The only issue is the tracing, because you can't print on it. But that's the only issue.
I've never tried printing on the interfacing. I wouldn't like to, because you want it to be really thin, because you want it to stay in the quilt. So I don't think
and
printing would work.
The light boxes are back in stock in the next hour. That will help you trace.
Do like my light box. There you go.
I do. I use mine all the time.
I got one. I think I got one for Christmas, and I thought, oh, I'm never going to use it. Use it all the time.
I know. Honestly.
And
we've got A4 and A3.
Oh, I've got an A3. And the same with the little iron. I think my mum gave me one for one Christmas, and I was like, oh yeah, thanks.
I know. Well,
you think it's a toy, but it's really hot.
Well, I was talking about it on air, and then my mum bought me one for Christmas, and it's brilliant.
No, they work really well.
Because you can put water in them. I know Delphine bought one as well. But they are great, aren't they? And I've got an A3 light box because it just gives you more space. But I use it for loads of things that you wouldn't even think you'd use it for.
And it's just really...
And everyone in the house goes, oh, Mum, can I borrow your light box?
Yeah. And they're not bulky anymore.
No.
They're really, really...
I used to have one that was like this thick, must have been 6 inches thick.
I know, like great big wooden frame, wooden box with a light bulb in it.
And now I just keep mine stood up in the corner of the room.
So there you
That's
go.
in the next hour.
There you go. Talk amongst yourself. I'm now foundation
It's
piecing
lovely.
quite happily.
So it is just the yeah. I mean, because I've
just
never
going
seen
forwards and
interfacing you can print
backwards.
on. What do you draw on it with?
A bit of biro or anything.
Okay.
What took me a long time to work out, shamefully, is that you really need to tape the template to the table because it moves all the time.
Yeah, yes, yeah.
That took me. I was like tutting and getting so cross, and then thought, Janet, just apply some logic.
And
here.
do you tape the interfacing on as well?
No, I don't tend to tape the interfacing.
Hello girls, what a fantastic tip. My mind's just gone into overdrive with ideas. Thank you so very much from Carolyn Counterfoot. I know, absolutely. I'm thinking, well, I'm going to give it a go. Because, the thing is
you
with
might
FPP,
like it, you might not.
It's never very big, is it? So,
no. And the thing about it is that you're
go.
not cutting sharp angles. You're not thinking, I've got to find the 60-degree line on my ruler.
I guess you've just got to be absolutely certain it's not iron-on.
Yes.
Because that would all go horribly wrong then. Because you've got to, although you're not pressed, normally you'd use an iron, so... But
you can you can put little 3D things in that seam there. Like I've seen FPP, I haven't done it, where they've made like a piece, like a little cat face, and they've made little 3D fabric ears. Because you can put them in that seam.
I've never seen that either.
Yeah, and then you can have little 3D.
Oh, lovely. Well, I'm going to give it a go because they're never very big, so you haven't got too much tracing to do.
You might like it, you might not. I like it.
I might. I'm actually thinking I probably will.
And it stays in. It stays in, and it just gets softer. And that's even got a bit of stitch and tear in that one actually.
Oh, okay.
I've rejected the stitch
That's
and
what we
tear
had to have
because
early
it's a
bird.
bit thicker.
Oh, so do you use that, but then you've got to tear it away?
I know. And it's too thick to stay in, so I've rejected that and I've gone back to my interfacing.
So why did you use it?
I thought it was a halfway house between paper.
Okay.
And you can print on that, I think. But anyway, I don't like it.
So
I don't want it to stay in. So back to interfacing.
Yeah, because it doesn't...
It's not, you wouldn't know it was there. And then all you're going to do is you cut a big square and you make 4 triangles.
And you've just used biro for that?
Yeah. So that you can see how different it is, even just putting different triangles on the corners.
Yes.
And so that's the only bias you're dealing with, but it's on, that's the other thing, it's on a very firm interfacing.
Of course.
So you're not stretching so much. So there you go.
Wow. That's
Thunder
fab. How have I never
lightning.
seen that before? That's it. Might have changed my FPP life.
That's fascinating because it just shows there's always something.
Always.
And even if you don't like it, there's something you can have a go at, and it might change your mind about FPP.
Well, it's like I've been doing patchwork for as long as I can remember. And last week I had a show. Someone said, "Oh, I always do my patchwork at a 2.2 seam stitch length rather than 2.5." Because it just makes it, and I thought, what? I've never thought of that. And then the next guest I had on said exactly the same thing, because I always just do just a little bit, not super small.
Yeah, because you'd be forever.
And then I guess if you're pressing seams open, it just makes it
a bit tighter, a bit more secure.
Never heard that. That's it now. Revolutionised. Still my patchwork at 2.2.
Well, there you go.
So that was great. Let me just run through that pattern. So if you want to make the amazing Thunder and Lightning quilt, it is instructions only, £9.99. On the back it does tell you the fabrics you need. So you need 3 yards of blue, 3 1/4 of cream or your background, and 3 1/4 of your lightning bolts. But it's all on there, so if you want to make this, remember there's so many different alternatives you can do as far as which way round you do them and what colours. Have a go at Janet's amazing interfacing FPP. Make sure it's not iron-on. Fantastic. And the square dance. So So the square dance kit that is hanging behind Janet, that has the instructions. It has all of the blue and the cream fabric to go with it. The cream is the textured fabric, but the blue is a variety of prints in like denim chambray blues to indigo blues, all from the blues collection. So that's the quilt that's hanging behind Janet, and $119.99. And if you want the instructions only for square dance, here they are. Here they are $9.99, and you can use your own fabric for that. Everything that you need to know as far as how much fabric you need. The instructions are very, very clear and easy to understand. That's all in there. So have we covered everything? Right, so thank you, Janet, so much. It's been
a pleasure.
It has been a pleasure working with you.
It's such a lovely Friday morning.
I know, what a lovely thing to do of a Friday morning, and I've learnt loads as well, so thank you.
Well, it's been good fun.
Hopefully you will be back with us soon on Sewing Street.
Very soon, in 4 or 5 weeks, something like that, with lots of new things, hopefully.
Really? Ooh, fab.
I'll try and come up with another brilliant tip. I shall rack my brain.
Well, I know, but it just was. I don't think when people come up with them, they think everyone knows. Quite often people go, oh, did you know
Tony always says that when we're writing the patterns, he says you assume that people know why to do it. And, well, that's our job,
there you
isn't
go,
it?
then.
But
yes.
Anyway, it's lovely to share it with
Anyway,
everyone.
thank you so much. So coming up in a couple of minutes' time, we have got the light boxes back in stock, the Prim steam iron, mini steam irons back in stock, and the friction pens. But... Right, okay, Hannah's found the suitable interfacing. So before we go, if you want, there we go, it is lightweight Flyzoline sewing by the ½ metre. So it's a ½ metre pack, $2.99, and it is sewing and it's lightweight. So is that a ½ metre piece? Yes. Yeah, it says mask on it, but it is exactly the same. So this is the interfacing that you need. I'm going to get some of that, $2.99, because buy ½ metre, give it a go.
Give it a go.
See what you think. I think it could change your FPP life. Anyway, I'll see you back here in a couple of minutes' time to have a look at the light boxes and some sewing machines and some other lovely gadgets. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, I'm Emma Bradford from the Swift Quilting Company. I've been a quilter for 25 years. I began sewing and quilting by hand, but now I offer long arm quilting services and I run patchwork and quilting classes. You can see me regularly on Sewing Street demonstrating patchwork techniques. My top tip is there is no right or wrong way, only the way that works for you. There is no such thing as the quilting police. Outside of quilting, I am a qualified botanist and I enjoy riding my motorbike around the country. I hope to see you soon on Sewing Street.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 73 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in to our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 till 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So, You never have to spend a minute without us.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. If you've just joined me, welcome to, good afternoon, isn't it? If you've been with me all day, haven't we had a fantastic day of newness? New Kaffe, new Janet, new Lewis and Irene, and almost new, we've got the light boxes back in stock, which is fab, isn't it? So I use my light box all the time. It's interesting, as Janet was saying, she bought one and thought, what am I going to use that for? I use it all the time. Now, we have two different sizes. So I'm going to show you them both so you can see what they look like. So there's the A4 one, where they go, you can see, A fits a piece of A, that's the instructions. So it's the space, the outside is bigger than A4, it's the space in the middle, okay? That one's not plugged in. Now look at this, look how thin it is, look. And it's Perspex, it's not the, I have dropped mine. I'm not saying you should drop yours, I have dropped mine and it was fine. It's not glass, it's Perspex. It's really thin and it's really light. And you know, you can sit on the sofa, I can attest this, with this on your lap. and you can then just turn it on and you can light up and you can use it to work on. I sit quite often if I want to trace things or I'm trying to see how something will work. I want to put a pattern. Maybe I want to reverse a pattern, then you can. They are so lightweight. See, really, really lightweight. Every one comes with a cable to plug it in, to charge it. You can charge them as you go, so it's absolutely fine. That's all in there. That's the A4 one. That one's in the graphics, $32.99. Now the other one, this is the one that I have, is the A3. And now when I decided to buy mine, I do a lot of all sorts of lots of things, but I do a lot of embroidery, and I wanted to use it for that. So I bought an A3 one because I just thought I might be limited by buying an A4, and I'm so glad I did. It is wonderful. But it's basically double the size. Look, there's an A4 sheet of paper. 1, 2. So it's double the size. So it depends on your budget, what you're going to be doing with it. I bought an A4 and I'm glad I did. Again, really, really thin. I'll just move those a minute. I'll show them in a minute. Oh, look. They had a little dance. Did you see that? That just really tickled me. If you they come with it, and if you make me jump. They all just sort of like jump together. I'll show you that in a minute. Anyway, it's really thin. Great, but really sturdy though. It doesn't bend or anything. Really sturdy, but you sort of feel that you're not going to break it. I used to have a light box years ago, and it was honestly about 6 inches thick in a wooden frame. It's also not hot at all because it's LED. So this one is actually plugged in to start with. So it comes with these 4 magnets as well, which is fab. Yeah, I didn't think they would do that. So this is obviously magnetic because the magnets hold it on because, well, with my light box, I use washers, metal washers to hold it in, or masking tape usually. But they come with these little magnets. They're amazing. I know that. Well, I just put them down and then they all jumped together to be friends. So that's fab, isn't it? But the small one, the A4 one, we don't think comes with them. These are new. They're back in stock, so they didn't used to come with these, but we just found them in the box. But I have to say I use masking tape for mine. Anyway, so what you do, plug it in. Oh, shall I take it off the box? It also comes in a very handy box, perfect for gifting. Well, I used to keep mine stored in it. I don't anymore. I lean it up against the wall. I don't know why I lean it up against the wall. I guess because then nobody will stand on it. But it usually leans up against the wall somewhere because they're so lightweight. And I honestly use mine all the time. I should write down every time I use because I use it for everything. So it has a little button. Press button in the corner, so you press it once and then it comes on. Now that's quite light, quite not very bright, and then you press it again and it gets a bit brighter, and you press it again, it gets really bright, and you press it goes dark. Now you think, why do I need it to be different levels of brightness? Well, it's all to do with, for me, the colour of the fabric. So if you've got like a dark fabric, like a navy or something, if it's too bright, you can't see it through, which I have no idea why that works, something to do with physics. So it's all to do with that. And also sometimes depending on the light that you're working in. So if I'm working in the daylight, if it's too bright, it really hurts your eyes. So you can just choose. But I do find that if I'm there's number 2, and there's number 3, and then it's off. And then you can just really quickly, which I do sometimes as well because I can't get the right one. But I find it's just sometimes if it's also, I find at night, if I've got I don't know why this is, when it's really bright, if you've got a bright overhead light on and this is bright, it makes your eyes go funny. But it is really useful for the darker fabrics to have a lower light. See, look, you can see them coming through from the back. So what I use mine for, all sorts. I use it for tracing embroidery. Probably that's what I use it most. I like to personalise things. So I type out someone's name or a message or whatever. So maybe I've just made something like a little tote bag for somebody, and I'll write their name, but I'll type it out, trace over it, and then embroider it. So I use that a lot. I do a lot of Bonder-Weber applique. Again, personalising things. It's a really quick way of making somebody a cushion or a blanket to put their name on. And obviously, when you do Bonder-Web, you need to trace in reverse. So if you've got a shape, you just turn it over and there you go, it's in reverse already. And obviously that's a rectangle, but if you've got a specific shape like a letter or a name, you can trace it over reverse, pop your Bonder-Web on top. It just saves you having to draw over the back. That's it immediately. Any applique that you're doing, it is brilliant for tracing over, for tracing patterns. I use it for dressmaking. So maybe I've got a sleeve and I want to lengthen a bit and fiddle about with it. I don't always want to use tracing paper you can see through. I'll use normal paper because it's easier to stick together and deal with. Have you ever tried to stick tracing paper together with sellotape? Absolutely does not work. If you ever know anything you can stick tracing paper together with. So I use that for tracing. It's just one of those things that, but yeah, I just use quite a lot, well, I guess for embroidery and applique, but it's a really good way of seeing something and being able to to transfer one thing from another, and particularly because I like to personalise things, you can then print something out in the font you like, to the size you want. I use it for tracing onto interfacing. So if I want to transfer, if I'm using something like a stabiliser, when I do embroidery on something that's a bit like a fleece or a velvet or a tweed or something you can't trace onto, then I use a soluble stabiliser. So you trace onto the soluble stabiliser, you stick that onto your fabric, sew through it. So like I was embroidering some flowers onto my little backpack. So I traced on that using my light box. It's the only way to do it. How else would you trace on it? Stick it onto the fabric, so embroider through it, and then you just put it in water and it dissolves. Fantastic. But without a light box, you can't do all of those things. So I'm going to just show you how it works. So we were talking last week about the fact that I wasn't having I didn't think there was a street party in my road. So I thought, maybe I should invite everyone to a street party. So look, I just wanted to give you an example of how you would trace something onto fabric. So I went onto the internet and I found this logo. It is copyright free, by the way. Now, how would I get that onto fabric? It might not show through. It might not show. So say without the light box, that's a black blob. Now, in the old days, before I had a light box, I used to tape things to the window and then tape over them, and that really makes your arms ache. So I'm going to hold it down. What I would do if I had this, I quite often use masking tape to hold them still, but actually now I've got these magnets, don't need that at all. Decide where you're going to put it. I'm going to put mine in that little square there, and then make sure you hold it still. Hold the pattern still and hold the fabric still. Also press it in advance to take rid of the creases. Okay, so obviously now I can't see that. Ooh, there they are. That's my glasses. So we'll just put on one. So on one, I can just about see the white lines. I can see the words I've done underneath, but that's not dark enough. So number 2, and then number 3, I can really see that now. So I'll get my friction pen. Now I'm going to use a friction pen because I'm going to embroider over this, and I like to be able to sort of change my embroidery as I go along, or be slightly inaccurate and not have to stick to the line. So using a friction pen means that I can iron it off when it's finished. Now, and we have a friction pen bundle, can it? So say I wanted to draw around this outline here. Now you see I can see it, so I can just draw around it really easily. I mean, you'll find when you're tracing onto fabric, you need to you can't drag the pen too much, so I tend to draw it a bit like this, just because it's a pen and it's fabric. I tend to hold it down, and then I can't draw it will drag it. But if I can really trace easily a logo, and how else would I do that? Because you can see, I showed you at the beginning that it didn't show up, did it? So there we go. And this is the joy of a light box. It is honestly, it's one of those things. It just saves loads and loads of time. So that's the thing. And then what's great about it, you don't have to move it anywhere, because I always miss bits. You just turn it off, and then you can immediately see whether you've missed anything. I'm thinking, have I missed part of the crown there? Oh no, it does come. It does come to there. But you can immediately see, or you can see whether you think, well, that's not actually dark enough. I'm going to trace over that again. I need to do a bit more. But what you don't want to have to do is take it off and then put it back on and then you miss it. But say you want to personalise something, then I want to put my name onto something. Now I've printed that out in a font that I like. I could have done a really curly one. But again, really easy. So if I wanted to personalise something, but I mean, well, it depends what you're doing. Because quite often with this one, if I'm going to embroider that, I don't want to do the depth of the letters. So it's quite easy to just think, well, I'll tell you what, I'll just draw around the outside of the letters. There we go, round there. So that's how you do it anyway. But it's up to you. And then when you've finished it, again, you can turn it off. So that's just embroidery. So when you've finished it, you take it off. I mean, but you see that, because actually these magnets are really good because that holds both of it together. But we think they only come with the big one. I didn't even know, then there must be metal in here somewhere. Right, let's have a look at a price comparison. So $64.99. Now I know that is a considered purchase, and I did wait a while before mine, but I decided I'd get an A3 one just because it gave me more scope. So this price comparison here is a direct price comparison. £85 for it. Now there are different light boxes on the market and there are different quality light boxes, but that was exactly the same one, and ours is a quality one. That was exactly the same. So they're 85 and we are 64.99. You know, I don't know. I mean, that's quite a lot of difference, isn't it? Really? Well, it's 20 quid. Actually, that's quite a lot of difference, isn't it? And it is one of those things. So if you do embroidery, if you do applique, if you want to do something like you want to personalise things and you want to do it quite simply, this is perfect. And honestly, when you've got it, I constantly in my house, Mum, I'm going to buy your light box. And what are you doing with it? But everyone has always got my light box for something or other. It's just really, really useful. And it is interesting, isn't it, that you will see when you do it that the different levels of light work with the different things, and it doesn't get hot at all because it's LED. And it also, yeah, it's a totally even spread. It also has measurements on it. That's actually really, really useful when you're positioning something. So say you want to get, you know, your piece of fabric or your paper and you want it to be centered, you know, it's all metric. So you've got it 0 to 42 and 0 to 30 there. But you can level it up. So you can think, well, I want that design there to be 8 centimetres, or you can put it and you can level up your fabric. So like those little rabbits that Janet had in her book earlier, so much easier. So you can trace those. And also, say you wanted to trace something and think, well, I want 3 going one way and 3 going another way. You just quickly flip it over and then you can trace them the other way. It does add a lot, and it's really nice if you want to use it for sketching on as well, because it's a really nice solid surface. I quite often do, if I'm trying to design a quilt or something, I've got some graph paper, I quite often sit with this on my lap. It's much better than resting on a magazine. That's not really the point of the light box, but it is very useful for that because it's so light. Actually, the paper really clings to it as well. Right, let me show you the A4 because obviously it depends on your budget and what you want to do and how you're going to use it. I mean, there are, you know, it is completely different, so it's up to you. This one is $32.99. Oh, what have I got underneath? Oh, I've got all my pens underneath. $32.99 for this one. This is a much lighter weight one. It has little foam pads on the back to keep it sturdy, whereas the A3 one is much thicker, maybe just because of the size. Yeah. I know. This is my Ian's saying, when's my Jubilee party? Well, my street isn't having one, so I'm going to organise my own. So it works in exactly the same way. Does this one plug in exactly the same? Oh, look, you can use both plugs. So 1, that's really super light. 2, 3, no, this has only got 1, 2 and off. Oh no, 3, I went too fast. 1, 2, 3 and off. And it has all the metric measurements, 0 to 30, 0 to 21, which makes it really useful to measure things or to line everything up. That's brilliant. $32.99 for the A4 LED light box. And remember, they are really strong and very light. See? Very light and A4 size, easily portable, but really just so useful. So useful. Right, let's talk about the friction pen. Now, if I had to have one thing in my sewing kit, not a sewing machine, obviously, or scissors, things that aren't sewing machines and scissors and stuff you need, friction pen is my best ever thing and most used gadget. We have got a bundle of 3. Now, it's worth investing in them. They are fantastic and I use them all the time, but it is actually quite useful to get different colours as well, because different ones show up on different fabrics. Also, I'll quite often mark different points. So say I'm marking a seam allowance on something, or I'm marking lines, I might do some parts in red so I can think, oh, that's the bit that's, or I might change my mind and then you can do them in different colours. So the beauty of the friction pen, now they weren't actually designed for sewing at all, they were designed for paper. But us sewists have stolen them. So on paper, because that is what they're designed for. So maybe you design things or you change measurements, or maybe you're a quilt designer who uses graph paper and you want to rub out. So I'll write my name, because that's the one I know. So maybe I want to write my name on there, and I don't want that. I think, oh, I don't need that. Now, I can put heat on it, but obviously that'll make the paper go a bit funny. But you see the end? It's like a white rubbery thing. If you just, and the reason it disappears when you rub it out is you're not actually rubbing it out. What you're doing is you're applying friction. That's why they're called friction. That'd be good for my party invites. Hey, it'd be good for, yeah, if you don't like them, for your Christmas cards. So it's the friction. What happens is when you rub, it creates heat, and the heat removes the ink. So they were originally designed for people to do, to just be able to rub, because it will last. Unless it gets hot, it will disappear. And I have heard of people who've signed their names on birthday cards with them, and then they've got really hot and their name disappears, which would be funny. But that's what they were designed for. But when sewers discovered this, obviously rubbing out on fabric is not very easy, but you've got irons and you've got hairdryers. So mainly you can use it with an iron, but obviously there are some fabrics that you don't want to iron if it's very lightweight, or I've marked on things like PU before with them, but that's fine, just run a hairdryer over it. It doesn't actually take a lot of heat to remove them. But things like, you know, maybe you've embroidered, but also if you've embroidered something and it's quite substantial embroidery, maybe you've put thick satin stitch or French knots, you don't want to press it, just run it across the hairdryer. It doesn't take a lot of heat anyway. Soft toy faces, that sort of thing. So here's my lovely design that I've light boxed. Oh, right, let me just are we in the centre? Can we get in really close? Yes, this is not the ideal fabric. I should have had a plain white, but I couldn't find any of that. I do like this though. This is, well, I found that in a box, but it's like hundreds and thousands, isn't it? I like that. I don't know what range it's from, but it is like the top of a cake. So I've drawn on that, and look. It's gone! It's magic, isn't it? Always test. Always test. I'm going to do it on this side. Now, if you need to redraw, just make sure your ironing mat's not, because it's really annoying. If it's slightly warm, it just disappears. So if I do a big cross. So this is what I'll use it for. So say I'm doing something and I need to remember to leave a turning gap. I'll do this, and then I might sew my seam around there. So you can just sketch on it very slightly. But if I'm, say, sewing round something and I need to put that in, if I'm matching up seam allowances, I'll often mark the 1/4 inch on it. So say I do that, now you can see that a bit better, can't you? And then you've got the blue, so you can put something else with the blue, but you can see how the different colours show up. And then you think, I need to get rid of that. And it's just gone. Now, oh my God, I feel like one of those demonstrators who say, you know, those, they go, and it's gone. Brilliant item. But I have to say, I use mine all the time. And I guess the thing is, I do sew with cotton fabric. Just because I'm doing homewares and quilting, etc., I rarely use other fabrics. I do always test it, but I have never found it marks. That doesn't mean to say you shouldn't, but I'm just saying, so, like, a couple of days ago, I quilted a full bed-size quilt with loads and loads of different quilting lines, and I marked the whole quilt in friction pen before I layered it. Now, can you imagine I used to do it before I discovered friction pens with masking tape. I would mark every diagonal line, if I was doing diagonals, with masking tape and sew along. Now I use my friction pen, so much easier. And then, the joy of when you've quilted something or you've made it and you press it and all those black lines disappear. If you want the lines to come back, just saying, you might possibly, maybe you have signed a birthday card and you want them back, pop them in the freezer, and apparently the cold temperature will bring them back again. But you have to put them in the freezer for that to happen. So now this is a bundle of 3. Now I would say they mostly you can use any of the colours. There are some fabrics that they will show up slightly better on different colours. They're good for marking different areas. Obviously, if you're marking on a pink or a red, you probably want to use the black. If you're marking on a blue, maybe use the red. But they are really, really so $11.97. And honestly, just from, instead of marking something with a pin, you mark it with a friction pen. Maybe you're putting a zip in a dress and you just mark the bottom of it with the pen. Whether you're doing embroidery because you're tracing something, or you're just marking a seam allowance, or you're marking a hem on a dress. So when I used to hem things for people, I'd put lines of pins round it. Now I put a pen mark on it. It's just absolutely brilliant. Fantastic. Ooh, I tell you what I need. Oh, well, the pattern for my dress, I used Jules Fallon. What is she so different? Jules Fallon, and I can't remember what it's called. It's So Something. Might be So Something. And it is the Kate dress. This is the 3rd dress I've made in it. I'm now. That's it. I'm moving on to patchwork dresses. Sew Me Something. I bought the pattern ages ago, and I just thought, I'm going to have a go at patchwork and see what happens. So I just got loads of batik and I just made half square triangles and joined them all together. So I am a patchwork of a thing of patchwork. What I need to do the iron, yes, but where is the little bag and the thing? Because yes, and I have a horrible feeling that I moved it. No, I just wanted to show about, actually Becky knows what it is. Becky, could you get me some water in the little jug? Because only because the best thing about this iron is that it's a steam iron and it's baby. So Becky's very kindly going to get me some jug. So while she does that, it comes with a little bag, which is really handy, but I have to say, being absolutely honest, if I was you, I'd make another one. Nothing wrong with it, works perfectly well, but nice little thing to make a nice little bag with. It is absolutely brilliant. Now, there are travel irons, and they're travel irons. This is supposed to be it's actually I think originally it was a travel iron. Oh, brilliant, thank you. Oh, that's the one I need on your desk. It was supposed to be invented, I reckon, originally to be a travel iron, I reckon, which I have just guessed at. Well, I don't know. Morning, Hayley. Thank you. And I don't know, I reckon they were invented originally to be travel irons, and this is me guessing, and then they decided that they should be for sewing. So this is the one, this is the prim one. Now, Most travel irons are absolutely rubbish, aren't they? You go to your hotel or you take one on holiday with you and they just don't even do anything, and probably because they're not steam. So this is a full-on steam iron. I'm just making sure I've taken it out. It's got it's got a cord that's the length of a normal iron, which you might need depending on where you've plugged it in. You can either have it steam on or steam off, just like your iron at home. You can change the temperature of it, just like your iron on at home. And then, look, it has this little thing. And then it comes with a baby jug. How sweet is that? And then you just fill it up. So, this doubles up as a brilliant iron for being able to use for sewing, but then you can take it away on holiday with you as well. So you put your little thing back on. Let's make sure my steam is on and I'm on max temperature. And then it will start steaming. Have I got it on? Oh, do you know what? It always helps if you actually plug this right. I had plugged it in, but it was stuck out of it. We're all good now. So it's excellent if you, I'll just wait for it to heat up so I can show you. It's excellent if you were doing things like FPP and where you don't want to get up from your sewing machine, or if you're sewing half square triangles and you want to press the seams open. So you can just have small pads like these. We have these. Do we have these on the website? They're out of stock. If you've got yes, why we can't get you in. If you've got a small ironing pad or just a folded towel, you can then not have to move from your sewing machine. It's there. If you just want to do also the accuracy of it, the point is much sharper than with a full-size domestic iron, so you can get into little places. Maybe you're wanting to press the insides of sleeve seams or boxed bottoms in a bag. That's what I use for mine for. You can get right in there. It's brilliant, right? Is it heated up now? And then it will produce steam for you that you wouldn't be able to get otherwise. It has a little clip. Ooh. It has a little clip. I think I'm going the wrong way for the steam. Oh, there we go. I just realised I had it on the press button. That will hold the cable into place. You see all the steam coming out of it now. But it's like, honestly, and also look at the handle. You've got a really nice big handle. So if you've got a travel iron, then you'll see how much better this is. It's even got little feet there to put it on. It's so much better. So you can use this for your sewing. It's got a really lovely smooth sole plate. $39.99, and you can take it on holiday with you as well. But it is just useful, you know, when you don't want to get out the whole iron, even if you haven't got a mat like this, a folded towel, little iron, it is the pressing, every seam that you sew, whether you want to press the seams open to one side, you need to press the seam to set it. And by having an iron to hand all the time, it encourages you to do it. And the fact you can choose whether it's steam or not. But I've taken this on holiday with me, not this one, I've taken my own. Yeah, don't take our studio iron on holiday. I've taken my own iron on holiday, and it is absolutely brilliant. It's a proper good strong iron, and it heats up really quickly. So $39.99, it really is worth having, because I don't know, maybe they were invented for sewing, but I think. But I'm guesstimating. Maybe I'm just sceptical that people would invent irons for sewing, but it is absolutely brilliant, and it is hot. Honestly, it works just as well as a normal iron would work. They are brilliant, and remember, it comes with a little bag as well. I like that. I'm going to put that there. Oh yes, the Aurifil Necessities pack. I've got some lovely thread this time round. And then we'll do the other one. Now, have you ever used Aurifil thread before? It is fantastic. It is like the queen of thread, king of thread. Aurifil's an Italian company, brilliant designers, brilliant at colour and all of that. But it is made from Egyptian long staple cotton, which means it's very strong. And because it's long, the fibres stay very flat. It's a 50 weight thread, so it's exactly the same as the normal thread that you use in dressmaking, home sewing, all that sort of thing. But for some reason, although it's a 50 weight, I think maybe because of the long staple cotton, it lies finer, it lies more within So you can use it for normal home sewing, seaming, dressmaking, patchwork, quilting. A lot of people, because it is a quality thread, will save it for their more special projects, but you will find it sits within more. And it also doesn't bobble. So as you're sewing, the more and more you sew, you end up getting like little bits, your thread goes a bit fluffy and you have to unthread it, or you get bits of fluff left on your stitching. And it goes a long way. Each of these spools is 1,300 metres. And what I love, I think if you've not used Aurifil before, this is a great start because you've got white, cream, grey and black. Those are your necessities colours. If you do use Aurifil thread, then this is fab because this, that will just fill up your collection. Give it a go. I think it makes a difference. I always used to, because Aurifil thread traditionally comes in the most fantastic colours, so I always saved it for my special projects. But now I try to use it more. I try not to use it as more often, but I do. It's strong, it lasts, and it will feel a better quality, particularly when you're doing things like a top stitching where you don't really want it to be decorative, you just want it to hold the fabric down. Maybe you're making a bag and you want a bit of top stitching to hold it down. You don't want it really standing out. It sits better. When you're doing lots of patchwork, particularly lots of small piecing, like lots of half square triangles or small pieces, it sits within the fabric better. So this is a really good thing for you to start if you've not used it before. If you have, that's a really good price for full spools, 1,300 metres each. So give it a go. Give it a go. Now we've got another thread. Another thread. I love this because I love having lots of colours. And these are your utility colours. Now different threads, different reasons. Aurifil, fantastic quality. It is brilliant. It makes a difference. And if you love it, you love it. But you don't always want to use the higher quality thread or the more expensive threads, but this is brilliant because it is 500 metres on a spool. I hate running out of thread. You have got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 spools. Now maybe you've never used cotton thread and you don't want to jump from your polyester into your Aurifil, then give it a go. Now there is controversy about this. A lot of people will say you should stitch with the thread that matches the fabric that you're using. So if you're using cotton fabric, you should use cotton thread. If you're using polyester fabric, you should use, but other people say you should use polyester thread, whatever, because it's stronger. There is a very mixed message, and I can't say that one thing is right or wrong, but a lot of people will say with cotton thread it will wear at the same speed as the fabric. Depends. So that's entirely up to you. But you'll get a lot of purists who will only use cotton thread. Give it a go and see what you think. But this is a really affordable way of finding out. And to be honest with you, do you know what? I use a bit of both. It depends, actually. I tend to use the thread that's the colour I want it to be. But this is £14.99, so it's £1.49 for 500 metres. Now, most thread the smaller spools, not the big Aurifils, but most of them are 100 to 150 metres a spool, just to give you a comparison. This is 500 metres. In the pack, you've got white, ivory, cream, yellow, pink, red, green, navy, grey and black, as you can see them. So that is all the colours you need, isn't it? So £14.99 for 5,000 metres. I just think that it's fantastic, a fantastic price. And I have used these because I do use specific thread. I will use Aurifil thread when I want to, when I'm doing a special project, but I don't use it all the time because sometimes I'm just doing some full-on long-term seaming and I just need to use this. Maybe I'm doing some top stitching and that green's the only colour that matches. So then that's the one that I'll use. But give it a go. It's a fantastic selection for £14.99. We get through a lot of thread, don't we? I get through lots of threads. I often, things like white and black, I'll buy in boxes of 10 because I hate running out. But these colours I probably wouldn't. And I think it's really nice in particular that you've got white ivory and a very like a beigey cream, because sometimes white is no good with that colour. You just doesn't work. And the The goldy colour thread, I would say, is fantastic for top stitching, particularly on denim. So if you're doing re-hemming a pair of jeans or something, using this colour is quite nice. I just think that's a fantastic price, $14.99 for all of that thread. And if you haven't used cotton thread before, give it a go. It's a really good way, an inexpensive way of trying it out. And really, really useful. And I hadn't seen that. Is that new? Oh, back in stock. Well, every time we get it, it sells out. Oh, it is a 50 weight thread as well, just saying, which is the your standard thread. £1.49 spool. The thicker thread is often used for top stitching. The thinner thread is often used for hand sewing, things like EPP. But this, your 50 weight, is your general. Half of the stock has gone. We always sell out. We need to buy more. But it is 100% cotton. And when I was doing my quilt, I worked out for my full double bed size quilt, that's what I used. I used 500 metres because I can always tell by how many bobbins I did. 4 bobbins. That's quite a lot, isn't it? But normally when you think, because actually when you think of the thread spools that are like 100 and 150 metres, they look about the same size as that. So just remember that has got 500 metres on it. Anyway, gosh, look at the time. Thank you for joining me today. What a brilliant day we've had. We've had new, and the wonderful Janet Clare, which has been fantastic. I will be back tomorrow. Friday and Saturday I'm doing this week. Tomorrow we have got, it's new again, yes, launch of the Liberty Riviera collection with Susie Duncan. That's going to be fab. Oh, you can't beat launch and Liberty in the same sentence. Susie will then be back on with us at 9 o'clock with the Liberty Riviera bag. Now, Susie's makes are always gorgeous. Always gorgeous. Oh, have you got a quilt?
11 o'clock.
Right, 10 o'clock is all about the quilting ruler and tools. And at 11 o'clock, Hannah, my glamorous assistant, has brought the Rachel Howard Into the Woods quilt, which Susie is going to be demonstrating.
This collection.
I tell you what, you stand there and I'll look, I found a step ladder. Oh, I'm so tall. Look. This collection is beautiful. It features, it's got ants. Yeah. So a lot of these fabrics have sold out. We sold all of them by the half metre and they've sold out. So,
managed to get some back in
and we've got some back in. So we've got dandelions and raccoons and ants. So some of this is completely sold out.
But we got it back in stock.
But we got it back in stock, and we are going to be selling a kit to make this whole quilt. Is that not fab? I'll absolutely love that. Anyway, that's what will be on at 11 o'clock with Susie, and then at 12 o'clock it's all about books, threads and pre-cuts. So I will see you bright and early in the morning. I hope you have a lovely rest of your Friday. Please don't forget, message me in tomorrow if you've got any questions about patchwork and quilting for Susie, because she's an absolute expert. Every time she comes on, I always get a tip from her. So just message me in and we'll ask her. studio@sewingstreet.com, or you can go onto the Facebook and let us know. Anyway, thank you so much for joining me today. Oh, last message from Hannah. Don't forget to check out your baskets or you will lose out. And that would be a shame, wouldn't it? I will see you back here tomorrow morning.